here. We'll figure it out.
Hmm.
It's just like if I yell, it's like, oh, that's too much, and then it'll cut my volume down. And
Oh,
then,
good reason not to
You
yell, Scott.
So that's
well,
again.
like even with me normally talking, like it
the system
immediately
is
just brought it
learning.
down to 76%, 75. Like as I talk, it will just like
Can I,
it'll constantly bring it down. I'm
Try shorter
64%
sentences,
now.
maybe.
Scott? Scott, click on settings
Yep.
and then go to audio. Is the automatically
Is there
adjust
an
mic
audio?
volume? When it says automatically adjust mic volume, is that on?
Oh, hold on, audio. Okay, where do I click after that?
Does it
I'm
say
in Windows.
no
There's no
setting?
audio setting.
No. Go to like on StreamYards. On StreamYards. There's like a settings in
Oh,
the bottom tab. There's a settings. Click on that,
yeah.
and then
All right.
click on audio, and the automatically adjust mic volume. Is that checked?
Yep. Yep. I unchecked it.
Uncheck that, and they'll solve your problem.
Testing, 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 testing. Yep, it's staying. All right. All right. All right. I'm just an idiot. All right. I was looking through Windows. Look, you live, you learn, and then you get lugs.
Yeah,
Nope, it's still doing it. It's still doing it. What the fuck?
Oh no, that's the end of like that's all. That's fixed it on my end. I don't know about yours.
try leaving it and coming back.
Yeah, let me leave. Let me leave with that setting, and I'll come right back.
Mm.
Lactoid's gonna upgrade this to the higher ups in the chain.
Right?
um. Okay. Hey, my friend. Looking good. I like your shirt, Gibbs.
Thank you, thank you. I was feeling very celebratory today after all the just amazing Trump wins today. It's been wonderful. It's been just one country bending over, capitulating like a baby back bitch after another, and I gotta say, love it, love it. New era. In fact, we're doing so successful that Ecuador is now copying Trump's moves.
Ecuador. Okay. All right. Um,
Do you hear about Ecuador? You know what they're doing?
I haven't heard about
They
Ecuador.
slapped a 27% tariff on Mexico for being Mexico. I don't know, but they're copying. They're copying Trump. That's all I know.
Ecuador.
Ecuador. I'll post the article in the thing because I know Corey loves sources.
I
Yeah,
think
if you're gonna claim if you're gonna claim 9 million in all of New York illegal immigrants, I'm gonna require a source. You are correct.
I think Ecuador might be overestimating their importance. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I don't
Well,
mean mean to the Ecuadorians, but
yeah. Well, you got to try something when you're Ecuador. I guess it starts with tariffs.
I don't know how that's going to help them, but
Right. It's better than nothing.
Effort to promote fair treatment.
yeah, I mean, I don't get how that's like. At least with Trump's tariffs and his strategy, I can assume a certain degree of like him using tariffs as a negotiating tactic, right? Like it seems pretty fucking clear that that's what he's doing, right? He's tariffing, based off of, his immigration policy and stance and like fentanyl and things of that nature. And people and the left are like, oh, Trump, got he got owned, and the right are like, oh, Mexico got owned. But at the end of the day, it depends on whether or not you think those 10,000 troops were bound for the border anyways type
They
shit.
weren't. They weren't.
I don't see any reason to believe that or evidence of that. But,
Well, I mean,
so I tend
first,
to side with the right on that. But like that, but you can see like there's a reason that Canada and Mexico have a 25% tariff and China has a 10% tariff. Now, if you listen to any rhetoric from Donald Trump and from the Republican side and look at their goals, why in the fuck would China have one tariff and then Canada and Mexico would have a tariff that's 150% stronger? Is it purely because Donald Trump recognizes that we have to ease into tariffs because China is so much more of our trade? Because Canada is like 15% of our trade and Mexico is like 15.7% of our trade. So they're like a third of our fucking trade. So I don't see a drastic difference in the tariffs because of that. And also recognize that there seems to be very little negotiation going on with China. Whereas like there's a ton of negotiation going on with Canada and Mexico. Like, hey motherfuckers, we're tariffing you if you don't get your shit right. Whereas with China, like he's just tariffing them. And it's a smaller tariff. So I think if you look at it from that perspective, it seems pretty clear that Trump is using the tariff on Mexico and Canada as a negotiation tactic to get them to fucking do what he wants to do. And with China, he's like, no, China's a fucking problem. Timu loophole, right? Where, where you don't have to go through immigration's customs and enforcement if all of your goods are under $600 in value. So they are able to avoid like hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes that other companies that Shein and Timu don't go through because they only sell cheap products. That seems to be like a clear form of Trump levying a tariff and taxation to close that presumed loophole, etc. Whereas the others being so much stronger and being so much heavily negotiated seems to be a negotiation tactic. I don't fucking
Well,
like tariffs one way or the
I,
other,
I would
but at least that makes sense.
I would like to add one thing about the 10,000 troops thing. This is just let's just look at Mexico's history with troops working with the U.S. government. I don't know if y'all know this, but one of the last times Mexican troops worked with the U.S. government, they turned into the Zetas, which is now one of the most powerful cartels in Mexico. So even if they had sent 10,000 troops to the border, who's to say those guys weren't over here just like, hey, this is where the tunnel's at, boys. Come on down and let's just send you on underneath like that. So I don't, I don't know. I'm not real sure whether or not I care about the 10,000 so much. More that Mexico's capitulated overall to all of our demands.
That's the point of them both saying that they reached a 30-day agreement to postpone the tariff, right? So because of those troops, Mexico and Donald Trump reached an agreement to postpone the tariff for 30 days. I think, what we're looking at is Donald Trump going, okay, I'll postpone it. Let me make sure that your promises are actually being kept here and that you're not just sending over ineffective coyotes that end up becoming their own kind of like, smuggling operation, that they do indeed
Yeah,
actually
I
protect
definitely
the
have the
border in
opposite
some
read
regard.
on this. Like,
I'm not saying it's
the
good or bad. I'm just trying to be descriptive, to be fair.
Mexican troops had already been there, right? I think either the last time Trump pulled something like this, um, uh, Mexico had sent troops over to the border, and like I'm not sure if they're going to send additional troops or like maintain those troops. Like I'm like curious because
Yeah.
there had already been Mexican troops there, right? So like I just don't know the details there.
No,
But
for sure. Like that's why I said I in the beginning. I said I don't know. You saying I don't know if you follow me, but like I said initially, I don't know whether or not those troops were going to be sent there initially
yeah,
already. Was it
yeah, I
part of
hear
the
you.
deal they reached earlier, etc.?
I'm saying that like this, like well, you said in the end you lean towards the right and that like this was something significant that happened. I think there's something insignificant that happened. What? We're gonna have further cooperation with the Mexicans about drugs? Really? Oh wow. Okay. Well, I mean, no one thought of that before, right? Like,
Well, no, it's a
federal.
it's a
Hold on,
Pyrrhic
hold on, hold on.
victory. It's not significant
Hold on.
because of policy. It's significant
Hold
because
on.
of symbols.
Federal, yeah, it's symbolic. Yes, exactly. It's a symbolic victory. Great. I
Yeah,
hope we're all on
that's a
the same page.
huge victory, though.
Please, please. So yeah, like on both sides of the border, right? Federal agencies will work together to deal with drug smuggling. Amazing, right? Well, what a breakthrough that's happened, right? And also, there's going to be more troops on the border, right? Oh, it's even like when before people were thinking those disparate people trying to get across the border were thinking of doing so, right? They were like, oh man, like with the current level of troops, I think I can still make it. But now another 10,000 troop members along this massive border, that's just too much. I think I won't bother anymore. Like it's sure.
But I mean,
So it's
we
like
are seeing.
so
We're
like
seeing.
hold on,
Hold.
like
I got this,
look at the
baby. This is
care.
fine.
It's not.
Hold on. First of all,
Okay, go
we are
ahead.
absolutely seeing success. We're absolutely seeing success. I posted multiple articles this week. I don't know if I posted where I posted here, but I posted several on my Discord, and I think some of the other Discords where y'all see them, where the numbers have dramatically gone down to almost zero gonaways, right? And for all the Democrats, all the lefties over there, for sitting here saying there's not a violent invasion.
Under
Hold on,
who?
1 second, Fry, 1 second. For all y'all saying it's not a violent invasion, y'all can come with me to a funeral this week because I've had two of my friends die in the last 2 weeks from illegal alien cartel members, and it didn't make national news. This is just a problem that we deal with here in South Texas on a regular basis, and thankfully it's less overall than it has been. But still, it's gonna get a little more violent before it gets better because cartels always act
So
violently when
so
their
I
power
want
is
to
curtailed.
I want to get back to the descriptive, right? Like let's take the emotion and like the some of the stuff out of it.
No,
Admiral
no,
Gibbs,
let's
I
not take
respect.
the emotion because it's
Well, hold
violent,
on.
violent invasion down here.
Well, okay. I respect that your emotions are in it and that you're passionate about it, right? And but like what I'm saying is my personal like way that I want to discuss this, right? Is I want to look at this like from like a as descriptively as possible so we can get to a same page scenario about what is happening, right? And like and that's nothing against you or your friends or your family and what has happened at the southern border. I recognize that to many people it's very clearly a crisis, especially those living closest to it. But what I mean to say is, when we look at sometimes the troop numbers are less significant than the symbolic concept that we're working with each other on this issue and that they're committed to it, right? So like when we look at the caravans that came across during the Biden administration, we knew the caravans were coming. Everyone knew the caravans were coming for weeks, right? Like you can see them marching together as a group. You can like the news is reporting on it, right? It's no mystery where they're going to show up, what direction they're headed, as if like 10,000 troops is not enough because they have to be spread out over this long border, right? But in some instances, the Mexican government stopped the caravans, and in other instances they didn't. And so when you have a kind of I think it's less about how many troops are at the border and more about whether or not the Mexican government is being kind of being forced into an agreement that they're working with the Trump administration. Because if that's the case, then any one of those caravans could have easily been stopped by Mexico, full stop, right? Like they wouldn't need hardly any manpower whatsoever to be like, nope, you're done, right? Whereas like I do agree with you that like we don't have the details on the troops and that those 10,000 could have been there initially, or that those 10,000 could have been from the prior agreement that Mexico had when Trump threatened them with tariffs. And so this new threat is like they're just kind of like re-saying that they're doing what they were already doing, so like it's meaningless. But I think from a symbolic position where they're like, hey, we're doing this, we're gonna work on this, stop, and then they get a 30-day deal, changes, because the moment a caravan or something like that happens, and Mexico has to either eat that shit or Trump's going to come out and fucking lay down the hammer. And I think that's kind of the situation we're in.
Well, I just want to
So
add on.
go
So,
ahead.
as
Go
far
ahead.
as I can tell, Canada hasn't like added anything, as in like they were just a pause. Okay, so I don't know how that's
No,
going
no,
to
they
translate.
did. It was like 1.3 billion in increased border security. This is what they said, right?
That was announced. That's just like showing the platform already. It's like, by the way, like that's
Okay.
nothing new.
Okay. So yeah,
Yeah, it's
maybe it is
political.
nothing new. I don't
It
know.
can be. I mean, it can be political theater as well, which is part of negotiations, right? So
Yeah.
maybe they don't add anything new. Look, I don't like Trump, dude. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
send people Trump. I'm
I'm
just
not.
trying to
Yeah, I know.
describe what's happening.
I get you, right? And I'm saying, right, and this is my analysis of what's happening, right?
Hmm.
It's all bullshit, just like I said previously that we discussed this before. This all went down, right? And what do we say? There's going to be some. At least, what did I say? I won't put words in other people's mouth, but like there was going to be a symbolic victory, right?
Hmm.
That Trump was going to take a victory lap as soon as he got something from them, and then pushed us back.
Right, but
So
what is happening that nobody's talking about while this political theater is happening is a 10% tariff on China.
no.
That's
I
the
hold on.
goal of this
I
dog and pony
we'll
show.
talk. We can talk about that later, right? But I specifically when we were talking about Mexico and Canada, uh, well, at least Canada, our closest ally in Mexico, like our biggest trading partner. Like for these symbolic
China's kind of our
victories.
biggest trading partner, but yeah.
Now
No,
Mexico's
no,
passing.
it's Mexico.
Yeah,
From
Mexico's
what
passing
I've heard, yeah, just barely
recently.
scrapes them out
If
now.
you mean import export, then yes. If you're talking imports, then
Ollie
it's
is
China.
waiting, I believe. Also, I think.
I did have them. Okay, he moved.
Did-
Fuck. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Whatever. Like the point is, massive trading partner. Like for this, right? We put massive strain on our own economy from uh organizations trying to tariff proof their supply lines, right? And the ones who can't, right? These individuals have like business organizations, right? They're planning for uncertainty. They don't know what's going to be happening. It's causing chaos, and then reflected within the stock market. Like all of this happens, and of course, a lack of trust between nations, right? Like these things,
Stock market's gone back
like
up since DOGE, by the way.
aren't negligible. They aren't negligible things that happen within our economy and to our relationships, right? Like these things build upon each other. Like diplomats remember that these things have ripple effects, right? That aren't
Well,
completely visible to us at the moment. So in any case, right, all that happens, and what do we get? Hey guys, we're going to continue to work together on immigration and drugs. Amazing. Amazing. So yes, I acknowledge that it's part of the negotiation tactic. I just say that it just shows that Trump is a disastrous leader, a blithering moron, right?
no,
Yes,
I
I
don't. I
understand
don't.
there's
hold on.
Why do
strategy
you say
going
he's a
on here,
blithering moron?
but
Like,
a blithering moron. I will always say
Well,
that. I've
okay,
never,
so
never
let's
not
talk
say
about
that. And I will
Ukraine
say
then.
to tell him
Then
a
Prime. Like I
blithering
don't.
moron.
So
And
Prime, I've
and
always been pro Ukraine.
and all he gets is symbolism in the end, right?
No, no,
Hey,
no, no,
we'll continue to do exactly
no.
what we've been done
no,
before, right?
absolutely
And
not.
then the MAGA idiots will clap like seals.
No, no,
He
okay,
did it,
Prime.
guys. He did. America number one. America number one
So
for this
Okay, you've
what have we
shifted into
gained?
symbolic
Hold on.
insults.
What
nonsense
have we
video.
gained? What have we gained from Ukraine
Actual
right now?
monetary
What?
loss of
You're
this.
just.
Hold
You're
on,
just.
Prime.
You're just
So what do
shifting
we
into
what have we
insults.
gained from Ukraine right now, other than like weakening Russia, right? Like, look what he's doing now. This is his newest thing. I've been probably the most pro-Republican, pro-Ukraine war of anybody I know on on the Republican side. And what does he say today? And I suddenly am going, hey, that's actually a really fucking good idea. He says we won't continue aid unless you give us exclusive rights to
Well,
all y'all's rare earth
sorry,
minerals.
why are you
That
bringing up
is
these things?
brilliant.
I don't.
That,
Why do
hold
you
on,
guys?
Talking
Why do you guys
about
pick so?
hold
Wait,
on.
I got a question. I
No,
got a
hold,
question.
hold
Why
on.
do
Let
you
me
guys
finish.
pick so hard on like Ukraine?
Well,
But
hold on.
like,
I'm gonna bring that. I'm gonna come back. Like, I've been the most heavy advocator for funding Ukraine war on the Republican side, right? And this now gives me an even bigger one
Boo.
because hold on, I know, Lactoid. Here's the
Boo.
thing. Now he's got a way to say, hey, if you don't give us these rare earth minerals, you don't get aid. If y'all think your country's worth saving, which is debatable, guess what? We're going to get exclusive rights to all y'all's goodies. That's what we should have been doing from the get-go. Now we can Russia and we get exclusive rights to things.
I mean,
So when you say we're not
Gibbs,
getting something from them, we're absolutely going to be getting something from them now.
Gibbs, just to
I
clarify.
literally talked about Mexico and Canada. I don't know anything about the Ukraine
I mean,
thing.
this is like
I'll
I
let
saw like
Lachlan
2
go
minutes before
first.
coming on.
Yeah, so it makes you feel any better. U.S. Equity firms and corporate interests have bought a large portion of Ukrainian land
Good.
since 2014. So
Well, these keep doing that. We could just become the
So
52nd state after Canada.
so
Yeah, so what I was
so
talking
it
about was
seems
Mexico and
like
Canada. I don't know anything about the
Prime.
Ukraine deal. I'll have to hold on a second. 1 second, please. I haven't heard anything about this Ukraine situation, so I don't know. So I'll hold comments on that, right? But I stand by what I said. Hey, we got very little, and we did very real damage to our relationships and to our economy. So, like, but
Well,
on the other side,
the stock
on the
market's already
MAGA
up again,
side, all we see are
and the Dow.
accolades. What? How brilliant was this move? How
Well, you
brilliant
mentioned
and
the economy,
necessary
the
was
stock
this
market, the
move?
Dow is
Can
up
I?
since
Absolutely
Can I?
not.
Let me.
And it's not.
So
And it's
let
not
me.
like. And it's not as if there isn't another negotiation tactic, right? Another,
Those negotiation
not
tactics didn't
ways.
work.
There's not. Hold on. What do you mean? What didn't work? Didn't try
We've been
anything. What
we've been
didn't
getting butt
we
fucked by
didn't
the
try
whole world
anything?
for a
And hold
while.
on,
We
what do you mean?
finally put our foot down, and now things are going
and
good.
then you say it didn't work, right? What do we get? We got
We got
symbolism.
nothing. We got taken advantage of for years, for
We got
decades,
nothing
Prime.
here. We got
We've been for taking decades of,
okay.
and finally
I would.
Trump puts his
I would
foot
like
down,
to.
and now
I
the
would
economy is
like
drugs
to
doing
answer.
booming.
and
By the way,
immigration. Great work. You mean the thing they were always been doing for decades? That thing? They're gonna be doing that thing?
So
Amazing.
what are you
let me.
talking about?
Let me chime in
You're
here.
You
just
don't
throwing
know
me
what
Let me
you're
chime in.
talking
I
about.
do know
What
what
do you
I'm
mean what
talking
I'm
about.
talking? Hold on. You don't
I
know
do
what
know
you're
what I'm
talking about.
talking about. I
Do you
absolutely know what I'm
did you
talking
not
about.
know that the Mexican government has been working with the U.S. government
Really?
in terms of immigration and dealing with drugs crossing the border,
And
like
I say,
literally for decades? You didn't know
and
that?
Did you know that the Mexican government is the cartels in many states places, like the governors and the
is
president? Did you know that,
the
Prime? Did
the
you know that
president
they have
the
had in the
president
last
is
30
the
years?
cartels.
In last 30 years,
The
they've had
president is the
2
cartels.
presidents that have been
Yeah.
backed by the cartels. They've also had multiple governors. The Sinaloa governor, almost perpetually, is a cartel plant. Are you arguing that, whether that's true? In fact, I don't know if you've even watched
So then,
Narcos.
It's a
Drama,
so
drama
if
show.
that's okay,
They
hold
go
on, let's
well into
stipulate all
that.
that. Let's stipulate all that. If that's the case, what did this change?
A
Huh?
cartel. What did
Who are
this
you gonna be working
change?
with? Yeah,
Who
who,
did
Can
who
I
are you working
answer?
with? You're gonna be hold on, sorry, no, so one second, Scott. Who are you gonna be working with? Are you gonna be working with the cartel government?
Well, I'll
Right?
tell you what.
No, did you just get insurances from the cartel government that they're gonna work on stopping the cartels? Is that
No,
what just
we
happened?
don't have to
Is that the
work with the
brilliant move that Trump
Biden
just did?
administration
Is that
tearing
what
down
just
our
happened?
border
Hold
walls,
on,
and we see
hold on,
that the
hold on.
wall is
What did you
working.
get?
So I mean,
What
that's
did
a
you
win
no,
already.
what did you get? Hold on. You make this claim, okay?
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
All right. Hey, the Mexican government is practically wanting the same with the cartels.
Yeah.
What could this do to change that?
Well,
Explain.
first of all, it's let them know that the buck stops here. Second of all, we don't have to worry about the
Okay.
Biden administration
But
tearing
Stops
down our walls
here.
here
It
in North
stops
Texas.
here.
It stops here. Yeah, they let them know that it's a tougher stance. Might makes right. That's what's happening. I don't know why you're sitting here going, "Hey, we should just roll over for these
Oh,
corrupt motherfuckers."
All right.
the
Like,
cartels
Can I
know.
answer?
Oh, the cartel's gonna put more of their soldiers on the
Can,
border. Hold on. The cartel,
sure,
you said the
good. Maybe
Mexican
they'll stop some of
cartel.
the other cartels then.
So now we
They're
have
not all one
10,000
unified
more.
group, are they?
No, according to you now, we have 10,000 more cartel soldiers
Sure.
that
Oh,
are
I
going to
didn't
be
say
on the
that, but sure.
border, right? I mean, well, okay, we have 10,000 more possible, right? So for each one, right, there's a random number generator that goes off, right? Is this person going to be part of the cartels?
Do
Are they
all
going to
the
be helping the
cartels work
cartels?
together,
They're
Prime?
going
Are
to
they all
more
cahoots?
possible
Are they all
cartel
cahoots?
soldiers
Well,
on the U.S. border,
well, it's a
right?
lot easier to work with one
Assisting
group
with
than it is to do with 50. I'll
drug
tell you that.
enforcement. Amazing work
So
from
okay,
Donald Trump. He's
Prime.
definitely nailed it.
So it's
Brilliant,
10,000 troops.
brilliant stuff.
So it's 10,000 troops, right?
Embarrassing,
Hold on. Yeah, you know what's embarrassing?
embarrassing.
Your lack of understanding of Mexican politics. If it's 10,000 troops, they're all going to be under the head of one guy, correct? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and answer for you. Yes, it's going to be under one guy. So even if he is a cartel plant, at least it's only one cartel plant instead of all the myriad different factions that are
What
sitting
are you
here
talking
that
about?
own the different
This
plazas
is some
along
serious
the
coke.
border. Well,
This
no, it's
is
not coke. It's not
serious
coke,
coke.
Prime.
Not
It
okay.
shows
No,
that you don't understand
it's
not
how
yeah,
coke.
yeah. You know,
the system works.
I'm the one who doesn't
You don't.
understand it,
You,
right?
I,
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't
the one who
understand.
understand.
You're
I'm the
arguing over
Yeah,
border
that's right.
politics
That's right.
with
I'm the one
someone
who
who lives on
states
the
that
border
the
and deals
Mexican
with this all
government
the
is
time. They have a
synonymous with the
plaza
cartels.
system. Do you
Is
know that they
literally
have a plaza system? What is the
synonymous
plaza
with the
system?
No
cartels.
vagina,
It's
no opinion, Prime. No
What is
vagina,
the
no
pl-
opinion. No
what is the
uterus, no
plaza system,
opinion.
Prime?
No
What is the
uterus,
pla-
no opinion. You're
Hold
not
on,
from
what is the
Texas.
no, no, I want to know,
Exactly.
Prime. What is the plaza system? Do you know what the plaza system is?
yeah, the plaza system to move drugs, right? The different
Oh, so you do
um,
know. So you know that there's
yes, I
different plazas. So there's different plazas along the border. Is that correct?
yes, so
Okay, so cool. All right, are those plazas all controlled by the same cartel?
no ones, right? Yeah,
No. So we have a border now with 10,000 troops controlled by
they
one
already had
person
they
that's
already
going
had
to be
Mexican
shutting
troops there
down these other
previously.
plazas.
They already
So
had
don't you have
Mexican
to
troops there
work with the
previously. That's
devil
what
to
Scott and
beat
I
the
was
other
discussing.
devils?
They already had Mexican troops there previously. Now we're gonna
Did
put
it?
more of those troops, right?
Good.
Run by,
All
I
under the
guess, a
same under
singular
a
cartel
single
now,
person.
right?
Yeah, it's
Well,
better than the
great,
alternative.
great.
Listen, I live in all the shades of
I'm
gray.
glad America is slightly more great again. Thank you. Thank you,
Good,
President
slightly
Trump,
more
All right.
for
great. I'm
Can
doing
I
glad that
this.
you're
answer now?
admitting that.
For
I'm
doing
glad
this.
Can I
you're right.
answer
You're
now?
Go
slightly
ahead.
more great. That's
We'll
the
go to Scott
improvement.
and Corey. Oh,
Okay. So there is something to be said about the majority of what has occurred thus far being a Pyrrhic victory. I understand that, but I think the appropriate way, and I was talking, not talking, but like one of the people in my Discord kind of told me to look at it from this view, and I think it makes a whole lot more sense in context if you view Trump's foreign policy kind of position so far from this lens, which is that I think that we are seeing the fall, intentionally so from Trump, of the global American empire. And what you are seeing is a retreat to an American empire, an empire about Canada and Mexico and South America and these places. The Belt and Road Initiative has made great strides in Africa, and we are seeing that there's a lot of they've done a lot in those regions, and they're trying to push into South America. And what I think the best way to look at this and understand this, if you look at it through this lens, everything Trump does now makes sense. When you look at the Canada and And I didn't say that it's right, Corey. Don't. I'm saying that it makes sense. That's very different between would I do this? Is this effective versus does the motivations for these actions seem to go through this? Which is that Trump is like, what is he doing? Right? He's bullying Panama to get American control back in Panama. He's talking about probably going through negotiations to build the Space Force base 2 or 3 times larger in Greenland. I don't think he's actually going to get Greenland, but I think what's much more likely is negotiations will allow for a lot more American control and turning the Space Force, which was previously an Air Force base, into a larger port base with maybe like a joint Navy position there. What else is he doing? He put a 10% tariff on China, but it seems like that tariff isn't a part of any negotiation. That tariff is designed to close loopholes and to close off some level of trade with China. And it seems like he's using bullying tactics to try and use tariffs in South American countries to deport people back to South American countries and to strengthen trade with these countries. I know it seems oxymoron, and I agree with you that it is because I'm a libertarian, I'm against tariffs. But if you're using tariffs as a means to force people to sit at the table and recognize your authority, that you're the player in this game, and that everybody else needs to that needs to capitulate to the American empire, it then all of a sudden it starts to make more sense. That symbolic victory, I recognize, I'm with you that like it is that is it drastically changing the amount of drugs coming through the southern border, the amount of coyotes or immigration policy, et cetera, by itself? Absolutely not. Right. And the SEALs clapping are clapping for a Pyrrhic victory. But a Pyrrhic victory matters too. Okay, in foreign policy, it matters who's seen as the big Billy badass that walks in and puts his dick on the table, and who's seen as the country that is forced to capitulate and matters. And it looks like Trump is going to, like, he didn't go, oh, okay, you did that, no more tariffs. He said, you got 30 days. He is stringing along threats with countries and forcing them to come to negotiations that benefit the American empire. And I think what we are seeing is Trump's goal, overall vision, is going to be a strengthening of South America and a strengthening of our control, not necessarily our friendship or allyship, but control of the Americas and the territories that we have in these regions, because he's recognizing that money spent on U.S. aid, trying to topple regimes in Europe, trying to be a part of NATO, trying to be a part of, like, you know, the WEF and like the, you know, the World Health Organization, and trying to fight China, and that these are losing battles and we're losing money. And I think he wants to shift all of that to the Americas.
So before I go to Corey, one, this is a bit pedantic, but it's not a Pyrrhic victory, right? Pyrrhic victory would be like we lost, like we got a victory, but like it cost us so much. And I don't think it's cost us that.
I consider tariffs to be a Pyrrhic victory in that regard. From my position.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay,
I think if we're instituting tariffs that hurt our economy, but then we gain in, like, you know, regional power in the American empire, that is a Pyrrhic victory, because we're going to see the increased costs. We're going to see the downside effects. I mean, maybe I should have left that word out because it shows my bias.
Your audio for me is, I don't know if anybody has heard that, but your audio is way off, iCal.
Yeah,
it might have been because I was speaking.
Underwater.
Try again.
Is it too loud?
Nope, still bad.
Still swimming. Still swimming.
Try leaving the Discord and I'll pull you back in.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, it was a small point, so I'll move past it. I don't think that fuck. I should have written all the things down I had to say here actually. Okay, so yeah, okay. Now here's what I was gonna say. In terms of deportations, right? Like those countries were always were the entire time working with us on deportations, right? Obama was a deporter in chief. That like he broke records on deportations. They were working with us, right? And they were working with us under Biden. And
Am I better now?
we had formed new agreements under Biden.
Better. A little quiet, but better.
Okay. So, we have formed new agreements under Biden in terms of like how we're going to handle these deportation, or in terms of immigration in general, right? Like none of that was not happening in terms of trade, right? We've always the entire time for centuries now, or at least for at least a century, I guess, a century and a half. We have used our economic military might to get our way within Latin America. That's not nothing. It's nothing new. And we have ways of doing that without invading, though we aren't afraid of invading. That's the thing that we do. And without necessarily doing things that are ostentatious. I think so. The one thing I'll give you is that like the 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 path that Trump has taken is ostentatious, right? It's big, it's showy, everyone's talking about it, right? Like, and the public, right? More than anything else, the public knows about this, right? His base understands this. A lot of this, all the things that you described, Scott, gets accomplished like behind closed doors through diplomats, right? And it's announced quietly, maybe at a press conference, but like in muted tones about like, oh, the US and Ecuador, right, have reached a new agreement in terms of immigration or whatever the fuck, right? These things happen all the time, right? That have similar results, either symbolic or substantial. But like the American
Right.
people don't actually interact with that, don't actually take it in. It's not like these things like they go over our heads, usually because we don't even know the details about these things, right? This thing, now everyone's got their eyes on it, right? And everyone
Right.
knows Trump is the one who did that, right? So there, I'll give him that. That is interesting, right? I don't think it's worth like what happened, right? I think this is red meat towards the base that like while it helps him domestically with his audience, right? The MAGA audience, the only audience he ever
You have to admit
plays to.
it clearly speeds up that process though, right? Like many of these like weak like these deals that lack teeth of like compromises back and forth, they often take like 6 months or a year or something. Whereas Trump comes in as a bully, like it or not,
But it's
right?
also a
And
conjunction,
says
Fabian,
you're
with other
gonna
things.
fucking do what we're gonna do. And this
Yeah,
sets a tone for his position in global power.
But it's
I
also in
I
conjunction with other things like I just posted something with Texas, right? We put Operation Lone Star has been having dramatic success across the board, right? So whenever you say something like, "Oh, Mexico's only going to put 10,000 troops up," well, and then we get these little small wins, and it via tariffs, you go, "Okay, well that may be a small win," but when you have a small win
it,
here, a massive win with Project
it
Lone
was
Star, and you don't have to worry about the
it
Biden
was a
admin crushing them,
it was a
it's like,
nothing
hey,
burger win.
it's
It was
it's
a
not a nothing
nothing
burger.
burger. It
So
was
do
an
you think
imaginary win.
Operation Lone Star
And
has been a big win or
hold on,
not?
hold on, hold on. I'm not talking about Operation Lone Star, right? Like,
But
hold on,
they're
stop.
they're
No, no,
they're
no, hold on, hold on.
interrelated though, are they
But no,
not?
no, no, no. But don't. No, they're not related. They're not. What's happening
What?
in? No, no, hold on. Listen. What's happening in Texas, right, is within Texas's purview, right? That's
Right.
a
That's
domestic
correct.
issue within
Ah.
Texas and purview, right? What's happening with Mexico, how we treat the Mexican, how we treat our trading partner, that's a completely different matter, right? Sure, these things are
You think Texas doesn't
adjacent
have
to
much of trade with
they are
Mexico?
adjacent to hold on, of course they do. Of
Oh,
course they
okay.
do. Hold on. Sorry. Excuse me, sorry. Of course they have relations with Mexico. What I'm saying though, right, in terms of how this is looked at on the world stage, how it makes us how our international partners, not just in North and South America, but around the world, look at us. These things are separate. Other countries didn't give a fuck what was happening. Well, with the Lone Star operation, right? They like
Well, apparently they did.
because they have some sort of State Department or foreign minister. They note these things, but they don't give a fuck about what's happening on the Texas border, right? But they do care how Mexico is treated, right? Okay, well, Mexico is their biggest trading partner, right? Mexico is a very close ally, right? And this is how they treat them. Huh? We're gonna remember that with our negotiations, right? These Americans may not be
Yeah, they
people to
remember
be
Mexico
questioned.
taking advantage of us for decades. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Remember,
no,
and so now
they,
we're finally putting our
yeah,
foot down.
okay, sure. I mean, if that's what you want to look at, whatever. I don't care. I'm
Sure.
not. It means nothing to me. But like
I mean,
that's
it should because it's true.
So when you're trying to say, when you're trying to mix the Lone Star operation
It's
with like
multiple wins, Prime.
these
It's
tariffs, right?
multiple
No,
wins.
I'm saying, hold on, I don't care about any of that. Like, but it is important for the domestic audience, right? So when you're talking about the domestic audience, right, then that's what matters, right? Because like I just said, MAGA loves it, right? Like MAGA feels, and I give Trump credit for this part. Actually, I really do, right? And that MAGA feels that Trump shows out for them, right? That actually delivers for them. Now I think it's questionable what he actually delivers, but still they feel that way, right? In a way that I know Democrats, right, on the other side, Democrats weren't feeling that way about Biden. They weren't feeling that
Wouldn't
Biden
that
was
be
actually
wouldn't that
delivering
be
the
the
same.
same though for other country citizens? Right? Like if these deals happen behind closed doors and they don't get a lot of fanfare and Trump is making it these huge news and like the Mexican president is having to like capitulate or not capitulate, whatever you think, right? Because America's threatening a 25% tariff, et cetera. Wouldn't that also be true for Mexican citizens? Where instead of this being like some quiet backroom deal of like compromises with some troops on a border, now all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, Trump, the Americans are fucking coming in and like threatening us with our biggest trading partner that a large part of our economy is based off of is threatening these huge tariffs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like my argument about the symbolic thing isn't just about the American MAGA people, but the people in the rest of South America recognizing, like it or not, like I said, that Trump is the big bad bully that's coming in and
I think
threatening
they
their
look at it
country if they don't
differently. I mean,
come to the
from
vote.
our domestic perspective, a lot of people think exactly what you just said. But from
Mm-hmm.
the other side, Mexicans, right? Like the way it's being spun in Mexico, is that
Mm-hmm.
this is a shine bomb standing up to Trump. That she gives him nearly nothing, right? She said, hey, like if because like from their perspective, what Scheinbaum and
Mm-hmm.
what Trudeau said was that we are going to put trade tariffs back on you, right? So you're going to tariff us, we're going to tariff you back. They're going to be massive, they're going to be significant, they're going to hurt you, right? And then as
Mm-hmm.
soon as, and I'm a little confused as to when this happened, whether the tariffs went in place on Saturday or was supposed to go on place on Tuesday. I'm actually unsure because
Mm-hmm.
I hear that different places. Yeah, but anyways, as soon
Tuesday.
as Tuesday? Okay, fair enough. All right, so just before that's going to happen, right? Trump was threatening this, but Scheinbaum comes back. She says, "Fuck you. We're going to put tariffs on you," and Trump immediately backs off. And she's like, "Yeah, well, we gave him next to nearly nothing here,
Okay.
right?"
I follow that, and I agree that that's an interpretation, and I'm not saying one way or the other because I don't have a ton of friends that live in Mexico. I don't have my ear to the ground on what Mexicans feel. But
Fair enough.
are you basing that off of some information that leads you to believe that that's what Mexicans feel and think, or are you basing that off of the same media establishment and powers that be
I
that
can tell you
spin
what
narrative
Mexicans
and
think.
news like we have in America, right? Because
I'll give
if
you
I
the
was to ask
unbiased
what the
opinion of what the
Associated
Mexicans think if
Press
you want it.
thinks about it, that's one thing. But
From
like, what do the actual
international
Mexican people
The
think?
actual Mexicans that I
international
know, they are
Are they
pretty pissed.
buying that?
from
They're not
international polls.
well. The ones that I know, they're not saying, "Yeah, it's Scheinbaum standing up," but they are angry. They're angry at Trump, but they're also angry that they feel like a lot of these people, these migrants from other countries, are causing Trump to be mad at hardworking Mexicans. That seems to be a very general consensus. So they're mad at two groups. They're mad at the migrants and they're mad at Trump.
I
And
could see
that's what
that
they
second part. I could see
that
that second part because a lot of because these
because it's like
immigrant
they're
groups,
day
they
workers.
don't
They
look
live
at
in
them,
Mexico. They come
but
across the
well,
border to work.
immigrant groups themselves, the ones who've actually come here, right, and people from their home countries don't look at themselves as one cohesive group or anything, right? They have like similar priorities, and so there's lots of divisions within there. So I could believe that second part at the very least.
Yeah,
All right,
they're very upset about it. Like that seems to be a general consensus. It's like
let me
the
get
United
to
States didn't have a
Corey.
problem with the illegal immigrants till it was illegal immigrants not from Mexico.
Corey.
Um, a couple of things. One, I want to address what Gibbs said earlier because I think Gibbs said, the United States has been getting screwed by everyone for the longest time.
I agree.
So I'm just curious. Who renegotiated NAFTA again?
Well, that would be Trump. He made a wonderful landslide deal
So
with I can't
you're
remember
getting
exactly the
screwed by your
terms.
own deal that was made by Trump?
Hold on, Corey. Do you agree that things needed that change over time?
Pardon me?
Do you agree that sometimes what was a good deal in the past can become a bad deal in the future?
But you said you were getting screwed all the time. I think Trump
Yeah,
is
we're getting screwed all
later
the
the
time.
same. So from day one after the deal, you're getting screwed, right?
I can't speak from day
Yeah,
one,
exactly. Yeah,
but
exactly. But that's a good
it
point.
seems like lately the deal
Yeah,
could be better. The deal
you
could
try
be
to
better.
logic me out of it, right? But yeah, you
No, I'm just saying, like when Trump made the deal, it was it was a good deal. Now,
no. From the whole time.
listen,
Now you're
hold on,
changing. Now you're
hold on.
backtracking. What a
I'm
backtrack.
no. I'm saying, listen, when Trump made the deal, it looked like a good deal. I applauded it, sure. However, my issue isn't so much the economic deal that Trump made as it has been. The bigger issue is the immigration issue. I don't think that you know what? I'll even give you a win right here. I don't think that the tariffs on Mexico are good economic policy. I'll say that. However, my caveat is I don't give a fuck about that because I want this goddamn border shut down. I want this to be secured. I want the immigration. I will take an L on the economy because I know that America and Texas, even though we're going to be the most directly affected by this, is going to be able to survive, be stronger, the American spirit, entrepreneurship. However, I need this border secured. Like that needs to happen. The sooner the better. So I'll take an L on the economics.
I understand your agenda. Uh, and I do just want to address or maybe respond to what Scott said earlier, which I think was largely just like a descriptive thing in terms of Trump's
Mm-hmm.
strategy. The way I perceive it, I could be wrong, time will tell. But I sort of view it as, if this is how you treat your allies, let's say Canada and Mexico and just overall South America, then,
Right.
I think it's all the more reason for like South America and Canada to look for new trading partners, such as maybe China and all that stuff. Of like, maybe it might be just pushing your allies to your enemies. Obviously, we'll see how it plays out. But I think there's a real danger there, and I think this overall just
Well,
empowers or emboldens China.
well, yeah. I mean, I think you have to look at like you're not wrong that if you levy an incredibly high tariff, right, you're going to drive portions of the market towards different exports, right? Um, but when we look at but like so I mean obviously it's going to depend on the level of the tariff, but it's going to push some portion of the market towards other buyers and sellers, right? Like there's somebody somewhere, some company somewhere is on the border of trading between a European market or an American market, and then the tax or the tariff is going to push them to that degree. That being said, because that is like the praxeological like look at it, right? Like that there is a pressure, a downward pressure. But just because there's a downward pressure doesn't mean that there isn't a kind of like that it necessitates that happens in reality, right? So especially when we're talking about, let's say, energy, right? The cost of putting natural gas and oil on boats to move that to Europe or somewhere else is astronomically higher than it is transporting it to the United States, right? And so you can have a certain level of tariff or downward pressure on energy there, and they're probably not going to find a new buyer, right? Because it would require like so much, like the tariff would have to be like a 150% tariff or something for it to be more affordable for them to move it there. Now, does that mean that there won't still be a downward pressure which affects the how much Canada can export? Like some Canadian businesses go out of business, and because of that other partners kind of get involved, et cetera. Like you're absolutely right. Again, I'm not pro tariff,
I know.
right? Like I'm just descriptively speaking, but I do think it depends on like what goods are imported and exported. Like I think the more interesting kind of thing here is the interplay with whiskey right now, right? Because we have Canada that is attempting to tariff imported whiskey from Kentucky and Tennessee and places like that, whereas there's potential obvious tariffs with Canadian whiskey, and yet these two products are in competition with each other, and yet they're kind of not in competition with each other to a certain degree, because Canadian whiskey is like cheap shit that you use for like
How dare
that you buy in bulk. Well, I'm just being honest,
I'm
right?
joking. I don't
I'm
even
not
drink.
trying to shit on. Well, I'm just saying Canadian whiskey tends to be of a lower quality, right?
Probably.
But it can be produced in large amounts and cheaper. I mean, so that's why if you make if you're a restaurant and you make a lot of mixed drinks like whiskey sours or old fashions, things like that, you might utilize, Canadian whiskey because there's not that big of a difference. But if you're drinking whiskey neat, or if you're an alcoholic and you just buy whiskey, you're going to buy bottles of Canadian Mist, right? But if your tastes if your tastes are more refined, you tend to have a lot more Kentucky or Tennessee whiskey, or imported European whiskeys.
I just want to go on record. R&R whiskey, Canadian whiskey, fantastic for $20 compared to Kentucky Deluxe for $20.
Corey, do you have anything else? And we'll go to our friend.
No, that's it for now.
Okay, Iko.
Yeah. So, but also there's some other problems. It's not just if the tariffs are too high or what are the level of the tariffs. The real question is how reliable is somebody as a trade partner, right? So if you negotiate a trade deal like the USMCA with Mexico and Canada, can the United States be counted on to live up to the terms of that agreement, like even in the medium term going forward, or will you constantly be starting back from square one? And if that's the case, then other trade partners start to become a little bit more tempting. I don't think it's necessarily China that we're competing with regards to Canada or Mexico. I think it's more the EU. The EU, they're looking at what are the benefits of making the EU their primary trade partner as opposed to the United States if something like this continues to be a problem going forward. But I do think that with other countries, China is the problem. Like, for instance, we're cutting off aid to almost the entire world at this point. The country that's happiest about this is China. Belt and Road is going in and saying, hey, America doesn't want to be your friend anymore. Why don't you make a deal with us instead? Give us access to your minerals, and we'll give you what USAID will no longer give you. And so these are the kinds of deals that are having to be renegotiated over and over. And if you make that deal with the United States, but if you make a deal that includes trade status with the United States across a variety of different systems, how much can you count on the U.S. to stick by its word on that? And if you can't, then we're going to pay some cost in terms of soft power there.
Well, I count. So this is the. I mean, I guess we're actually moving to the topic. I mean, we can segue into that. I don't know, but do you agree that some of these foreign aid things, they see this seems to be a consensus from a lot of conservative friends and I. A lot of times,
before you go to the topic, right? The
Sure.
foreign aid, and I do want to do that. Trust me.
Where's Grid?
He said hopefully he'll be here.
Those 9 million illegals got him.
But Gibbs, Gibbs, hold on to your thought.
I mean, I didn't mean to push it to the topic. It's just
my thing.
Yeah, no, but I don't think we have to touch on that, and we will
related.
Get started very soon with the topic. Right before we do that though, this idea of trustworthiness in and of itself, this is what I was talking about in terms of these intangibles that aren't necessarily clear, right? So there is the money loss because there is, even if the tariffs didn't go into place tomorrow, right? Apparently they're going to start tomorrow, right? Money is lost. Logistically, companies have been getting ready for this for months. Right? They've been trying to work around this, right? They've been there's been efforts to change up their logistics systems, and then there was the ones who couldn't afford it, right? And they don't know what they're going to do. Maybe they took out a loan, right? Because maybe I'll need to have more money on hand to be able to get more supply in, because unlike Walmart, I can't store a whole bunch of inventory within some warehouse, right? Not without some extra capital backing. All kinds of things have happened, right? Before the tariffs went into place, right? So damage done, okay, right? But I love this idea on the partners and them not relying on us, right? Because that they have choices. It's not like America's the only game in town. They have choices. Hey, are we going to?
Well, and also you have to understand
this
too.
Is completely false.
I think you also have to understand that.
I don't want to stray too much from the topic, but that's just not how trade works. We use
one second. Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that we also have the fact that this isn't over yet. It is true that he's sort of like caved in the short term, right? Because Canada especially called him on his bluff when it comes to fentanyl. The 1/5 of 1% of fentanyl comes to the northern border. So for them to say, "Oh yeah, we'll stop the fentanyl," that's like not a concession at all, right? And so they understand that just because Trump is pushing this out a month doesn't mean he's going to make up a whole bunch of new demands again for the next month. And one of the reasons we know this is because every time Trump talks about this, not just with Canada, but with Mexico too, he says that the goal of the tariffs really is to balance out an unfair trade deficit that we have with these countries. So none of these agreements that Trump has made with Mexico or with Canada does anything to change the ratio of trade. If anything, they're going to trade less with us for the reasons that you're talking about, that they see us as unreliable, and now they're looking for other partners, and they're changing like the way that their supply chains are going to work. So we're not getting any of the stuff that Trump said was the reason for the tariffs, and so I think we're going to be right back here in a month.
Stability is there's a premium to stability, right?
Mhm.
Like you might pay extra if you are going to work with a partner who you know is reliable, right? That there won't be any business interruptions. You might pay into the future for that if that's the case.
That used to
Now,
be the priority of Republican foreign policy, right? Was to make sure that we were stable, reliable trade partners that were predictable in terms of what you could expect from them in trade a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
now everyone knows that we got a big
Well,
dick, so
I don't know
there's
if
that.
that's the case. I would
Uh,
disagree with that
I
statement.
just
let's
I
get
just wanted to clarify quickly because I don't want to get into the topic too much, right? But there's a bit of a myth here, which is that these countries, especially Mexico, especially Canada, doesn't really necessarily play into this. They're very different in that regard. But many of these countries, especially South American countries, they don't have a fucking choice, right? We'll get into it more in the topic, but these people are in debt cycles with us. Like this idea or this concept that they could just cancel all of the Blue Dot Network, corporate activity that they're engaged with, and all these other things. They are leveraging debt with more debt, via IMF loans, grants from the G7, et cetera. Like they don't have this they're not engaged in a free market. Like America is not imposing free market capitalism on the rest of the world. Okay, we're not engaged in free market within our own fucking country, but especially in other countries. So the idea that like a tariff or that us bullying is like, oh well, then they might go to other countries for companies or imports and exports. There is some truth to that, Rich. I agree with you that there is some symbolic kind of nature where and some understanding of like the instability. But at the same time, we have many of these countries by the balls in the sense that if they try and move away from American corporations and global corporations that are aligned with the G7 and aligned with Europe and Australia and Japan, and then move towards like Eastern markets and things like that, they will lose grants. They will lose their ability to leverage debt with additional loans at lower interest, especially when the Federal Reserve kicks up interest. Like they don't have a lot of choice in a lot of these things.
Yeah,
They are
unless we take
client
those grants
sets.
away already, like right. If there are no grants to lose, then that's one chit that gets taken off the table. I think that's the
Well, we don't
problem.
have
Is
power for that though. Like America does some of those grants, but a lot of those are done by like G7, like Build Back Better, Europe, et cetera. And like we're all tied in the same economic, Western
right.
market
Given
kind
his
of
rhetoric, I
situation.
suspect Trump wants to get rid of those too. Any American contribution to those kinds of
God, if
grants,
only.
he's going to want to go after those too. And he's not going to like hold it as a chit to say we're going to punish you with this. He's going to take it away no matter what they do, right? So like to him, like I just don't. I think he's reducing his bargaining power with regards to that. Although I will say that my argument was really because we were talking about Canada at the time. My argument was really more about Canada, and it wasn't about them
Fair
trading
enough.
with China. It was about them trading with the EU. And I think on both of those fronts, it's a bigger threat than say Mexico and China would be.
um Yeah. Okay. Let's get started. I mean, we were halfway into the topic anyway.
Right.
But let's jump into it. Thanks, Saul, for being here. Hopefully, you've enjoyed our conversation so far. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for the 17-month resub earlier. Really appreciate it, friend. Anyone else, if you support the channel, please consider helping us out. There's a brand new month. So we're empty on gift subs in terms of our leaderboard. So consider helping us out, or for bits as well. Follow the channel. In case you haven't already, if you're out there, you haven't followed the channel, we'd love to have you give bits or give subs. And we'd appreciate anyone who helps out. And if your super chats on YouTube will be read. Thank you, Waterkai, for being the first person to support and gift a sub. Much appreciated. Yes. We do need your help. You get access to our
One more hype train.
emotes and ad-free viewing. So consider helping us out. Okay.
One more sub and you get a hype train. Guys,
we
make
need
it happen.
we need 2 more.
Oh.
Yours was a long time ago.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
I was trying.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, friend. I do. I would love a hype train. That'd be great. But consider supporting the channel. If you have a app, Amazon Prime Gaming, use that one free sub here. It'd be much appreciated if you find yourself coming back to this channel often. Consider helping us out. All right. Any which way. So the topic. Earlier today, it seems Elon Musk, in his capacity as head of DOGE, has taken aim at USAID, which stands for the United States Agency for International Development. Musk has decided that the agency should be shut down and claims that Trump agrees with him. However, it is generally thought that a president cannot simply decide to shut down an agency on their own. Congress controls the budget, and the president doesn't have the power to zero out funds for a department. But Trump and his allies seem to have a different ideas and are gearing up for a fight. Do you think that Trump should get rid of USAID? Should a president be able to unilaterally end departments/agencies? Are you okay with the president encroaching into the powers of Congress? Or do you foresee this radical expansion of presidential authority to be a problem in the future? So this is a fast-moving story. So, like, I sent this out in the morning. There may have been updates since then that I might not have seen. But the gist of it is that this apparently has been going on for quite a bit. I hadn't heard about this particular point of friction, but that USAID was in the crosshairs of someone, the right, for various reasons, and that there's been friction with like the head of USAID, and now that Musk can apparently do something about it. He is moving to end this. But again, we'll get into the very details. It's just that I'm not exactly sure how far along we are in this process. But yeah, the larger point is, can you do that, like, at all, right? Like, does this have to be an act of Congress? And like, even if you think that the president can, right? Should the president do that? Not just for USAID, specifically this agency, right? We can talk about the agency itself and like what it means and maybe why it's in the crosshairs, but also, would you want presidents to do that, right? Because the consequences of that can reverberate far into the future. If presidents can just decide, I don't like this agency. This agency just, it disappears. So we'll discuss it all. You can do your opening statement and your intros at the same time. We'll go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I want to take this time to, I guess, introduce that we are now in Black History Month. In honor of Black History Month, I would suggest giving bits to the 2 Black members of the panel, me and Prime, of course. I'm looking forward to talking about this subject here, which is whether
Blacker
or
than you
not,
are.
whether or not, probably, whether or not we should give a bunch of money to other people. Basically, it's a little more complicated than that, but we'll start with that. No, I think it's a good thing when we don't do that. So I like the idea of not spending money on U.S. aid. And I like the idea of Elon Musk going into agencies, auditing them, and finding out, hey, this is a bunch of hooey. We're getting rid of a lot of it. That's awesome. We should be doing that with every government agency. I'd like to see administrative bloat removed. Overall, government spending has increased dramatically over time as a percentage of the GDP, not just in absolute terms, but also just as a percentage of overall economic output. And I think it's a good thing to cut some of that down. And yes, that should also include foreign aid. Now, there's that hat, the libertarian sort of hat, but then there's also this other hat that I wear, which is the separation of powers that I think is an important thing to take into consideration. He's in for a court fight on this one that he very well may lose. The Constitution does give Congress the power of the purse, and there's been a piece of legislation passed which specifies, hey, you can't just decide to not spend the aid that Congress says you have to spend. There are some people in Trump's corner who say actually that is unconstitutional. One of the problems he's running into is there's been Supreme Court decisions prior to the passage of that statute that indicate actually no, under the power of the purse, Congress has the right to decide that all the money is spent, and that the statute simply codifies that additionally. So he's got a bit of an uphill battle, I think. I think it's very possible the Supreme Court could rule against him. Let's see. I mean, I can see the constitutional argument either way. I think that Congress does have the power of the purse in terms of authorizing payment, but also as the executive, the executive can choose which laws to enforce in large part. And so the executive also, it would then follow that they can choose which laws to enforce, and they also should be able to choose what spending to spend, essentially. So, and then the last question here, do I think the president should be able just to, just remove departments and agencies? I'm a lot less skeptical when presidents try to remove the power that they have as opposed to try to expand it. I think the first is usually pretty good. The second one can be good, but obviously it should be given a lot more scrutiny. So in terms of removing executive power here, removing agencies that the president has power over, I think that's probably a good thing. Now, if the Constitution allows it, then that'd be a good thing. I would like to see the president be able to prevent spending, but that'll be up to the Supreme Court.
Just quick question.
Yeah.
Like, you don't think that if it's commonly believed that, at least it's believed among some circles, that the president doesn't have the power to take away an agency, you don't believe that in itself would be an expansion if they do start doing that?
Well, the actual act of removing departments that they have power over, like you could say the act itself is like an exercise of power, but the consequence of that is a removal of some additional power that they have. And yes, the executive power is expanded over the years as these departments get added.
How do you know it's not consolidation?
Well, wait, you took my question away, Prem. So I was going to ask that anyways, because how does that remove any powers that he has? It just removes powers against him. If he doesn't like an agency, the agency would be assumed to be working against him, or could work against him, and if he removes it,
no. If they removed,
we'll get into it in the open.
But yeah, I was about to say,
we'll get into the open. But I guess a preliminary response to that would be like, the funding is going towards something that the president has control over. The president gets rid of that funding, then that's some kind of power or service that no longer exists, that the president obviously can't have power over if it no longer exists. It would be like there's a Congress says, here's $100 million. You have to spend it on guns for your secret police force. And Trump says, well, actually, you say that I have to have a secret police force that I have to use to oppress everybody, but I'm just getting rid of that. Is this an exercise in power by saying, fuck you, I'm getting rid of the secret police force? It is, right?
Replace it,
but
no.
but the consequence here would be no more secret police force.
We have a relevant decision from last year, but I'll get into it when it's my turn.
Okay. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, so there's a couple things here. First, I'll start with the boring stuff, which is the president absolutely has the authority to get rid of U.S. aid. I don't think that's even really questionable, because the president has two authorities here. One, he can get rid of cabinet positions, and he can also get rid of any agency that is under another agency. So even though Congress writes the purse strings and enacts into law the existence of agencies, he can absolutely take the funds that were given to U.S. aid and then divert them into the United States State Department, because the U.S. aid is under the purview of the State Department. Now, getting rid of those funds completely is something that is definitely debatable. All of the money that went into U.S. aid, we can debate whether or not he can get rid of those things, right? Richard Nixon got rid of the Office of Economic Opportunity. Jimmy Carter got rid of the U.S. Civil Service Commission. And then Reagan was given like temporary powers for like restructuring. Again, you're capable of moving funds. You're capable of moving funds within the same department, even though a lesser agency may be where those funds were enacted. I don't think in any way, shape, or form we're going to see a Supreme Court case that is going to go against what previous presidents have done, which is get rid of agencies and then have the money and the funds subsumed into that agency, which in this example would be the U.S. State Department. That being said, USAID is one of the most evil and horrific agencies that have ever existed within United States history. It is without a doubt a complete myth and lie that has been sold to the world in America as this means of getting food and getting development in other nations. And we as taxpayers pay absurd amounts of money for this institution that was set up in 1964 by the CIA and has always worked closely with the CIA for CIA missions. It is a CIA front to control other nations, to control democracies, to create riots, to create and foment chaos for the American interest. Just a couple of things about USAID that I think are interesting. So we just had this recent freeze, and one of the things that people noticed was $50 billion earmarked towards Palestine for condoms. And people were like, what the fuck is this? And many Republicans are like, this is an example of like fraud, of like waste and abuse. Well, no, that's not what's fucking happening, because that's enough condoms for somewhere between 20 to 50 condoms for every single solitary man, woman, and child in Palestine. It is what USAID has been used for over and over and over again, which is CIA money laundering schemes to go towards corporations, to go towards contractors and NGOs, to foment chaos, create war, and make the rich richer at the expense of humanity and the world. In 2021, Mark Milley wrote a really interesting memo, 2021, The Way Forward by U.S. Special Forces Command Airborne. And in it, they created a hypothetical scenario about what they might do in West Africa. In this hypothetical scenario, what they discussed and how we ought utilize U.S. aid and things of that nature is they discussed a soldier finding a billboard with Chinese characters, then said, operative, and then said operative would look into the details and find out that there was a real estate business that China was doing in a hypothetical West African country, but that real estate deal would also be a part of China's Belt and Road Initiative and would also give them ports that would allow them to have more control over the Atlantic Ocean from the West African deal here. What he suggested in this hypothetical, or what they did in this like hypothetical, was that the first thing they did is they coordinated with the government and tried to get the government to stop the initiative. Once that didn't work, the next thing they did is they utilized their power to attempt social media campaigns and things of that nature to discredit the Chinese in that deal. After that, the next step was, quote, DOS, which is Department of State, USAID, and NGOs establish job fairs near protest areas to provide disaffected workers with alternative employment options. Within 2 weeks, the construction company lost 60% of its required labor pool. After that, what they did is they used USAID-funded organizations and social media organizations to foment chaos so that they could create racial tension between the African locals and the Chinese in the hopes of starting race riots, so that they could then shut down this deal for U.S. power. What he is talking about is a great way to use U.S. aid is to censor, create race riots, and destroy West African countries in a hope that it will stop Chinese Belt and Road Initiative programs. And then what USAID would then say is, oh, look, we did a job fair program. And that job fair program would actually be a means of depleting labor from the Chinese so that we could create race riots and destabilize countries. USAID over and over and over again in the Ukraine, in Brazil, in other South American countries, throughout the Middle East, has been a tool of the CIA to destabilize countries and to put countries into debt and to make them client states of the U.S. empire. It is absolutely a horrible program that needs to be destroyed. And if Trump is able to destroy it and destroy the State Department's replacement and CIA initiatives in this, he will go down as the greatest president in all of U.S. history for stopping the American empire from doing horrendous things to destroy and destabilize the world for its own interests.
Thank you. Corey.
Well, I'll try to keep it brief, but yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram is Corey Campbell. And yeah, so I guess I'll defer largely to Lactoi's expertise and other legal experts in terms of whether Trump has the power to do this, at least from my cursory reading, okay, which could be totally wrong. But like the president it cannot unilaterally shut down an entire agency without congressional approval. At least, again, that's my understanding, but could be totally wrong. But what I would say is, am I in favor of foreign aid? Largely, yes. But I haven't dug into the full history or deep dive into the entire history of U.S. AID. I'm in favor of, actual good foreign aid. Well, define what that is. But yeah, I'm not in favor of, let's say, what Scott outlined. If in fact that's true, I don't actually know. I'll have to do the fact check.
It is.
Okay, sure. Then I'm against that. That doesn't seem good. And there are probably better ways to carry out foreign aid. And like, yeah, I'll probably just like largely that in my mind, this seems like an expansion of power or presidential authority. But I can see Lactoid's position as well, both ways. But I think it tracks with overall Trump's let's say mindset. I think he overall, from what I can tell, has the mindset of he wants to do what it is that he wants to do, and he'll find any sort of legal loophole or any sort of exploitation or loophole that he can do to get it. And I'll leave it there for now.
Ollie.
Yeah, so the quick answers is kind of no, and yes. So like the way foreign aid works, yeah, I don't think it's good having it cut. And maybe there's something to it. I don't know. But really the so like Lactoid, this is gonna be bounced back to you. You can think about it for later. You're saying it's like a removal of power, right? Like they take away the thing. Honestly, my biggest worry is not that. I think it's going to be a battle in court that if he can just get rid of an agency. But like honestly, to me, and just as like some dude who's watching doesn't really know too much politics, I forgot that JD Vance was the vice president. It feels like Elon is the vice president, or like at least a pseudo vice president, right? And I mean, technically, he was, he's not a U.S. natural born citizen. So if he's getting all this like access to the government and to like whatever, I think that's weird. I think giving him all this power is very, very, very strange. Like this is a lot of power. Like I said, from like just some dude watching who doesn't understand politics too much, I forgot that JD Vance was the vice president. So like really, that's my issue with all of this that's going on. And yeah.
We'll go to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, just before you go though, our friend Sean, or my friend Sean, gave 10 Canadian dollars for a super chat. Says, I am excited to hear from Gibbs why the tariffs threats on Canada are a great thing for Texas. He gave this a bit ago, but
last week.
Oil.
Week, yeah.
One word answer: oil.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
so
actually
good.
not a one-word answer. I'm so glad he asked that. I actually was going to talk about this in my opening. But one, oil, sure, that's the obvious one. I'm sure iCal is going to talk about that. And how that's not oil is a good thing. because we make light crude and they make heavy crude or all that good jazz. But let me talk about what it is, a direct win. I'll tell you who's winning. Me, Texas ranchers. Finally, lordy, Trump is stepping up for ranchers in the United States. Canadian beef prices, guess what? Those are going to go higher. You know what? Beef prices overall might go higher, but you know who benefits? The ranchers here in Texas and a lot rest of the United States, because now that is one less country we have to compete to sell our beef with here nationwide and worldwide. You know, it's really good overall. That's going to be the answer to his specific question. Does that answer that, Prime? Now I'll go into my intro here. Man, it's a great day to live in Trump's America. I got to say, it's all winning. Colombia capitulated. Panama capitulated. Canada capitulated. Mexico capitulated. People could talk about them not being wins, but they're absolutely wins. Small wins add up. Big wins add up. All these are massive wins. I'm a huge fan. As for USA, more like US, nope. I don't like this bullshit. I've been saying for a long time, as have been many other conservatives, we have been getting ripped off. I agree with what I think ICAL is probably going to say about the Belt and Road. China is going to be able to gain some ground there. But, you know, whenever y'all have been just getting aid worldwide from the U.S. government for so long, where we're just giving y'all no strings attached aid, or we're giving y'all aid with strings attached that we don't follow anyway, you know what? That's bullshit. I also know, and I'm sure this is going to come up, USAID overall given out is only 1% of funding. But whenever we have things like what Lakeford brought up, where we're going to spend $200K on grants to study butchers' languages in France, Paris, France specifically, to study a language that they think is going to die, I don't give two fucks about the British butcher's language. Why did we spend $200K on that? You know what? Why don't you give me the $200K and I'll come up with a way to make that money back and profit for Americans? That seems like a better idea. Jesus Christ, these are terrible things. $50 million for condoms. Yeah, I know it wasn't exactly just for condoms. That was a whole thing. But why? Why are we sending this money to these people? These people hate us. Maybe if we had, you list these requirements and then we will give you the aid, that would work for me. Instead, we these countries hate us. We're going to give them the aid anyway. And it's ridiculous. I'm sorry that I don't feel bad about cutting aid to these countries that all hate us. We've been giving everybody the carrot, and it's been getting us fucked over. Now it's time for the stick, and lo and behold, people are bitching. So yeah, I absolutely hope that DOGE cuts the funding and guts USA. Hey, but Elon, I'll tell you what would make all people on the left and the right happier is if instead of focusing on USA first, why don't you get rid of the ATF next? That would be a good one. Why don't we get that done next? And that's the end of that. All I have to say.
I don't know why the left would love that, but okay, fair enough.
You like the ATF? The left likes the ATF?
Yeah, because it bothers you so much. Really,
well, in that case,
the left
fair
has.
enough. That's fine.
I think a lot of people on the left really have
the
no
left
opinion on
hates
ATF.
dogs clearly, so
I
they would
think-
love to
I
fund the
think
dog
most
killers.
people on the left have no opinion on the ATF, like zero whatsoever,
Doge.
right? Other than you just know that the people on the right can't stand it. But go ahead, I go.
So I kind of want to jump on the earlier discussion about separation of powers that Lectwade sort of brought up, because there's a very because although I do agree that there's going to be some court fights here, I'm not sure what happens though, because even if Trump loses those court fights, it just goes back to Trump, and then he gets to try to figure out another way to do it, right? So this is what happened, if you'll remember the Muslim ban in 2017. SCOTUS kept striking it down over and over again. I think it was on the 5th attempt where Trump finally was able to sort of get it through. I think we might see iterative approaches like that, and he's just sort of testing his limits. But to me, the biggest thing that he's going to have to get through is the Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo case, which was last year, which most people probably just think of as the Chevron decision, right? Which basically said that the president no longer has the ability to interpret these statutes without deferring to agency. Like the court no longer has to defer to the executive's interpretation on this. In fact, it's the executive who has to prove that he's following congressional intent. So if Congress says you have to fund, these countries in this particular way, it then goes to the courts and they have to determine whether or not Trump shutting down USAID was Congress's intent when they authorized USAID spending initially. And I think it's going to be a challenge, to say the least, to be able to prove that defunding something meets Congress's intent to fund something. It's almost as if you're trying to say that the opposite is happening. I do take what Scott said to heart, though. The instances that he's talking about, especially in terms of West Africa and the ways in which it's trying to fight Belt and Road by starting these race riots and stuff like that, that shit did happen. And I think it's certainly legitimate to say that those kinds of practices could easily be challenged because, I don't think it was Congress's intent for USA to be abused in those particular kinds of ways. And if Trump can argue that that's what he's doing, then maybe he can like push a lot of reforms into how that money is spent. I just don't know that he can make it all go away and still be able to show that he's like, carrying out Congress's will. I mean, we'll have to see. There's something else that's interesting here. Marco Rubio said, I think today or yesterday, that the State Department is now administering USAID. That is to say, they're going to dismantle the agency, but the State Department will take over its functions and will still hand out like all of these funds and stuff, which presumably means that on a case-by-case basis, Rubio and other elements of the State Department are going to decide what stays and what goes, which is not what Elon wants to do. Elon wants to get rid of all of it. So it sounds like we're setting up a battle now here between Rubio and Elon. And I guess, I don't know if that's, if one side's going to fully win on that battle or if because it goes to case by case, they meet somewhere in the middle. I just don't know where that's going to go. But then going forward, I have to ask, and Gibbs is right that I was going to bring this up. What do we do now to compete with Belt and Road for all of these resources and for all this sort of financial cooperation and even trade deals with a lot of these countries? Especially now with all of the arguments that Trump is making about Greenland, like he specifically says we need Greenland for national security purposes. And it's because of these very same resources that we were getting with the aid of USAID. What tools does Trump want to use instead of that? And how does he compete with Belt and Road? Those are some big unknowns.
Thank you. And finally, Grid Sports.
Hey, thanks, guys. Sorry I was running a little late tonight. It happens. I really can't. I don't know that I can add a ton to what Scott said. Scott laid it down perfectly. There's really, honestly, not a whole lot to add there. The only thing I can say is that I honestly believe Trump. I think this is a tactical decision by Trump because if you actually defend U.S. aid and you defend the hypocrisy and the horrible things that this agency has done in the name of process, it's political suicide. And I think it's very tactical. I don't think that you could stand up and make the case on a podium to an audience of normal people that USAID needs to exist and that Trump's not doing the right thing. As a matter of fact, I think it's a great case for him to say, you see, when they passed the law, when Congress put in place the law that says that the Congress has to approve the president restructuring in 1998, that was a mistake. That was a mistake, and we need to undo that mistake because if I I think it's very tactical. I could be wrong. Maybe he's not thinking that far ahead, but it's a very specific and odd target to pick. Very specific with a documented history of absolute horrendous things. And I honestly can't think of a single thing that USA can be thanked for. And I couldn't find any either when I went to document it. I mean, not that actually other people didn't do. So with that, I honestly don't have much more to say. Scott covered it all. It's awesome.
Don't worry. I can add a lot to what I said.
I know that.
What? Shocker.
I
all
fucking
know that
hate
Scott
USA.
Always.
But
If I just want to piggyback off of you a little bit, Grid, I don't know if this is 5D chess or whatever. I usually assume that Trump isn't engaged in 5D chess if I can help it. But I will say this. If we assume legally that the route that is forced in order for him to get rid of this funding or to get rid of USAID is that Congress is forced to say I mean, like, because there is another way to go about this, right? Which is in the courts, Trump's lawyers and team could say, well, okay, Congress authorized this money for infrastructure. Congress authorized this money for these things. Here's the ways in which the CIA uses it. And then they're kind of put in between a rock and a hard place, which is they either have to try and, defeat Trump and say, well, yes, actually, we intended for the CIA to stage coups in these countries and utilize, InQtel money and the National Endowment for Democracy and the State Department and USAID to fund NGOs so that we could create a global censorship campaign to ensure that right-wing presidents across Europe and South America aren't elected because we do not actually believe in democracy. We believe in a civil society and democratic institutions. Or they go, oh, we didn't mean for that money to go that way. And then Trump goes, oh, well, since it's being used fraudulently and this isn't what you approved it for, then let's get rid of it. Right. So, I mean, like, there is kind of a, I mean, that is one play here. Or, I mean, like, what do people think about that?
Well, I think I think that's very possible. I think that I think it's a kind of along the same lines that he used to get Space Force through, right? Like he kind of just did it and kind of asked permission as he went, and it was denied. He just kind of kept doing it anyway until they finally said, "Okay, we'll have Space Force." And
yeah, it was like the Air Force was already doing that anyways, right? So it was just diverting of funds and creating a new.
Yeah, it was a diverting of funds, and he just called it out for what it is, and I think that's I think that's pretty.
Well, it's not much different than the Air Force being created, right? Like the Army was handling the Air Force until eventually the Air Force became its own branch.
It spawned a great TV show as well.
Look, I'm a fan of removing this aid.
No, I'm just kidding.
But like, let's be. Are we really super confident that he can just like abolish an agency essentially, or even move the money down to zero? Sure, the president has substantial discretion.
I think the latter. The latter is way harder.
I think abolishing an agency. So I think abolishing a department or agency is almost impossible.
The State Department's easier.
I don't think.
I mean, we've had presidents do it in the past.
Nixon we have. Yes, Nixon has done it, but Nixon did it because Congress passed a specific reorganization act, which gave him authority to do it for a period of 1.5 years. So when Congress says you can do it,
I believe that was Reagan.
No, the last time it was used was Reagan. It was also used under Nixon.
Well, yes. Regardless. Of that,
so because departments are generally set up by Congress.
That's an important point if that's true.
Yeah. So because departments are the executive departments and agencies are set up by Congress, like basically they're like these, it's a terrible analogy, but like they're businesses set up and owned by Congress, and then the president's hired as the manager of them, is one way of looking at it, right? And so they have the power of the purse and they have the power to create departments. They've created this department. USAID was specified through an act from Congress. They've created this department or agency.
No, that's no.
Yeah,
no.
It was
Kennedy created USAID.
Yeah, Kennedy did.
Just created it with an EO.
Well, EO based on was an EO based on what? No, that's not what happened. No, that's not what happened at all. I can tell you the exact. It was the Foreign Assistance Act that was passed by Congress in 1961. It ordered the president.
That's what enabled it to become that's what put it under the Congress. But it was USAID was literally signed into being by an executive order by JFK.
No, I understand. And the reason why it was signed into being is because Congress passed a statute, the Foreign Assistance Act. This was before USAID, and it ordered the president to create some agency that would fulfill the tasks set forward by the statute.
Of course, does that order the president to do anything? That's backwards.
Well, no. If it says if it says that this is the agency, the president shall create an agency in compliance with blah 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 blah. That is Congress creating the agency. Yes, I know JFK named it. They did an EO. He did an EO to set it up, but this was ordered by Congress. This was ordered by a specific statute passed by Congress. And this is the issue I have.
Furthermore, the Supreme Court, made it a point last year to eliminate Chevron deference, to say that you have to very closely follow congressional intent when you do anything that touches on something that's statutory, and the Forced
Something
Assistance Act is
Republicans wanted.
obviously statute. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and this which is something that Republicans
So
wanted specifically.
so correct me if I'm wrong, but
because they didn't like
I'm
presidential power.
reading I'm reading that you like we're both kind of right, Lactoid, which is that Nixon abolished the OEO first, and then there was challenges, and then Congress later ratified it because he had restructured it. That
Yeah.
he wasn't given temporary approval to do it. That he did it as an executive order, and then it was challenged, and then they ratified it later. That
That's exactly
because it was signed into law in '74, the Legal Services Corporation Act of 1974, and so
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
reading
I'm
that
reading.
he was like Nixon was unsuccessful in abolishing the OEO. He couldn't do it, and in
I
fact,
mean, I'm gonna defer to you, right? You're obviously far more of a legal authority here. Obviously, I'm far more passionate about getting rid of
right.
USAID no matter what.
And I'm not.
But
Let me specify here, because like there's a lot of details in a lot of this stuff, and so I'm not. When it comes to this OEO stuff, I have like a general understanding. When it comes
yeah,
to like the Reorganization Acts, I have a general understanding, but I also have like a general understanding, which is that departments and agencies, et cetera, with some exception, right? There are a few that are specifically core powers that is given to the executive by the Constitution, and that's why they don't need
right,
congressional approval to get them on, in certain regards, right? But generally, departments are created by Congress for a specific number of tasks, and then they are, that's why Congress has to basically approve these hearings, right? There's a reason why Tulsi Gabbard
right.
needs to get voted on by Congress. It's because Congress has created these agencies and has a say, and this has to do with separation of powers. And so, am I 100% on board with like DOGE going in and defunding a lot of these things? I am.
Mhm.
I worry that the separation of powers here is gonna get in
Well,
some ways get in the
there's
way.
so
But
two things.
those
First,
declarations
I
didn't
offered
exist
I
until
offered a question.
1958.
I offered a question, and it didn't seem like you answered it.
Go ahead.
Right, which was, what if the challenge here is that as it's brought into the courts, there's a situation where Congress needs to prove or to claim that the actions of USAID are what they intended to fund. So therefore, they're kind of forced to either claim that they did intend for the CIA to be overturning countries and
The way
causing
Trump's
race rights
gonna
and all these other things, or that it was fraudulent, that's not supposed to
Now
operate that
that
way, and thus we can shut it down. And number two, the other one being, what if he just declared a state of emergency in saying that this program had gone rogue by the CIA, which is under his purview, and that these funds were being used to make America less safe, et cetera, against his purview? Like, both of those are options that may
and
not
they can be
be
proven.
the exact
I
option that
don't
we're
think
dealing with right
So,
now.
to answer.
Lactoid, you can respond, then we'll go to Ali, let him in, and
Okay.
then anyone else who wants to go.
As to the state of emergency, I don't think that'd be a good idea, nor do I think it's necessarily. I don't think it's necessary. Like from what I've read of the
Right.
act thus far, as is the case with most of these departments, they by their very creation give a significant amount of deference to the president in terms of directing how they operate. And so, yes, there are congressional bills that authorize funding for XYZ purpose, but basically anything outside of this, the president has power over. So, if I think Trump does have power to go into USAID and to rearrange things and to point out certain wastes of money
Mhm.
and to say this is ridiculous, look what's happening here, look what's happening there. I think that they have, and also, for efficiency's sake, there can be alterations and temporary freezes. Right, the president has authorization to freeze funding for
Yeah,
non-policy
which is
related
what he's done
reasons.
currently. Yeah.
Right, and so he can freeze it if he has a reasonable belief that money's being either used inefficiently or being wasted or being used contrary to Congress's will, et cetera. And so I
Mhm.
think Trump has the ability here to intervene and to help stop the problem. But it seems like the I guess the dream here is to just wipe it out entirely, which I would love to get Congress on board with, but I don't know. I don't think. I just don't believe that the president can do that unilaterally.
Can I
Yeah,
ask you a
I
question,
just mean
No,
Lactoid?
it's not.
the
I want
court could
to.
cause that, though. But
I want
yeah.
to go to Ali, and then you want to go next.
I just have a question. Yeah. So
Okay, all right. We'll go to Ali, then Gibbs, and Grid. You want to go on in? All right.
So it seems like we're gonna defer to Lactoid for a lot of this. So like if you want Trump to have Elon work alongside him and then come and get rid of all, like, you're so pro like Doge getting rid of all of these, like, 3-letter agencies, whatever, like they don't like. But then that just means that like any president that comes after him can create whatever 4-letter agency they want and get rid of the previous 4-letter. So like right now, it's really surprising to me that you're so against the 3-letter agencies and yet so pro Elon Musk and Doge.
It depends what the agencies do, right? If the agency is focused on like shrinking government power and what the president has control over, then this is like a good thing. Like this is what I said before. Like if the president,
If
like
the
for
president
example,
has control over if the president has control over U.S. aid, then why wouldn't he just better allocate funds or have better control over it rather than getting rid of it? Which it seems like a power grab. It seems like we're going to get rid of all these agencies.
opposite of
power
a
The only
power grab.
person. Wait, well, I mean, once again, I don't understand it, so this is what it looks like from the outside. So it seems like you're getting rid of all these agencies, and the only person left with power is the president and Doge.
Let me explain why
Right,
it's not
those
a power
agencies
grab.
are executive agencies, right? So if he gets rid
Sorry?
of them, then
Yeah.
he's getting rid of his own power.
That's
Like these, like
yeah, kind
Congress might fund these agencies, right? And they hold the power of the purse string, right?
Okay.
So so there is
What do these
a
agencies
balance
do?
of power here
What
situation.
power?
But they serve under the authority of the presidency.
Right.
Right. So
Okay.
he appoints the leaders, he appoints the staff. Ultimately the president is the one that is in charge of how these agencies run. It's also his duty that to make sure that he either does nothing with them, or if he does use them, that he does so in the way that Congress enacted into law. So if Congress says such and such agency, 3-letter, 4-letter, whatever, is an agency that we fund to the tune of X amount of dollars, and this is what the agency is supposed to do, right? Now, the president, what's debatable is whether or not the president can get rid of that agency, and it probably not. But what's more debatable
why?
is
Why?
to
If he's
what
in charge of, if it's his
because
power
it's
and he's
enacted
in
into
control,
law. It's enacted into law. But what he can do without any on the other end of the spectrum,
defund
right?
it.
The middle ground. The middle ground is about the funding. Can the agency be shrunk or potentially gotten rid of and absorbed into the agency, the 3-letter agency, in this case, the Department of State? That's the middle ground that may or may not be debatable. We'll talk about that in the courts, et cetera. But what he absolutely has the authority to do is fire everybody working at that agency, put all of his own people in, and say, this is how you're going to use the money. So long as, however he says that is engaged in what the program enacted in, or what the agency enacted into law is supposed to do. So he can fire the director of the FBI, for example, and change how the FBI operates.
why-
But what he
why
can't
doesn't he
do
just do
is
that?
put in a guy in the FBI, and then what the FBI now does is they like inspect cars, and that's all they do, because that's not what was enacted into law.
So why
That's
not
what
do
it was
that?
funded
Because
for.
I still don't personally understand how like getting rid of
Well,
these
he
agencies
hasn't-
removes any like
done a
power from the
freeze.
president.
Let me explain
He
that.
hasn't-
Let me explain
We're
this in
talking
particular.
about what Elon Musk wants.
I
not what the
understand.
president
I
says.
understand the question, right? The question is, well, the president's given this power to remove agencies. Isn't this just giving him more power since now he has the ability to remove these agencies? But like when we're talking
Well,
about,
even no, even like more. If he's in control of these agencies, like you guys are saying, like he gets to control them, then stripping them, just like he still has control of whatever functions those agencies had, right? Like he's still in control and power of the
No.
functions of those agencies, right? No,
no,
how?
that's where you're wrong, right? If U.S. aid,
or at least
because
responsible
U.S.
for the
aid,
functions of those agencies.
no, because U.S. aid, like, so money is how you get shit done, right? And U.S. aid gets a certain amount of money from Congress. The president gets to have large power over where that money goes and how that money is spent. If none of that money is even at the president's disposal, it's not like that money gets transferred to the president's personal bank account. The president just loses access to that money completely. So they're not able to use that money for their other purposes.
As an individual, but as an agency, the money is still existent and is going to be allocated somewhere.
No,
right?
no, hold on. That's the argument, right? So Trump's
the
argument is that, and you know, this has been attempted before. Just don't
By
spend the
Trump.
money. Not just by Trump. There was a couple other times this was tried.
Yeah, it was attempted by Nixon too, right?
It was attempted by Nixon too.
The ICA says that he has 45 days to ask Congress, to do a rescission of funds, right? So that he doesn't have to spend it. So 45 days go by, then he has to spend the funds.
Right.
And this also happened like with Ukraine when he tried to pull back Ukraine funding, and he lost that case and he had to spend the money in Ukraine. When I think if anything, the Loper decision makes it that much harder because now on top of all of that, and Nixon and Trump both lost their cases under the ICA there. Now with this Loper decision, he has an additional responsibility to show that he's like enacting like Congress's will accurately.
And that's
Yeah,
you're right.
The
That's
power,
the
power
difficult.
question too. The power.
Well,
thing.
no.
Ike, what do you
Again,
think about my question that I asked? Right?
I'll eat.
Which
I just I feel like we haven't like tied this on a bow yet. Like you would agree. Okay, so the president has the presidential powers, and then Congress, in their infinite wisdom, has decided to give additional powers to the president via all these different departments the president runs. Okay,
Right.
And the Congress has created these departments for the president to run. If the president chooses to not use the funds allocated to these agencies, in my mind, this would be the president exercising less power as opposed to more power.
Financially,
well, that was the question put before.
Because you're not funding the agency, but like the responsibilities or the duties that these agencies held are going to be like there's going to be a vacuum left.
No,
there, right?
yeah,
like,
they're just not going to do anything.
These agencies did something.
Yeah, and that something is just going to cease.
President.
Okay, well that's still like U.S. aid, but like does the CIA, like for example, apply to this, or like does that apply? Like if
U.S. aid is the CIA.
Yeah,
theoretically,
I think it depends on the wording of the statute.
Theoretically, yeah. So if you have a department and you just entirely like, let's say tomorrow the president says, I'm not funding anything in the Department of Education. It's not like that money goes anywhere else. Like the power the president has to direct it. Well, you're saying a vacuum in the sense that they're not being something that
maybe
look, if the money isn't spent, like it just doesn't get spent by Congress.
Exactly. This is not how power works within our. I mean, sorry. Let me be clear, right? Like, I see what you're trying to say, right? Like I get it, right? And it's not unreasonable, like what the words are coming out your mouth, right? That.
Yeah, he's saying I'm reasonable.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So it's not unreasonable the words that are coming out of your mouth. I hear that, right? Like, that the agency in the extension of the president's ability, right? And if that extension goes away, well, the president can't do that thing, right? But so often, like the friction in our government, right, is like should these things exist at all, right? Like, so let me try to paint this. So a Republican-run Congress decides we're going to make an agency that's going to put a gun in every man, woman, and child's hand, right? Like, Republicans, hooray, right? Let's arm everyone to the teeth, right? President AOC, in her wisdom, decides, no, I'm not going to do that. And so I'm not going to create this, or at least I'm going to take away the funding. And so it doesn't get enacted, right? Now, this was a congressional act, an act of power by Congress, and then the president extended her own power to deny that. Right, that's like the big friction.
I see your point too, but I see that point.
I think the better example is the EPA. Like if a Republican was to completely defund the EPA, right, then you could make the argument that the Republican in that instance is exercising his power in favor of like corporate donors or things of that nature because they don't want those EPA regulations. Like, but overall, usually speaking, that money is not is that he can use to manage regulations, manage who he goes after, manage who he doesn't go after. Like we saw this scandal with the Obama administration targeting Republican institutions with the IRS, right? Like there's a lot of power that he then gives up as a president. Now that power, you could say, creates a power vacuum. And if there are other people that like donated to him or something that wanted that power vacuum, you could certainly say that that is some form of like of power or of like, you know, exercising new presidential power by choosing not to do what Congress wants to do in that regard. But like, but the institution itself has so much more power than choosing not to use the institution.
I just have a quick question. I mean, it's really for whoever thinks they can explain this. So my personal understanding, right? Congress makes the budget, correct? Right? So, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the executive branch decides to control the budget or like issue the budget how they see fit. for
Not
the most part,
entirely.
right?
No,
There's
Not entirely.
there's
No.
appropriations.
Okay,
bills.
Execute
sure.
the budget.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hear me out. This is, I guess, where I would like maybe someone to explain. So let's just give you a hypothetical, like, thought exercise here.
Mhm.
Say we have the organization Butt. I don't know. We're gonna call them butt fuckers, right? And the butt fuckers organization has been not doing a good job according to the new president that
Not
comes in
enough butts
charge.
fucked. Yeah,
Not
I hear
enough
you.
butts fucked. It's not working, right? So they come to power. New president. We'll call him Bob. Comes to power, and President Bob goes, "Hey, you know what? Things are gonna change around these parts. Now the money's already been issued for him." And he goes, "I don't like any of these people. I'm firing everybody in butt fuckers. They're all getting fired." All right, so I would. So as far as I know, that seems right. He could do that. And then he goes, instead of waste the money on this, since I fired everybody, we're just gonna let it sit here with nobody employees except for the barest minimum to call it an organization. And it's basically just gonna be an organization in name only, and the money's gonna sit here paying the most minimum number of people I can have to make sure it's an organization. Maybe it's 3 people, maybe it's 300. I don't know. Would that be acceptable by a president? If that's something they
Probably
can-
not, because the money has to be spent. The money that Congress appropriates has to be spent. And so the
Okay,
idea is,
so-
what do you spend it on, right? And so, like,
So,
for
okay,
example,
that's the follow up then, right? So
Yeah.
if it's allocated for butt fuckers, right? And he goes, okay, well, we know they're not working. Let's say we'll call him Sally. We'll call her Sally. Sally's the new person Bob's put in charge of butt fuckers. She goes, well, we're really trying not to do anything with this organization. I'm going to give it to the jerk off organization. We're going to basically help them under the idea of inter organization cooperation. Is that something they could do?
so the president could put an executive order saying that the jerk off association is their interests are strongly tied with the butt fuckers, and it is within the congressional scope of expanding butt fucking to help the jerk off association in
This
XYZ
is really
way.
clarifying.
And then they make that argument.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then before the removal of Chevron, the courts would have been like, yeah, that we give them deference because, they're the
Okay.
executive agency.
Well,
But now they
here's
might
the
say,
truth.
well,
I
I
understood
think
it, Bob.
Congress didn't actually mean this to go to the jerk offs.
Well,
It's meant to
so-
go for butt fucking.
yeah,
And then that's going to be the argument.
So,
So the
Adam,
Loper
here's
decision
another
adds
thing.
an extra
Here's the other
layer to
thing.
that.
So there's another thing here when it comes to like appointees, right? So many of these positions are subject to congressional approval, right? Like you're seeing the Senate and the congressional approval hearings for like Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, right? These have been like a lot of these positions are subject to approval, and Congress and the Senate only have they don't do special sessions unless there's like an emergency. And so what Trump could do in regard to the butt fucking organization, right? Now, the butt fucking organization has to fuck butts, let's assume, right? Now Obama said, butt fucking is, we needed to be more equitable. So we want to use this money to fuck as many butts as we possibly can. And Trump is like, well, I don't actually like butt fucking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take like, the head CEOs of, I'm going to target butt fucking over and over again on the head CEOs of like, healthcare pharmacy corporations, right? And that's popular with some people and not popular with others. So they get to choose like, who's being targeted for the butt fucking, and et cetera, but they still have to engage in butt fucking. Now, the thing that Trump could do in this example is he could defund and not appoint people. He could fire a bunch of people and then he could just like not push things through. But we saw this when Trump came into office with judges, especially when he came into office, which is that if you choose not to appoint a bunch of people and you leave a bunch of positions open, well, then what the next president can do is they can come in, and a lot of these positions that are like that, that are now that are vacant, they can immediately start hiring and pushing these through people when they have a mandate. So it's in the president's best interest for his political party, et cetera, right? To, if you fire people and defang it, to recognize that if you don't put new people in those positions, the incoming administration after you're gone will have a fuckload of vacancies, and now they can hire all their own people to go into these institutions. So it's kind of in your best interest in a lot of these, especially when they're set up specifically by Congress to have because like when you look at laws for new agencies, they're really detailed in like, oh, there needs to be people for this and people for that and people for this. And then new laws will come in that say like, oh, 3 to 12 jobs need to be created, for this new purview, et cetera, right? So there's all of these jobs are positions that are specifically created by law in Congress. And when you make those positions vacant, if you don't fill those positions, then the incoming administration has like all of these empty positions that can be filled.
Let's let
So there's a little bit of power play
let's
there.
Yeah,
let
so
Squid
that's
in.
that's been a fascinating trip afield. However, back to Trump and what he can do with the to not necessarily get rid of U.S. aid, but to manage it better or fold it into the State Department is, and what I believe he's going to end up doing with all of the administration and most of the employees there is he can simply find them incompetent, neglect. He can find them guilty of incompetence, neglect, and mismanagement. All of those he can do, and he can absolutely remove them
Mm-hmm.
from their position and put the people he wants in there, or he can simply consolidate jobs. There's probably somewhere there's a table of organization. It's a and when they have that table of organization, um, that within the agency very well may be editable by Trump or DOGE or some other agency. Um, Congress can't say you've got to have 100 people working here and you've got to have 10,000 people working there and all of that. They don't micromanage like that. That's a Department of it's a the DOO. It
Doge?
doesn't matter.
Office of
Doge's
Personnel
job.
Management, maybe.
Huh?
It's not
Office of
Doge's
Personnel
job.
Management. Is that
It is OPM maybe, but it's something else that has to do with the payroll and all of that. They actually write the DOE, and Trump absolutely can. If you this is so, we were so far afield talking about appointees. Trump can simply find an appointee incompetent and say, you know what, you're incompetent, you suck at your job, get out of here, and that's the end of it. There's not even they can't even take him to court over it. I mean, they can try to maybe do like some.
Well, hold on. If you're talking about finding somebody incompetent, then you're talking about firing somebody for cause. And like in his first administration, like Trump constantly ran into problems when he wanted to get rid of people, and then he had to show cause for doing so, and that
Mhm.
was a roadblock that he ran into over and over again. So if you're
And that's why he's created the Doge this time.
well, sure, but the Doge would still have to deal with the courts. The courts would still have to determine whether or not
Yep.
there's cause in each and every one of these cases. Now, maybe he's ready this
Cause
time and
is
he's
an
able to
investigatory
staff up
agency,
in a
though.
way that allows him to prove this in ways that he couldn't in his first term. Like that might be the case. He's more prepared for this.
Unless the president, unless it's revoked. What's that one? The thing that the job protections for employees. What was it called again? I forget what it was called, but it was like something chapter 40.
Schedule F, like
Schedule F. Schedule F. Yeah.
Yeah.
If that gets
You guys-
revoked, then he's got a
and
lot more
just-
power just to
Well,
wipe
I
out
think
people.
Schedule F is the thing that he's adding to get rid of the power. If I'm remembering that correctly, Schedule
Just-
F is like the amendment. My understanding.
I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but on my show earlier today, we were talking, and one of my guys is a government contractor, and apparently the government's been sending out letters to various departments saying to especially to senior people that are older, saying if you retire now, they'll pay you off, and it's some ridiculous number. I forget. It's like $70,000 or $80,000
through September.
Yeah, and that was stupid. Yeah, like, but that was like so this has been well publicized. Like this letter that was sent out, and this is, I mean, clearly, well, one, it came from Elon Musk. Right, without a doubt, this came from Elon Musk. How do we know it came up from Elon Musk? Because he sent almost the exact same letter.
It's what he did with Twitter.
To Twitter, yeah. So when he first took charge of Twitter, he sent a similar message like, "Oh, hey, the only people we want are the ones who follow these principles, and we're going to be hardcore.
Hell
we're
yeah,
gonna be
based.
working so many hours and all the fuck, right? And respond to this email if you are going to resign. Otherwise, and you'll get like a severance package, and otherwise, you'll get fired, right?
Right.
There were shenanigans on
Hell
whether
yeah,
those
brother.
people. Hold on. There were shenanigans about whether those people actually, the people who responded to that, got any sort of severance at all. So that in itself was an issue because Elon Musk is a criminal, right? Just like Trump, doesn't like to pay people. But for the letter that you're mentioning, right? So it has like much of the
It
same
gives more of the
verbiage.
dog, less of you.
It has much of the same verbiage that you're talking about. And it's not at
He's
all
got opinions.
clear that Trump can do that, right? That there is a budget because it was saying it wasn't simply like some sort of lump sum. It was like, well, you'll have a severance package and you'll keep getting paid for X number of months, right? Even if you're not showing up. I mean, you're done, you're
Sure.
leaving, you're not showing up, but you'll still get paid. There is no a budget line for that. That doesn't exist, right? That's a lie, right? Another lie. But and so the workers unions or cooperatives, whatever they're called within the government, have been telling their employees absolutely don't do this because they can't actually follow. You can leave your job, right? But you won't be having these assurances. And this is another level of chaos that's going on within the newly minted Trump administration.
Well, I hope he
Gibbs,
can do it, and I hope he
Gibbs,
does
I
it.
think more
Yes,
of you now
true.
that you have a husky. I think more of you now that you have a husky.
That's not my husky. I'm just babysitting for these hot hoochie mamas.
Dog's it.
Yeah, I think the problem here is that
Dog is
Twitter.
cooler than you.
Yeah,
I think the
probably.
problem here is that Twitter didn't have to abide by the Loper decision. So I don't know. Like there was no like congressional intent, or in this case, it would have been stockholders, I suppose, because he owned everything outright. So far, he doesn't own the government outright, and the president doesn't own the government outright either. So there are separation of powers like is still in play. You're still going to have to abide by congressional intent, more so now than in his first term.
Yeah, I don't see how
I
don't see
offered
how,
a question, and
hold on.
multiple
I
times
don't
people haven't answered the question.
okay. Well, I don't see how like people are you guys are celebrating this. Well, I mean, Scott, sure, all right. But like especially
I'm
any
celebrating.
other concern, yeah. Well, yeah, okay, Gibbs. I don't understand how you are celebrating this, right? President AOC, in all her wisdom, right, decides to defund the border agent, the border patrol, right? She talked about this. In fact, she's talked about this
She
before.
has.
Yeah. So like President AOC decides unilaterally that this agency disappears, right? And Congress can't do anything. You would agree. Well, then she should be able to do that, right? That
I
like
would agree. I would agree.
okay,
Yeah. She should have that power.
then she should be able to reduce
Sanctuary cities follows this logic.
the military, right? By as much as she wants, right? As much as a leftist thinks the U.S. military should be, right? She should be able to do all that, right? Like despite that Congress says, hey, here's a certain amount of money, right? $1 trillion plus to enact our will, that without making any sort of fight within Congress, right? Like not about taking her case to the American people,
I'm a
about
states'
doing
rights
any,
guy. You're
right?
talking
She
about
gets
federal stuff. I
to
don't know.
decide, right, on her own. These are all gone, right? And anything else, any other agency that serves the needs of the good people of the red states, well, she gets a give it of that as well. Like
Prime,
clearly
bro.
there is
Dude.
a
I'm
Yeah,
good with all of
congratulations,
everything
you're
you said.
discovering
I'm a states'
conservatism.
rights guy.
Scott. I know you feel differently, but I like other. I know that other conservatives they say, right. They pretend, oh, we want a smaller government. They want a government that serves their own interests. They want a government with the departments and agencies that takes care of their material needs. They look at their material needs differently than people in other parts of a political spectrum, right? But they have those material needs. Not you, ANCAP. I get you. You're different, right? A different breed. But for all the conservatives, they're bullshitting when they're saying, yes, we want a smaller government, because when government breaks, oh boy, do they complain. Oh boy, do they have a problem. When the agriculture department isn't there for
Well, yeah, don't ask me.
farmers.
There's two conservatives here that disagree with you.
Yeah,
I think
other
Prime. I think you're
farmers,
probably. I'm like I think we can all agree like there. If something like that happened, yeah, I think that you would see a lot of conservatives be pissed. A lot of the kind of populist right is actually fine with government expenditure and government growth, just as long as it's within a certain niche areas that are particularly important to them. And so taking your point where it's like, and this is why I think it's kind of difficult because in one respect, like the AOC gun example, I would argue that AOC is limiting her own power by not handing out the guns, right? Because this costs money. This requires organization. This requires the president to have the ability to proliferate items across the whole country. This is a massive expansion of her power. I think that not doing that, by cutting that to zero, that's a reduction in her power in one sense. But then what you're saying is it's actually an expansion of her power in this other sense because not doing something that Congress wants you to do is a challenge to Congress, even if it's a reduction of like the size of government and a reduction of like her own just ability to control things, right? Or I guess to change, decide the direction of an agency or how it's going to do things. That's all fine. That's all fine. What I mean by like the power that I'm interested, I get excited when the first power is reduced, right? When you have government shrinking. And so if I see a politician use power to reduce their own power, this is power that I'm not super skeptical of because they're not expanding themselves. They're not expanding themselves into my life or your life or anything like that. But if they use power to expand their power, I'm pretty skeptical of this unless they have some very good justification, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with this. If President Trump is using his power to cut government waste, this is something that I'm not super skeptical of. I think it's a good thing. If he used his power to expand the government in certain respects, which he has, I'm concerned about that. I can be skeptical about that,
Isn't
right?
So are you skeptical of like DOGE? Because I feel like DOGE is like an expansion of government, and you're not worried that
No.
like
I don't
Well,
think it is.
Elon
DOGE
is
Not in the
is-
first
is
sense.
cutting power.
Guys, relax. I promise. I'm
Well,
just asking you a question.
Yeah,
So
but
like,
we've answered this question like 20 times. Like we were talking, like
Mhm.
DOGE is designed to cut government fraud, waste, and abuse. Okay, it is in what way?
Well, he's
is
right
an
though, Fabian.
expansion
It
okay,
is an
power?
it's some
expansion.
okay. Here, I'll give you one way. It's some random billionaire that gets to come into the government, and he's the one picking the government agencies to cut. It's Donald Trump agrees with Elon. It's not Donald Trump like has these agencies that he's like picking out. It's Elon that's coming in and snipping in your agency, and it's like, yeah, dude's kind of playing vice president. That should be concerning to a lot of
Okay,
people.
first of all, vice presidents have throughout all of American history has
Mhm.
been seen as nothing more than a symbolic position.
Right
The
hand
vice
man.
president's powers, the vice president's powers exist that if the president's killed or is taken out of commission due to medical surgery or something, right? And that's only recently.
I know,
in terms of like
You got
medical
Hegseth
positions,
then.
right? That-
Symbolically,
that
it feels
they-
like Elon is the vice
Okay,
president. I
listen,
know what
listen,
you're
listen,
trying
listen,
to say. I know
listen.
the point you're trying to get out.
Right. The vice presidency has been a stepping stone. Even and historically, it hasn't even been vice president. Historically, it has been the head of the Department of State. So again, it is a position that is not designed to have a lot of power. They preside over the Senate for like rule-based systems and a tie-breaking vote, but ultimately they don't have that.
Then
much
it's
power.
weird that Elon
Nevertheless,
has more power than
Elon
the vice
Musk-
president. Then, like, if
Elon Musk doesn't have any power whatsoever to cut a single agency. He does not have that power. He has the power to gain information and then report to the president what he thinks as he has been
you don't think that's
appointed by
power?
the president. But
Who is
he can't
fired
do
by?
anything.
Not
Like
So, Ollie,
Donald Trump is the one that is able to make those.
That's
those
weird.
decisions.
Ollie, have you seen that meme where it's like libertarians secretly plotting to take over the world and leave you alone? Have you seen that meme? It's like very prolific all over the
Hold
internet.
on, I
No,
wanna
but like,
respond to-
yeah.
Sure. So like,
wanna
you guys are
respond
really
to Ollie.
focused on like the take over the whole world
like
part, and
Doge
what
is-
we're,
No,
what
I
we're
don't
looking
think
at
he's
is the
taking
leave
over
you
the world.
alone part.
No. I don't think
Weird
I
to
don't
say
think you
that
take over the world.
investigative
I'm saying you're giving a lot of praise. You're giving a lot of praise to like cutting off these agencies, right? And like once again, from an outside perspective, it seems like okay, you're getting rid of these agencies, but then you're
Well,
implementing
we're talking about
implementing
USA
other
because
ones.
USAID is fucking evil.
Yeah,
Like,
we're
Okay.
one agency with the
Yeah,
power
I know,
to
but, like,
reduce
the
the
event-
power of the
yeah.
other agencies. Doge doesn't like do anything in of itself other than reduce other
Other than
departments'
influence
power.
the president to
Other than
which
no,
agencies-
other than reduce the power of other departments. That's the whole
Hold on.
purpose.
Hold on. No. But the way that you're expressing it is weird, right? And I can understand why Ali might be confused about this. And that, like, to say that Doge is powerless, well, because it's just an investigatory agency. What do you mean? What? Investigatory agencies have a lot of fucking power. Actually, yeah.
Sure.
If their recommendations are followed through, right? It doesn't matter if they pull the trigger themselves or they tell the president to pull the trigger.
They also have a lot of
But
but
investigatory
their
power
only
generally.
recommendations are to cut
Yeah.
government
Yeah.
spending and funds,
I
which
know.
are
That's what
an
they
exertion
say.
of
That's what
power.
it says. That's what it
you
says.
love it.
Cool.
Gotcha.
Like
Yeah,
that's what
whatever.
the worry is.
But
The worry is
Ling-
that they will come in
Oh,
and
oh, no.
cut government funding and
Oh my God.
positions,
calm
which
down.
is
calm
state
down.
power.
Okay.
Calm down. Okay. All right. We got
I'm
it. You got it.
calm.
You love it.
I'm
You love it.
perfectly calm.
So let's pull it back. All right.
Actually, the
Um,
calmest I've seen.
It's
Scott.
weird to interpret Doge as having little power. Now I get it's doing what you want it to do, right? I get that this is all happy days for you all. Fair enough, right? But what I'm saying that normal people, right? The rest of the world looking into this, right? The way that our friend Ali is looking at it, right? They're like, well, no, Elon Musk has just got a shit ton of power. This moment with USAID, I believe it was a few agencies that were talked about over the weekend, right? But like, if it's, I believe it was USAID, in which like the department heads were given a leave of absence because now DOGE wanted access to various parts of the agency,
Yeah,
and they said
because
no.
They
Right?
threatened to call the
Like,
marshals on them. It was pretty wild.
That's an exercise of power. Now, again, they're just investigatory, right? But they say, hey, they reach out to the president.
Okay.
This guy's not cooperating,
you
and then
just
there's
defined exactly
and
hold on.
then
there's
and then
full
no,
Prime.
I'm not gonna hold on. No, because I'm not done. Thank you. Not gonna hold on. So, right, when others recognize this about Doge and it's a level of power, right? Just like what happened with the Treasury, within the Treasury Department, within that specific office that disperses funds, right? The person there who was in charge, he also didn't want Elon Musk's goons coming in. He was there for 30 fucking years, 30, 40 years, this individual, an expert in federal
Sounds like an expert leech.
Yes, okay. Federal funds disbursement, right? And he also protests Elon Musk goons getting in there. And but it happens any which
You
way.
just called
It
them
says
goons.
hold on,
What the hell,
hold
man?
on. You all wait till I'm done. Thank you. So when others are watching this, right? When they're watching these battles take place, it sends a clear signal who's actually in charge, where power actually lies, right? Clearly, as our friend Ali has identified, power lies in Doge, right? The power lies within Elon Musk, right? Only at the pleasure of the presidency, sure, great, but as of now, power lies with them. You have to respect when Doge comes in, right?
No.
You have to cooperate unconditionally with their demands, right? If they want access to your systems, if they want to attach computer system, attach surveillance monitoring software to your system,
You're
they got to do that.
You're explaining a whole bunch of things that they can do. You're glossing over the argument. You're just gish galloping over it.
Scott, holy shit, Scott! You don't have to talk. You've had enough time to talk, right? Yes, I'm going to gish gallop. Let me do it. Let me cook. Thank you. Right? You're not making this end any sooner. I will finish. Thank you.
I get it.
And I'd like to go
It's just silly at this point.
Thank you.
Great. Hold on. No, don't. I'm just gonna mute you because you can't handle it. Fine. Shut up. Really appreciate it. Okay. Shut the fuck up. God damn it. Right? Holy shit. Very simple. I shut up when you were talking, but you can't shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. Now I'll continue. Any which way. Yes, it shows these who's in charge. They can do whatever they want at this point. So, Lactoid, now I'll speak to you. It's a weird formulation to say that these things have these individuals have a little power just because they're investigatory agency. Does that make sense?
I understand your argument the whole time. What I'm trying to, I feel like maybe you're missing my point. Like when you download it, so look, let's say I got a computer full of viruses, and I'm like, I'm sick of these programs having power over my computer. So then I download an antivirus. Are you going to say, I thought you were sick of programs having power over your computer? You just downloaded an antivirus that has access to your whole computer.
Why are you like?
But the purpose. Hold on. The purpose
was the cape that you bought for Elon.
The purpose. It came free. Okay, he knows what I'm doing. The purpose of the antivirus. The purpose of the antivirus is to reduce or eliminate the power of all the other viruses. Right? Is to and that yes, you download one more program that has access to everything. But if you remove 50 programs that have access to everything,
can I build a bridge?
You are net good. You are net in the clear.
Then that one program has a lot of power, right?
It does.
Yes.
But now there's fewer programs that have power over my computer once I wipe out all the viruses.
Yes, now one has power. So it's kind of, have you seen the meme circulating where it's like, I want less government, so government gets smaller. I want less government.
I've seen that.
I want less government.
But the antivirus, but unlike the other viruses, the antivirus, the software, is tasked with one goal and one goal only.
It's a good
to remove the other viruses.
Yeah,
unlike the viruses, Unlike the viruses where they're doing all sorts of shit to your computer, the antivirus, although it
antivirus
has a lot of
software.
control,
They were
is
all
tasked with
trash.
one thing only, which is to remove the viruses. And
We all
I am
know antivirus
happy.
software is
I
trash,
I
right?
love it when there's like a massively powerful thing whose only purpose is to remove oppressive power. That's great.
Gibbs, go ahead.
So I want to build a little bit of a bridge here because I've actually said this. I think here in several places, I've actually said the same thing as sociologic. One of my initial concerns with what Trump has done, because Trump is like what I would consider like a 90s Democrat. We don't have to debate that today. But I've said many times, I think he has expanded government power. And the DOGE is a prime example of this. DOGE has vast power like right now. Like they seem to be going in, they seem to be letting their dick hit people in the face. They're coming in. It's not just investigatory because they're investigating, then they're making cuts, right? They have a lot of power. Now, as the Prime said earlier, with the AOC wanting to cut border control, sure, like there are a lot of programs I think that whoever gets in power should go in there and be able to cut left or right, either way, whoever's in power. The thing about DOGE is kind of what like Lactoid is saying, is it seems like their goal is to identify what they see as bloat and eliminate it. Now, whether or not that's true, that could be a whole different thing, but that's what their stated goal is, right? So whenever we have one agency, which I don't blame any of these agencies for fighting to maintain the power they have, but they are going to do that. They're going to fight to maintain the power they have. When DOGE comes in and goes, hey, we need to see your stuff, and they go, we're going to call the marshals. Sure, there's going to be some kind of butting heads. We're going to see you get the power. I absolutely agree that Trump expanded the power of the U.S. government by creating DOGE. That's not a debate. I don't think that really is a debate. However, I do think that this is a case where it's supposed to, and hopefully it does do this, and it looks like that's what they're doing, is they're going in and they are eliminating bloat. And it looks like if the goal of an agency is to sit here and actually curtail government power, then I would say that, hey, yes, we might have to give them more power in order to accomplish the second goal, which is to eliminate power. Like, do y'all disagree with that concept that we have to have an agency to like curtail power, or y'all are just like, oh, they only gain power all the time? Is that
I just want to know. I just want to know who Grid One is rizzing up in his camera with the hat and the baby blues.
Yeah, we got Indiana
Look,
Grid.
It's Admiral Gibbs. It's really
Indiana
simple,
Grid.
right?
That's funny.
I
Like that
agree.
shit, right?
Like no one here is saying that Elon Musk doesn't have any power. What we are saying, or that Doge doesn't have any power. What we are saying is that the goal of Doge, the stated goal of Doge, what Doge is capable of doing is investigating the state and then going to the president to say, these are the institutions of your power. These are things that you have power over and you have funds for as the president. And we would like to get rid of these specific aspects of your power. The entire what Doge does is reduce the president's power. That is the goal of Doge, is to reduce his own power in such a way that it presumably saves money, or that it reduces deficit, like it reduces deficit spending, etc. Like, I agree that Elon Musk has a lot of influence over the president, that he's talking to that's a lot of soft power. I agree that he has the capacity to go in and investigate in areas, but everything that his job entails is to find areas where the president's authority and power is being used in such a way that it's not a good return on investment, and then say, get rid of those things, get rid of these programs, get rid of these tentacles of the Leviathan, because they're not helping our country, they're not helping the taxpayer,
and we trust
etc.
him. Why?
Well, I mean, who else? Like,
We
It's
trust
not a
Elon
matter-
Musk.
it's-
Why?
well,
No,
it's
no,
not
that
a
doesn't
matter-
matter. That
hold
that
on,
Because he's
matters. That
awesome.
matters.
Look at X now.
Hold on.
Sociological,
This is
who else
this
are
is
we
a
gonna
goal.
trust?
This is an immediate goalpost shift. Because
What?
listen,
How?
It
this
is
is
a
an
little
immediate goalpost shift. You don't trust him. Fine, you don't trust him. I don't trust any goddamn politician and anybody working.
He's
for
not
the
a
state.
politician.
But
Well, that's even better.
he
argument.
absolutely is
He's a-
acting like
He
one.
kind of is now.
He's acting on. He is now. He's an unelected bureaucrat that is also a billionaire. I don't fucking trust
that
Elon
isn't
Musk.
good. He's also South African and not natural born. If you like that kind
I
of
don't.
person, yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I don't. I don't personally give a fuck about that. But,
when
but
someone's
again,
running the country,
these-
or is that close to someone who's running the country?
Is it a coincidence that Trump
Okay,
just recently
okay,
came
I
out in
don't-
favor of the
like,
white
are
South
you-
Africans?
Hold on,
I don't know.
hold the fuck on. I
Holding the fuck on.
explained
He's
this
trying to stop a
thing that you
genocide,
are
Black Boy. He's trying to
aggressively
stop a genocide.
misunderstanding this entire time,
I'm
which
not
is that you are aggressively misunderstanding the
'cause you
very
say it doesn't make it
simple
true.
idea that DOGE is cutting government programs, or at the very not cutting explicitly
But
because
Fabian,
it's
hold on. It
technically
is a
outside of the
powerful
government.
organization.
Yeah.
No.
Let him repeat.
No,
Let him
no,
repeat.
no,
Let him
no,
repeat.
I'm
Let him
not
repeat.
I'm not
It's
gonna-
okay. Go ahead,
I'm
Fabian.
not
Go
going to
on.
let you shift from the fucking argument
shift,
that
but
you
you can repeat.
tried to fucking hold. Yes, you did. You were like, "Whoa, South African. Oh, why do we trust him?" That's
mentioned
not
that in
the
opening
point. The
statement.
point
That was his
is
opening
that
statement.
the argument isn't that this guy doesn't have soft power. The argument isn't that the institution doesn't have power. The argument is that the sole goal and the power that has been invested in them is to investigate portions of the president's
you
power
trust
and
that?
destroy them.
Well, hold on,
Why do
Fabian.
you
I didn't
trust
say I
that?
trust it.
Fabian,
It's
just to
no.
play
Now
devil's
this
Why are
is
you
a new
defending it
argument.
like that's
Hold on,
what?
Fabian,
trust
Fabian,
it.
just to play devil's
I'm
advocate.
not
right?
defending. I'm not
Hold
defending
on.
Doge as the next
Hold
great
on.
thing. You're adding new straw
I mean, you
mans
said
because
if-
you
No,
didn't
hold on,
understand the
Fabian, hold
original
on.
portion.
So-
Well,
okay,
wait.
so-
If you wait. You said if Trump gets rid of U.S. aid, which would be to Elon and Doge's recommendation, that he would be the greatest president ever in time ever. So that means that, like, yeah, you are kind of saying that you do trust Doge and think Doge is great
I'm
because
not.
No,
Doge
he
would have
doesn't-
made
doesn't
the
think
right.
that.
Those two
Don't say
things are
that.
complete.
things
Those are
aren't
two
mutual.
totally different things.
But hold on, I want to say
I
something
said
here that
if he
maybe
gets rid of
supports
U.S. aid,
sociologic
which
stuff.
is an evil fucking
Yeah.
fucking program, and no one apparently disagrees with me because we're just completely circumnavigated how awful
Yeah.
U.S. aid is, which to me feels a little fucking subversive because it feels like we want to talk about the fucking power systems and all this other shit
Well,
instead of
hold on,
talking
let's
that's
about
what really
the
matters.
fucking most evil program the government has
yeah,
ever enacted
that's what really
being fucking
matters.
gotten rid of. I'm saying that if he gets rid of that would be an amazing thing for
okay, I
humanity.
know.
That
Hold
is
on,
not
hold
the
on.
same thing as me saying I trust Elon Musk or Doge.
I
That's
wanna-
At the
bullshit.
recommendation of who? At the recommendation of Doge, which is why me and Prime are kind of being like, hey, it kind of seems like Doge has a lot of power. Elon has a lot of power. If Elon's the one that's kind of making these recommendations and it's coming through Doge, then yeah, this is something we should
So
look
you
into. Do we
want Doge
trust
to
Elon or
hold on.
Doge? Yes.
Well, hold on. I
And you
want
guys are
to
kind
But
of
that has
championing
nothing
them.
to do
Yeah,
with my
I am.
arguments.
I am.
Well, I
question
mean, I
here
guess I'm talking to
is he
Lactoid then,
right
because he's
or
the only
is he
person that's.
wrong?
You're not
I don't
championing.
care
Wait, you
about his
don't champion
motivation.
Doge, Fabian? You don't want government to get smaller. You don't want.
I have literally talked shit on Elon Musk so many fucking times. I talk shit on Trump so many fucking times, and I've said openly many times that I'm distrustful of the concept of Doge because I don't like creating a department that is supposed to then go out and do these things. Because I've said in the past, what happens when a leftist gets in charge and all of a sudden they redefine fraud, waste, and abuse as institutions that don't have equitable outcomes, and so they utilize a system just like Doge to go after any place that doesn't have enough DEI
USA
or
gets
something.
gone.
Well,
no
hold
matter
on. They're
what.
they're
That's
still
all you
limited
care
by
about.
Congress,
Wait,
though.
I just want to make sure that me and him are yelling at each other for something, not over each other. You just care that U.S. aid gets gone no matter what. Doge, Trump, Biden doesn't matter as long as U.S. aid was gone, right? Like, I just
I'm
want to make
saying
sure. Like,
US aid is evil. I would like to get rid of it. If that happens, that would be great. Yes,
Awesome.
that's
That's
not
it.
me.
That's your
simping
argument.
Just
for
to be
Elon
clear,
All right,
or
cool.
the
Doge.
left
Lactoid, I've been arguing with you this whole time.
the left in control of Doge wouldn't do anything for the left.
Aiko, do you want to have?
Yeah, just quickly, there is some hidden clash in this panel, and I think it's between Scott and Gibbs, right? Because everything Scott mentioned, and I agree with him, like on most of what USAID has done. And I'm arguing for reform, not defunding, but whatever. The disagreement, though, is everything that Scott mentioned is stuff that I've heard Gibbs in the past say is based, and he wants more of. He wants to have more client states to the United States.
I agree. Yeah, it's true.
If he can start a race war in order to defeat the Belt and Road Initiative, then he wants that. Like, these are all things that he wants. So I don't see how eliminating USAID benefits any of the goals that Gibbs says.
Sure. I mean,
a position of like
before you
0.1% of Americans would represent.
Before you two respond to that, let's give Grid the chance he's been trying to get in. So and then go at it.
I want to go after it.
It seems very curious to me that I'm not a particular fan of Elon Musk. I've always thought he was kind of a weird dude. But what he's doing in this case is is right. I mean, he's not screwing up. He's not acting in an evil way. I honestly don't really care too much about his like I don't need to think he's a good person for him to do a good job and do the thing that needs to be done. He can be perfectly evil inside as long as he does a job that needs to get done. I don't have to live with the dude.
It's
He's not my
government, though.
neighbor. He doesn't matter at all in that manner to me. What does matter is his specific type of autism is going to make the government more efficient, spend less of my tax dollars, and possibly get rid of horrible programs that should never have existed in the first place. And that's what matters. I honestly don't give a shit about any of the rest of this stuff that you guys have spent a couple of minutes arguing about and moving goalposts and trying to prove a point that doesn't matter. I don't care that
No one moved the goalpost.
like he has more power. He's not an elected official. He couldn't even get in without Trump's saying, "Hey, yeah, you got to let him in," right? Like Daddy Trump had to go over there and say, "You got to let him in." So
Dude, it's
what
the
power
daddy.
does he
Let's-
have at that point?
Let's let in.
Just no
let's let-
goalpost removes. Everything was understood. I just wanted to be clear.
So, Gibbs, go ahead.
So
Well, those
I'm gonna
goalposts went to
Aggressively
Saturday.
understood.
So I want to address a couple of things. One, I will say I'm about to agree with you sociological some stuff. I do think there was a goalpost move with the Elon thing. One, and the reason, and this is the first thing, I don't give a shit if it's Elon running it. I don't care if it's Bob Saget running it. Somebody got to run it. I don't trust any of
Dead
the
Bob
fuckers anyway.
Saget? Okay.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, listen. I don't. The point is, I don't trust any of these fuckers in the big government to run it. Now, I'm going to build a bridge here. I'm trying to build it. As a conservative, I fucking don't like bigger government. If you are trying to tell me that DOGE is not an increase in government power, then you're fucking lying and you're not being good faith. It's absolutely an increase in government power, and that should be concerning to a degree. Now, as for what we'll come back to that in a second, but as for what iCal said, I don't necessarily have so much a problem with USA getting gutted because I think they're fucking inept. Now, we can debate whether or not they're actually successful in these goals. I would rather, for example, Fabian's going to call this evil, but I guess I'm evil, so that's okay. I'm going to say if they came out and said we absolutely had a CIA front, and they were trying to get access to XYZ resources in fucking, I don't know, Nigeria, and guess what? We tried to fund these people via this aid contract thing, which was a front. Then you know what?
No.
I would be okay with that.
Mhm.
I would be good with that
Yeah, I
because
saw-
guess what?
I saw
That's
that coming.
expanding American power. That would I be okay with. But that's not what's currently happening with USAID. They're just giving money away for things like, and I quote Langford, grants to sit here to like $200,000 to study butchers' languages in France.
they're doing
that are
bad shit
dying
too,
out.
Gibbs. Don't worry.
Sure. Either way, that's such bullshit. That needs to be eliminated. Now, I am concerned, though, that you're right. Elon has targeted certain things to start off. Maybe he's picking low-hanging fruit from the start. I don't know. But why is it, though, that he hasn't gone after the ATF? Why is it, though, he hasn't gone after some of these other three-letter agencies that are, like, pretty sus? You know, on the one hand, I would think that Elon, the first agency he would have gone after, would have been the SEC. He didn't do that, so interesting. I would have surprised that he didn't go after, I don't know, the FBI agencies that investigate financial crimes. I would think these would be the agencies
They are going
he was
after the
actually
FBI.
Sure, but they're not going after the financial crimes department.
51
Hold on.
agents.
Hold on. Were they the financial crimes department? No, they weren't. All right, cool. So the point is that I'm trying to make that if he was actually corrupt, I would think he would go after those. But what is suspicious is he's not going after these agencies that, like, hey, seem to have unanimous disapproval. Like, if he wouldn't cut in the ATF, I don't think that the left, although they like the meme and say the right, like, does like, I don't think the left would actually be upset if the ATF got all their shit pushed.
I think they would.
No, but really, I don't know. We can
The
come back to
agency that prevents people from having automatic weapons, yeah,
But yeah,
they're going to be upset.
But as for iCal's point, yeah, I
If
definitely would be
law
okay if
abiding
they were
citizens
CIA
can
fronts.
have
But instead,
automatic
we're not admitting that, and we're not seeing any goals accomplished. So yeah, let's cut these funding to these countries because we're getting fucked all around. We're giving money to countries that hate us. They chant death to America and half these Middle East countries, and then we're still giving them funds and training. Look, I could go down to the military base 3 miles from my house, and guess what? There's Saudi Apache pilots everywhere. right? And guess what? They're all
Listen.
cool people. I like them, but
Listen.
And
guess
they only
what?
chant death to America because you fund the other country that they hate too. So it's like a whole. It's a cycle.
Exactly,
It's a
exactly. It's a
cycle.
cycle. We're sitting here, like,
If you get
listen,
rid of one funding, maybe they stop hating you. See?
maybe they
See?
stop hating us.
Admiral-
It's amazing.
Admiral
See?
Gibbs.
See?
Admiral
Give us
Gibbs.
more money
Admiral
to
Gibbs.
spend it at home.
Yeah, Lactoid.
Admiral
No
Gibbs,
argument
as
there,
much
bud,
as-
huh?
As much as I hate that you probably support what the fuck I'm about to say, you're what you have to understand is like these people are not as incompetent as everyone is putting them out to be.
They're pretty
They
competent.
see these grants. They see these grants for like study butcher's language, etc. And what you think is, well, that's a dumb use of money. Like that money could be utilized in a different way. But when you listen to these people in their own internal communications at their like at these like fucking resorts where they like train other people at NGOs, etc., they will constantly use this phrase called a whole of society approach. This is a whole of society problem. This is a whole of society. And what does a whole of society mean? It is what they're talking about is democratic institutions. They no longer say that America is in support of democracy. They're in support of democratic institutions.
I
So
wish
what the
they'd say they were in
CIA
front
does,
of
Soft power.
American institutions.
let me, but this is what they do. So what the CIA does is they fund universities, they fund media organizations, especially with programs like National Endowment for Democracy Fund. They
Radio Free
fund
Europe.
government politicians and campaigns. They fund all of these ways. And what they do is they fund them with bullshit research like you're talking about. And the reason they fund
I've
them
seen
with
the study.
listen,
They have an actual
listen,
study on
like-
this. That's the worst part.
right, but but the reason that they fund these bullshit studies is because these bullshit studies, those institutions then end up money laundering or just putting those into administrative
not
costs,
all of them
etc.
are that.
But listen. When they do these bullshit things, what they're doing is they are purchasing power. They are purchasing one university that supports their ideals over another university so that they can push and shape culture so that they can gain things like cultural
Well, good, but then they're
revolutions,
in
etc.
because it's not been working,
s-
Fabian. It's not been working.
That's number
Like,
one. Number one. Number two is they engage in massive amounts of money laundering. So another example is there was a program called the Zune, what is it? Zune Zion. I have it written down here if I want to
Well,
get
real
the
quick
exact
before you
thing.
move to
But
number two,
essentially,
Fabian. Real quick question, Fabian. If
Yeah.
they say, let's just go look at
Zunzaneo.
yeah, we'll move to the second thing, but just real quick, let's butcher's thing, which is I don't think it is. I've seen the fucking stupid Langford thing on it. If let's just say it was to buy a university to push American influence or whatever CIA, there is no
Right.
evidence that a lot of these programs have got the results the CIA has wanted. Right. So even if they were accomplished the goal I wanted, which is the CIA pushing the American agenda, it looks to me like they failed. Guess what, Tommy? If your job has failed 10 times, it's time to cut the funding. Like I don't know why.
I mean, so
because
the
they
Arab
hate these
Spring,
people, hate us.
the Arab
Was it
Spring was a
successful?
fucking the
Euromaidan.
Arab
Failure.
Spring was
Absolute
the
failure.
Arab Spring was an example. The Ukraine takeover by Volodymyr Zelensky. These like
Petro
Ukraine's
Poroshenko.
government
That was a
is is created by CIA and USAID. And
Cool.
the same
That
thing
was
happened
their
in
success.
Egypt.
Arab Spring
and
was a
then
failure.
and then when we saw the censorship apparatus that was created via NGOs and training that occurred during COVID, all of that shit was set up so that other countries would like it, so that people like Bolsonaro would not get reelected. It was set up to destroy people like Marine Le Pen from getting elected. It was set up to destroy, which was obviously a failure, to destroy Brexit. But again, what has Brexit actually accomplished? Not what the fuck they voted for. They just have a worse version. Over and over and over again, the CIA exerts their power via these institutions that they set up as a means of
And then
censoring
fail.
people,
And they're failing
changing.
for the most part.
Okay, sometimes it fails, sometimes it's a success.
Right.
Ukraine
So
was
then we
a
needed-
massive success.
Exactly. But what I'm saying
Well,
is, so you
we'll
brought up
see about that.
Ukraine, Arab Spring,
Another failure,
but-
another failure, right? That we don't know what success is in failure looks like because we don't know where the money laundering is
Well,
occurring.
we can look at
like
the
I
money
said,
laundering.
the
We can look
Associated
at
with
this.
Press.
We know where the
the asso-
failures
well,
are.
we can't. What we see,
Okay,
we
if I
have
look
to
at
investigate it.
Nigeria, hold on. We can look at
We
look
have
at
to
an example.
investigate where the money
We will look
laundering
at,
is.
if we look at Nigeria, we can look at all the funds they funded fishing.
Not all of it.
Fishing villages along the coast of Nigeria. You know who took those over? Boko Haram. Wow, guess what? We don't need to keep sending money
Gibbs,
to the fucking fishing
Gibbs,
villages when Boko Haram
Gibbs,
controls them.
hold on, Gibbs,
I
Gibbs.
agree, but what I'm talking about, so in Cuba, for example, in
It's weird
2011,
that you think that
under the OTI, USAID funded a program of Zune Zeneo, which was a Twitter alternative, and in their own internal documents, which the Associated Press showed in 2014, they stated, "quote the plan was quote to get 100,000 users based on sports and hurricane content." And then, ending the quote, because I'm paraphrasing because I want to read the whole thing. And then what they wanted to do was create smart mobs by giving them information to try and overthrow the Cuban government, right? Like, this is what you are funding with USAID. Yes, that's a failure, but we don't know where all of the money laundering occurs. And we don't. And defining success or failure is silly, because what their goal is often just stopping China or keeping a country poor. It's fucking neo-colonialism. It's 1% of our budget. And we should fuck off with it.
It's weird that you're like confidently stating that
because it's pretty easy to tell it's
USAID, right, and all the other shenanigans that the CIA gets through all its tentacles that like it has throughout the U.S. government and then like throughout the world. It's weird that you're saying that it's a failure without knowing like what the objectives were and what the mission was, right?
Sure,
we don't know.
I can tell you why I could say that. It's pretty simple.
Oh, well, okay. I'll just finish this, but and I'd love to hear what you have to say. But like, yeah, it seems weird. Like, and this always is the problem with like judging intelligence agencies. We've run into these conversations before, right? Like, we'll say that the CIA has been effective, and we'll point to like a public failure, right? Complete collapse that the CIA botched, right? And we'll say, well, the CIA is a failure, but like, I have no insight of the CIA. I have no like, I don't have any sort of comprehensive list of the things that they get up to, or the NSA.
You don't even
right?
have a security clearance.
Yeah, I had nothing, right, to judge what they do, what their goals are, what the metrics are, or anything like that, right? All I can do as an outside observer is say, like, oh, they botched just one thing, and maybe spectacularly, right? But like, that doesn't tell you much of anything. So if USAID,
the successes are often more hidden than the failures, because
exactly,
when a failure occurs, it makes it easier for us to see where
it just
where
could
they
be
went
like
wrong,
smaller,
and
like they're funding smaller operations, right? And those operations maybe take years to come to fruition, and they don't have a result like, hey, like we've like overthrown in a uncooperative leader in some nation, right? Like it's a culmination of all these actions, and we don't have insight into that. But go ahead.
I understand that, Prime. And like, listen, I'm not arguing about whether or not, hey, they've had some successes, some failures. We can argue about Arab Spring. Arab Spring's obviously a failure. We could say the Ukraine looks like a success to me, right? Like, now there are some debates. You know, Zelensky admitted 54% of the funding of the Ukraine's gone not to anything that he has control over, which is kind of suspicious. But when we go,
also all the dead people, don't forget that part.
I don't care about that part. I'm talking. Listen, American imperialism, good. Base colonialism, whatever. Anyway, listen. So when it comes to stuff that we want to look at, right? I can definitively say that, hey, whatever project the CIA and USAID was working on with Nigeria, where they funded fishing villages and fisheries, and then Boko Haram comes in and captures it, I can definitively say that's a failure. Whatever you were trying to do there didn't work. I can point to others.
Hold on. What if this was the goal? What if the goal was, we don't care so if we destabilize the region? What we don't want is China to come in with the Belt and Road Initiative and gain port access. What if destroying a country is better than allowing China to have control?
That would be a fair argument. That would be a fair argument.
But we wouldn't.
Hold on.
So we wouldn't know.
If they had fucking ports. Except it's not a port place. They're literal villages. They're literal villages with like little huts and maybe one pier.
Right. But in the example I gave in my opening statement, I talked about
real world example.
Right, but I gave an example of the 2021 memo that came out of Special Forces Command by Milley, who was in charge of the Joint Chief Staff. Okay, and he gave a hypothetical about how we use and how we ought use resources, and one of the ways that they said is that they utilized U.S. aid to set up a job fair program, and the entire region turned into riots and chaos because it was never designed to be a job fair program. It was actually designed to give temporary positions to workers that would then pull workers away from Chinese projects, and then they would utilize their resources in fomenting racial riots in the country to stop the Chinese. And yes, the Chinese in that example were going to build a port that didn't exist as part of a real estate development project. So if we were to take that hypothetical that he's writing and say that this is how we ought use it and this is how we do use it, and we assume that may have happened in the past, we're in the same position here.
So here's the problem with that. One, I don't know if that was effective or not. That specific example might have been an effective use of USA, and hopefully
it was a hypothetical.
Sure. Hopefully, in that case, Elon would have the clearance, the security clearance, to know these things, and then they could make an executive decision on which parts to gut. The one last thing here is, I would prefer if we just gutted USA completely, and then we just were upfront about what we were doing. We were saying, we're going to give these money to your fucking enemies, and we're going to destabilize their enemy, or we're going to do this. I think that would be better.
I want to examine what you just said, right? And maybe you didn't mean it this way, but you think that Elon Musk should have visibility into like all the operations that our intelligence agencies do? That you think that Elon Musk so Elon Musk and his cronies, right, can decide what's an efficient use of our intelligence agency dollars, and he'd be the one, or his small department, to oversee the CIA and NSA?
Well, sure. So here's my answer to that. I mean, I hate to be the guy who answers the question with a question, but if you want to be able to actually cut government bloat, right, then he's going to have at least some level of high clearance to where he can say, okay, this USA program, hold on, I know, just hear me out. You're not going to like it. USA program was effective in accomplishing this CIA office's goal. Now, listen, I get that Elon Musk, maybe a figure y'all don't like. Sure. I didn't like a lot of the Democrat figures either. It's part of how the government works. You have to have high enough clearance to be able to make a call and say, hey, this was effective, this wasn't, if you truly believe DOGE is trying to cut government bloat.
I'm glad you brought this up. All right, and now I want to kick it to Lactoid, right? Mostly Lactoid.
To answer the question directly, I'm fine with it. Yeah, Elon is Trump's employee at this point.
Lactoid. So is that you agree with that? You're saying that Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, a defense contractor who has his own priorities, direct financial priorities, that this individual
gets government subsidies.
Gets government subsidies, right? Gets direct government contracts, gets all that, right? That this individual should have eyes on our intelligence agency dollars. Remember, this is coming from leftists who hates the imperial United States, right? The imperial reach, right? But you're saying that he should have eyes on that and approval over the CIA
just to be clear,
and the NSA.
Just to be clear, approval
that do this things.
Oh, but approval.
Well, yeah, because of course it's important.
Trump makes the decision.
Hold on, no, wait a minute. This is what Ali and I were talking about before, right?
Let me specify the question. Let me answer the question.
Okay. Well, I don't think you understand the question.
No, I know. I understand. You're saying, do I think that Elon Musk, with all of his infinite criticisms that you have of him, do I think that it's a good idea for him to have access to all the different information that we have in government, and potentially even make recommendations of cutting all the different elements of government, because he's a defense contractor, he's this, he's that, etc. So I think this was on one of his a press conference that he had today. He was signing different executive orders, some of which I find to be very controversial, including the creation of a sovereign wealth fund. That's going to be very controversial.
Is it the crypto one?
No. He wants to create a sovereign wealth fund and put companies in it. That's nationalization. That's going to be a very interesting conversation. But he stated that Elon Musk is part of an organization that has oversight from 2 congressmen and is also directly answerable to President Trump. If there's identified any kind of conflict of interest with the information, then Elon is not allowed to have access to that, and that is determined by the congressmen and the president. I think that's fine. It seems like he is operating as an employee who's being ordered by the president to go look into XYZ shit And if the
Pause.
president and his staff and the congressman say, actually, that's like a bad idea because there might be a conflict of interest here, then they don't let him.
Hold on. But before, friend, right? You saw what happened in December. You saw what happened with the budget, right? When Elon Musk sends a tweet out, when the United States, like, there's going to be a bipartisan agreement for a budget, right? Like, there was a plan, and as far as we could tell, it was going to go through, right? Congressmen, senators were on board. And then Elon Musk sends a single tweet. And he says, well, anyone who approves this awful budget or whatever the fuck, right? Whatever the tweet exactly said, right? Like,
He's gonna
they'll be
primary them.
getting money, flooded from me, right?
Yeah.
It through the entire budget.
So he's just APAC as a person. We've been doing this forever.
Yeah, that's not good. That's kind of
yes, but APAC.
Yeah, and you're going to
yes, but
criticize
APAC
it too. But
no.
Sorry,
But
Citizens
APAC,
United.
right? Like Jonathan Greenblatt, I think he's the head of APAC, whoever who was the head of APAC, right? Like, this individual doesn't have eyes on the intelligence agencies, right? He doesn't have that direct power. Like,
if he could get security clearance and was hired by a president, then maybe he could.
And we would not want that. We would not want that.
Would you be okay with that?
It depends. It depends. I don't know that. It depends. It depends. Let me answer. Do I want him to have the power? It depends on who he is. I don't know anything about him.
As long as, and so it doesn't matter. Hold on 1 second.
Somebody's going to have to look at this information. Yes.
Yeah. It doesn't. But it doesn't have to be Elon.
Well, hold on. Who should? Who should have the power?
Yeah. Sure. I got it.
Yes. Prime. You should pick the person to go through.
Our elected officials, people who are actually.
He is overseen by elected officials.
Responsibilities, right?
Overseen by elected officials. And he's an defense contractor. He's been
Grid, I won't listen to you till you take those glasses off. I want those baby blues, man.
Hold on.
He is overseen, Prime. He is overseen by
baby blues.
Shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
Take the glasses off.
Shut up. Thank you. So answering that question, absolutely. The people we've elected, that'll be there's an idea, right? We have oversight committees that do just that. The people
who do they oversee?
Who are actual employees of the government who draw a paycheck and who have to follow the rules within of our federal government, not an outside force, and not a person with massive conflicts of
Elon has to,
right?
Elon has to follow the rules. They've already said if they identify conflict of interest,
what rules?
The rules is that DOGE is overseen by a congressional oversight committee and the president. They determine like what DOGE can do. And so
that he controls, that oversight committee that effectively would be his puppet. The moment he implies that he's going to flood their races with money, right? These individuals.
I don't think he's ever threatened. I don't think he's ever threatened to primary the members of Congress that are overseeing DOGE. If he does, that could be a concern.
Hold on to me. I won't hold on. I won't hold on. It won't happen. I'm not going to hold on. I'm going to keep fucking talking. Thank you. Right. So no, he literally. Yes, I'm not sure if he specifically attacked those specific congressmen, but he's flexed his power just months ago. 2 months ago, we watched this happen.
And it's the president.
It won't happen again.
Okay, hold on. A couple things. It's also the president, first of all. So Trump has to approve what Elon can do. And so you can't primary the president at this point. And if you're going to say that, well, what if he's going to threaten to primary the congressmen? Like, yeah, if he does that, that's going to like look bad. And hold on. I wouldn't be in favor of that. But remember, there's also this guard at the gate, which is the president, which is where this authority is coming from. He's working as an employee of the president. He's an assistant for Trump on this.
He's the vice president. Just say it.
So I see. We'll go to
the president has many different assistants.
Hold on. We'll go to Grid and Scott. Hold on. But Lactoid, you know this, right? I shouldn't have to tell you this. President Trump does not personally oversee all the work of every single person.
His office does.
There's a reason. There is a reason why he hires these individuals, right? Right. Well,
Biden hasn't been cognizant the whole time he was in office.
Hires individuals. They hired them for their particular judgment, right, and them to execute a job. But they're not.
It was somebody else other than Elon in charge of DOGE. Like,
especially no, I wouldn't want anyone. I don't want the department to exist
He
at
doesn't
all.
want
So
DOGE,
fuck
yeah.
that, right?
So
But
ah,
anyway, yeah. So
but
but
hypothetically, if you
hold on.
did want Doge,
No,
would you want like?
I don't want. There's no hypothetical where I do want that. But anyway,
Mm,
so
Bait and fish.
for this individual, fuck, what was I about to say? Yeah. This individual has a certain level of power. That's why it matters who we nominate, right? That's why we have a nomination process. It isn't simply that, okay, well, the president was elected, right? So President Biden is in, and well, he was elected and he has a vision. And so because he has that vision, it really doesn't matter which nominee heads these departments. Congress has oversight over these things, and for a reason, right? Like if this person is somehow objectionable, in certain way, it gets shot down. We want that to happen. We want to have that push and pull. We don't have that with Elon, right? We don't have
let
this.
me respond. Elon is again, unlike other departments, which yes, I know are executive agencies and executive departments. This is different, right? DOGE is a direct extension of President Trump. Like President Trump or his office, because I agree that the president's office usually has a lot to do with the day-to-day dealings and determining things like conflict of interest and determining all these different things. I mean, like I said, I mean, there's some news coming out that Biden, people noticed some deficiencies within the first year. But his office was, competent. They always are, and they were able to get, they were able to mask it for as long as they were able to do, and they're able to get the shit done the president has to do. Just because President Trump, which I'm sure he probably has some, in like a direct say in exactly what Elon's doing. I mean, he meets with him. Elon went to Mar-a-Lago and hangs out with him all the fucking time. I'm sure they have these kind of conversations. But either President Trump or his staff is like setting the guardrails for what Elon can do, because Elon is working for Trump, right? And also has oversight from Congress as well. And so when you have an employee who has oversight from Congress and is also oversight and taking orders from Trump, because Elon does not have unilateral authority to do anything, right? There's a reason why they had to get Trump involved in order to have access to the information, why they had to get Trump involved when it comes to making
He
any of these cutting
effectively has
decisions.
that power now.
So if you're saying the president has the ability to agree to have his employees do things, yes, this is the case. Now,
So
you just don't like this particular employee.
One last
Sure.
question. Move on. On that note, right? One last question, and then I'll move on to Grid and Scott, right? So the dream comes true, right? Everyone across the land is celebrating AOC's rise to the presidency. She is backed by George Soros, right? Like a multi-billionaire puts money on camp. Oh, I don't know why AOC would take that money, but like fair enough. But AOC, let's say, takes this billionaire money, right? So now that she's in office, she returns the favor from the multi-billionaire who funded her campaign, almost like practically put her in office himself, right? You would say, you're fine with putting this individual within a powerful agency, right? That oversees parts of the government,
If
right?
George Soros,
as long as it cuts or whatever the fuck,
if George,
right? But like,
if George Soros was a direct
Right.
employee of AOC and had oversight from Congress and was going in and into agencies and looking for cutting certain things, sure.
And security
Yeah,
clearance.
right.
He would have to have
I
security
think-
And
clearance.
security
Yeah.
clearance. And security
He would
clearance.
have to
think-
get security
I
clearance.
think MAGA
That's
will
Which is what
absolutely.
Elon Musk already has.
you'd
I
lose
think
your
MAGA
mind, Lactoid.
absolutely cheers.
Oh, what,
I mean, I'd be losing my mind because
right?
AOC was elected, not because of this.
I mean, but also
MAGA,
Anything
also-
AOC would do, I'd be losing my mind. But for policy
Okay,
reasons,
so-
okay?
We're gonna
so then be
Grid.
reasonable.
Absolutely.
That is reasonable.
I think the conservatives are cheering this moment, right?
Not
Think it's
reasonable,
so
honest.
great. It's amazing for them. But we understand, as happens all the time with conservatives, and the hypocrisy, right? Like for Lactoid, I'll give him that. Lactoid tends to be consistent on this, so I'm excluding you from this, Lactoid, right?
Thank you.
Yes, Scott. Yes, we
Unlike
love you
Scott,
too. We
who is
love you
never
too,
consistent. Thank you,
Scott.
Brian.
Never consistent.
I think
No,
all the conservatives
Scott,
are
hold
pretty
on.
consistent
No,
here.
Scott, we all love you. In case we haven't, we haven't given him enough attention yet. Scott, we love you. Yes. But conservatives in general, the conservative movement, with its endless hypocrisy, yes, they say this makes sense. We should put a billionaire who the president owes a massive favor because he put $250 million into his campaign. We should empower him. It's only natural, right? These people, this MAGA movement was talked about the swamp, right? Which during the first campaign couldn't get enough of. Let's get rid of the swamp. What does the swamp look like? This is literally the swamp. This is the swampiest fucking thing, right?
What do you mean?
Like,
It's just like
as always, a conservative movement, when actually faced with following its principles or exercising power, will always choose exercising power.
Well, hold on,
every
Brian. That's
single
not what's
time.
happening in this
And
conservative
then let's
movement
go to
at all.
hold on.
That's
No,
not,
let's
that's
go
not
to
what's
Greg.
happening at all.
Let's
Like,
before that, before that, let's go to Greg because he's been waiting.
I was trying to be. I did try and be polite. I did interrupt you a few times there, Prime. But I think it's. I just think you don't like Elon, man. Which I personally don't like Elon either.
I
However,
absolutely
the
hate him.
man
Yes, that's true. But
has a higher security
independent.
clearance than most politicians. Do you not
Yeah,
understand that?
I
Like,
do.
a
yeah,
lot of
man.
He
politicians
builds
don't
rockets.
get
Yeah.
it because
His
Wait,
work with
explain how that's
SpaceX.
a good thing.
That's not a good thing. Hold on. Did you know
No,
that
wait,
I know.
Elon Musk
that's not a good
Elon
thing.
Musk had a lower
Wait, it's a
hold on.
good thing that some random guy has more clearance than most
Some random
politicians.
Elon
guy.
He's
Musk
not some
Elon
random
Musk
guy. He's a defense
is-
contractor.
Our intelligence
He's
agencies
been
have had questions
investigated.
about
Do you not
our
understand how that works?
but hold on, listen. Our intelligence agencies have had
You don't need
questions
to
about Elon
listen.
Musk.
I know how it works. I
No, you don't.
understand
No, you don't.
security
No,
clearances.
you don't. Because Elon Musk, like our intelligence agencies have been questioning Elon Musk
Bullshit.
for a long
I'm
time.
calling
Hold on,
bullshit. I
you
don't care
don't know
what.
what the fuck I'm going to say. You literally
Call
have no
bullshit.
idea what I'm going to say. You have no idea. Hold on, complete
You're
my
gonna say
sentence for me.
words, am I right?
Complete my sentence for me.
You can
What
keep
was I
saying
going to say?
words, but they don't mean anything
Elon
because
bad.
Hold on,
Greg, take your
complete my words.
glasses off.
Hold on, because you were going to tell
He's
me.
gonna say
You were going to
Trump
tell me.
bad,
Hold on.
Elon
You were going to
bad,
tell me what I was going
Orange
to say.
man.
So complete my
yeah,
words.
it's just
What was I
Orange
going to
Man
say?
bad, Elon bad,
No,
everybody
you don't
bad.
know what the fuck. Okay, great. You have no idea what the fuck I'm going to say.
So you guys can't like
So shut up
contest
for a
with an
second,
argument at
and
all.
I'll
I have an
complete my
argument, but
words,
I'll
right?
just
And
go
then you can
like,
respond
okay.
to my words. Okay.
It's
So
the K
anyway,
bully.
intelligence agencies
Hmm. You're
have had
invincible.
questions about Elon Musk for years, right? Elon Musk has had a lower clearance than his SpaceX employees. That Elon Musk could technically not be within meetings, right? On SpaceX, on certain projects because he wasn't allowed because he was not able to get that higher level of
Because he smokes
clearance.
weed.
Like because our intelligence
He does
agencies
ketamine.
actually did an assessment, right? A
And
real
ketamine.
assessment, not what's happening now when
Polyglots.
Trump has simply demanded this
Hopefully some
individual
cocaine too.
gets this clearance, right? Trump simply gives it to him. That doesn't mean that he necessarily is a trustworthy individual, that he isn't compromised at all, right? This is simply an exercise of Trump's will. We've seen that throughout the nomination process. That we've had cursory investigations into these individuals. But Pete Hegseth, like many of his acquaintances, have not been questioned. His like was it his sister or his ex-wife or whatever wasn't questioned even when they put themselves up. They contacted the FBI. I'm willing to give a statement about this individual. They weren't questioned. There has been a degradation in um, um, uh, the testing. I'm not sure the word I want to use here, right? But the investigation into these individuals. These are rubber stamps, right? So just because he has a clearance now absolutely does not mean that he's a trustworthy individual. That
Sure.
he doesn't have dangerous conflicts of vision
Fine,
of
but
interest.
you agree. All right, so just real quick, and then I'll be done.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want just to be clear. Like,
Mhm.
all right, I know you don't like Doge. All right. My argument is, and this is my argument, so I don't want to get called a hypocrisy, whatever, is that whoever is in charge of Doge, whether it's Elon Musk, Bob Saget, Santa Claus, I don't give a shit. Whoever is in charge of Doge is going to need high enough clearance to be able to see, hey, CIA funded this bullshit program. This was the result. it didn't work or it did work, or A, this was not a CIA program, this worked, didn't work. I'm arguing that whoever's in charge should have that security clearance to be able to see A to D. Now, I know you don't like DOGE. Do you agree that if DOGE is supposed to work the way it should, the person at the top has to have at least a high enough level security clearance to be able to make those command
No,
decisions?
no, even within no, no, Gibbs, within what you laid out, actually you don't, right? You can say that these that this individual has general oversight, looking to the budget, right? That they have looked at certain Senate committees have into the budget. But maybe they don't like have a deep understanding of like each individual operation. Why? There's no reason to, right? There's no reason to give all that
Gibbs,
power to this individual, this unelected individual, right? Trump has that power, and
Do
sure,
you elect
okay,
the CIA director?
that's sorry, what?
With,
Do you
were
elect
you
the
done?
head of the CIA?
The CIA director is put in place by the president. He's not elected.
Right. Okay.
The
So
Um,
not
president.
elected. Right. Right.
yeah,
So
hold on,
they
but
they're
the
not
CIA,
elected.
the CIA director, he has a view into
You
the
know why?
CIA,
You know why
not the
Elon
entire
didn't have
government,
the security
right?
clearance?
So the person who has
Because
that
Biden
view of
told
the
him.
entire government would
Because
be
he
the
didn't
president.
like that he bought
He
Twitter.
he has that view. So no, I would not give that. Even with if I was
That's
supportive
why
of Doge,
Elon didn't
which I am
have that
absolutely
security clearance.
not in
Do you have a problem with
favor.
Tulsi
And it
Gabbard?
doesn't matter that Elon happens to be the person in charge. I mean, it does matter because he's completely he's a particularly a vile individual. And
So
he's
then how do you
particularly
expect DOGE to
He's
make
a
problematic.
cuts if
vile
that's
He's
their goal?
individual.
What did he do that was
problematic.
vile?
But even if it was someone else, right?
What's so
Someone
vile
else
about Elon Musk?
that
Hold on. Well,
I
let's
mean, I
focus
oh,
don't
I
on the
know
have a
about.
whole list.
other people.
I have a
I
whole
want to hear
list.
what Prime
That's
says.
that's a
Yeah. Let's
long
just say it's not
discussion.
Elon.
I love
If
to
it's
have
somebody
with you.
else.
I have a whole list of reasons to have a
I,
problem with Elon
Sure.
Musk.
Sure.
I
But
got.
what
I
about
have to
somebody
He's
else?
correct
pro-Israel.
But even if it was
Prime,
someone
I'm
else,
sorry.
no,
I
it has
let
no,
Gibbs
no,
ask
it's
a
not. Hold on.
question, but I have
Back
to
to it.
correct
It's
you.
That's
not
not
about
part.
the
That's not
person.
part of it because he is very
I
pro-Israel.
didn't even.
Yeah, because
Who cares?
everything gets
I didn't
reduced.
know
Everything
the
gets
person.
reduced to
I
Israel,
didn't-
Palestine,
Hold on.
Lactoid.
How
Jesus,
many
get
Prime
over
says?
it, Lactoid.
Of
Get
Zero.
over it.
accuracy,
Zero.
Biden
Get over it,
No,
Lactoid.
no,
Jesus,
Lactoid, I
man.
actually don't appreciate.
Musk
I actually don't appreciate you
security
flattening my
clearance.
opinions just to hey has a problem with Israel. I actually have many complex
We asked
opinions
you. We
on
asked you.
lots
You
of.
called him a
The
vile
pro-Israel
individual.
side can never
Forget
can't
the
get over
Yes,
the
I don't
I
care.
have
conflict,
many
man. You
many
guys are
violent
Okay,
can't
what
let
individuals
about
it
for
what about
go.
many
somebody else?
reasons, right?
What about somebody
Elon
else,
Musk
Prime?
is my problem with Elon Musk does not have nothing to do with Israel at all.
Okay.
I
What are,
actually
what are,
didn't
what are
know
some of
that.
the problems then?
What? No,
Hold
no,
on,
no, no.
hold on.
Laptop. What about
So,
what about
Dr.
Prime
Garlic, I
to finish
love
his
to
thought?
talk about it because he's disgusting. But
I'll
later on,
say what I'm going
any
to say,
which
but
way.
But
So
what about
no,
somebody else,
so
Prime?
to answer your question,
because
no,
Biden
I don't
was
think
pissed
I
and
don't
revoked
think
it.
an individual, even one that's cutting parts of our government, needs to have that deep of operational knowledge into
Well, so
everything that's
then how
happening,
are they going to
especially
know
when
that
our
it's
targets
actually
agencies.
doing?
All right.
That's
So my one
ridiculous.
question is,
Okay,
how
hold
are
on.
they going to know
Hold on. I've been
if they don't
waiting.
know what the beginning is to the end? That's what I want to know. Like, yeah, go ahead.
I'll answer that in mine, right? So we're getting a little heated here. So let me pull it back a little bit. So Admiral Gibbs, I totally understand your position, which is, how is it that someone can effectively cut government programs if they don't know what the government programs are doing? If they don't actually know what, like, someone has to have the ability to understand what the stated goal of the program is and judge its effectiveness to determine whether or not that money is being utilized in an effective way. If I think that money is going, like you said, to some fishing village, and I don't actually understand that this is a secret operation to stop the Chinese in that regard. I'm not saying that this is good or bad. I'm just saying from like a purely descriptive position, how am I supposed to know whether or not I ought cut that program when I don't realize that like the goal was actually to stop the Chinese, not to fund some fucking fishing village. So I'm looking at $200,000 as some fishing village as a waste of money when really $200,000 stopped the Chinese from getting like, $1 billion project done. All of a sudden, that's money well spent. I understand your position there. There's a few problems here. So first and foremost, let's talk about security clearance. I have top secret security clearance. I'm a fucking ANCAP streamer, and I have top secret security clearance that I got reissued from my secret security clearance when I was in the Army, when I was working for the post enumeration survey for the census, because I was quality control for quality control. I needed that access because I needed to look in every single solitary American's all of their census data, including pictures of their home, whenever I wanted on a laptop at the touch of a button. and I needed to be trusted that I wouldn't fucking do crazy shit with that information. Because I could just be like, oh, I want to know where Justin Timberlake lives. And I could go look that up, know where he lives, know all of his information immediately. That being said, intelligence agencies don't work like they do in the movies where there's secret and there's secret and then there's top secret, right? Secret and top secret are really small security clearances. When you're talking about intelligence agencies, you're talking about secret and top secret and then interim intelligence, right? Which is like you're in the process of approval or you're in the process of like leaving your job or something, so you get a different type of security clearance. And then you have two other types of security clearances, which are sensitive compartmented information, and then you have special access programs. Now, with sensitive compartmental information, you have access to a domain of intelligence at the highest level, right? So you're a drone pilot and you like bomb people in the Middle East. Okay. You are aware of things that are like, you are aware of every detail that is necessary for that job, which is at the highest levels of government. But you don't have access to any other type of shit that's going on in your department or going on in intelligence, et cetera. Special access programs, which is you'll often hear called PRIVAC or privileged access, right, are people that are in charge of agencies, right? So if you're in charge of, like, let's say a section of the CIA or something, you're part of a special access program. You have privileged access because you need to be able to manage everybody. Here's the problem. And I love how people really don't trust Elon Musk. And I love how people are showcasing all of the problems with this, is that you're kind of already made my argument for me why USAID needs to fucking go. We have a close to $50 billion funded program that the CIA uses to topple regimes, to destroy countries, to destroy democracy, to censor people, to ensure that the right people get elected, even in countries that we're presumed allies with, because they don't want the right-wing populist candidate to win, is the current kind of push from the CIA, et cetera. And we recognize that one individual can't actually oversee these things, that it would be too dangerous to give these people all of this information. We've had Congress that has been, that we have committees on Congress, congressional oversight committees. And what did they do? They watched James Clapper go before them and say that the NSA does not wittingly or in any way, shape, or form utilize people to collect people's data en masse. And then they all knew that he was fucking lying, that the NSA was doing that. Edward Snowden proved that that was a lie. And all that he got instead of going to jail was he got a permanent gig at CNN as an intelligence correspondent. He got fucking money from the very same institutions that are funded by USAID. Look it up. Media organizations in America, your tax dollars fund state media. That is part of what they do, is they fund our own media programs so that they can have access to intelligence agencies, so that the intelligence agencies can tell you, the American people, what you ought to think, because you don't have a right to all of the sensitive information. The very reason that you don't trust Elon Musk, or the very reason somebody else wouldn't trust George Soros if he was in charge when AOC is elected, is the very fucking reason why these programs should not fucking exist. We should not be stealing tens of billions of dollars of Americans' hardworking taxpayer money to overthrow fucking regimes and to support democratic institutions in other countries that, even when they're successful like they are in Ukraine, lead to fucking more wars that we then fund. It is money laundering. It is how people like Black and Vetch get more money so that they can support more wars, so that more people can be bombed and die. It's fucking atrocious that any of this occurs. And the very last small point that I'll make is, I don't know why you think AOC wouldn't take billionaire money, because she took money from Tom Steyer, and 38% of her campaign that was funded in 2018 was from PAC money, much of which is dark money.
Damn, Scott.
Even the good ones are all corrupt.
Okay, yep, get money out of politics. So, like,
no one's demonstrated why, like, Musk is trustworthy, or like why they're okay with like the program being run the way it is.
But the problem is, like, it should have to rest on Musk in the first place. The fact that
I know
it could be Yeah, no, I hear you.
We
But
should've
they're
gotten
rooting,
Doge in
but
the
but,
first
but they're
place.
rooting and they're kind of championing and like caping, which is like I understand that like it's your team that's in charge right now. You're hoping for the best. I'm saying like you hope for the best, you pray for the best, but you expect the worst. And it seems like you're missing that part of the equation. Is that like you're kind of blind like to any skepticism of like the process
hold
that's
on,
being
that's not
taken, or
true.
like the person. Well, I'm not talking about you, Gibbs. You've been skeptical. I'm more talking like Lactoid. I want to understand his, because like me and him have argued about the principled stance. And if you're a libertarian, right? Like I understand that this seems like okay, this person's taking away like that they're taking away power from the president. But once again, all like the average person sees is like, oh, this billionaire, everyone learned the word oligarchy this year. So like all of a sudden it's like, oh, the billionaire is taking over. The democracy that we had has become an oligarchy, right? And like, yeah, why are so many people putting like trust in this person that we're saying, like, to the point where you're saying he has no power? But I would argue that at this point the president's right hand man, like right next to him all day, every day, at every event, at every like showing.
Dude,
What that
He has
the
has
billionaires
power.
already have power. The
Oh my
billionaires already
God.
run our fucking
Yes,
government.
yes,
The
we
concept
know.
that
I'm asking
Elon Musk-
Lactoid why he
Yeah.
trusts this one particularly and is okay
Dude, you
with it and
keep
is caping for this
rehashing the
particular.
same fucking
Well,
argument.
because
this
no one's
entire
answering
panel.
the fucking question. You're just getting angry and
We've
saying we
answered
don't
it
trust
like
them, but
20
then we do
different
trust
fucking
them.
times.
Well, you've been yelling. I don't know. Talking to Lactoid
Lactoid
is a little
has,
bit
I
calmer.
have, Admiral Gibbs has, Grid has.
Yeah, but you're
over and over
scary.
and over
Well,
again.
You're scary when you
I'll-
do it. though.
I'll say that. I'll say this. In addition to everything I've said, I think that Elon Musk
Kill me
has
with
proven
kindness.
himself through his companies to have an eye for efficiency. SpaceX.
Where?
Can you elaborate? Can you elaborate on that?
I
Yeah,
will.
by the
I
way,
will. Look at the cost of space flight in terms of launching shit per pound into space before SpaceX and following SpaceX. SpaceX specifically has led the way. Even critics of Elon will say,
because there's
yeah,
scientists who are good
SpaceX.
at doing science.
Elon Musk specifically led SpaceX into being what it is, which is a incredibly efficient driver of innovation in spaceflight. Yes,
He had money. He funded it. Yes,
I don't
he
know.
funded it.
That's
he
correct.
also
funded it.
he also runs it administratively.
Okay, so let's say we grant that. What else
I
aside from
don't
that?
grant that, but
Well,
I will. I
Sure,
will.
Okay,
sure.
fine.
So we've got a history there of one of his major companies that gives him almost all of his security clearance that is directly involved with his efficiency. We also have him being an innovator in the field of electric cars. This wasn't.
Okay, well,
this
pause,
wasn't.
pause.
Hold
I
on.
wanna pause, I wanna pause, I
We're
wanna
not going to
pause,
pause yet. You can pause after finish the sentence real quick. Like this is. I understand that you can say it's like some mistakes are made in Tesla. Before Tesla, electric cars weren't really a conversation in the U.S.
Okay, all right, for sure. Okay, even I grant that. Okay, so
Kia didn't exist?
when did Elon like announce that full self-driving autonomous cars were going? What was the timeline? Do you recall?
No, he's messed up the timeline. He
2012, I
he
believe.
he
How
overstates
many-
he overstates timelines.
How many times?
I don't
How
know.
many times?
I'm guessing many. He's done the same thing for
Your best
Mars as well.
argument is that he overstated a timeline.
He's
No,
overstated
he's
that, like, you
well,
can't
well,
really-
this
no,
is part of
said
the
he
problem.
always overstates
Wait, should
timelines.
any good business owner
He's
like
over-
the
he's
Department of
over-optimistic.
Government
Better
Efficiency-
arguments.
Okay,
He's not a good
when
business owner.
when
He's
when did
over-optimistic.
Elon?
I know, but
when-
Lacto's argument
when-
is like, would any good business owner or like millionaire, like, would any millionaire would be like should be able to run the Department of Government
Potentially,
Efficiency, like,
because what does that communicate when you have these expectations for your workers?
that they made money.
No.
That's it.
What you're communicating is
They-
my expectations for you, my employees, is that you get this done on a strict timetable. Does he set goals for his employees that are infeasible sometimes? For sure. But like,
Sometimes.
yes, many times.
What-
But
what was
empirically
his
speaking,
timeline for Mars? What's his timeline for Mars? Can we-
I don't
Did we
recall.
just-
I don't
did we
recall
just
any
stop
of.
trying
I,
to
Is that what
subvert?
it is?
I don't. I don't
2035?
recall. I don't recall any of the specific years that you're going to point out. What I'm going to say
2035.
is that I do know
Wait,
for a
one
fact
thing-
that SpaceX specifically,
2024.
when it comes to cost efficiency, has been a absolute industry leader. When it comes to electric cars, Tesla's been an absolute leader. And so then Elon gets into this DOGE shit, and he starts like immediately making great recommendations for all the reasons that Scott said. If someone's looking at USAID and saying this is kind of a bad idea, that demonstrates good judgment.
So
Lactoid,
here's-
if I may, Lactoid, just one thing. So I actually, the reason that Elon made those bold claims for Tesla was not to actually ever deliver the car on time. It was to attract investors and keep that interest up. Even when he
lie.
missed the
That's
date,
just a scam.
By
That's-
lying,
that's
yeah.
what-
even
That's
when
a
he
scam.
missed the date, it kept the interest up, and
By
that's
by a
That's what
decade.
scammers do.
Bye-bye.
That's what
By a
scammers do.
decade.
The biggest criticism I have of him is that video game faking shit. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
pretty
hold
bad.
on.
That's pretty
But
bad.
I don't know the video game
yeah,
thing.
It's
but-
pretty
oh
bad.
well,
I
that's
can't.
another.
I
Yeah,
can't
no,
quite
but
admit it. It's pretty
Hold
let
on,
him
sad.
hold on.
lactoid.
So I actually
I'm sorry, you go first. Good.
actually had some.
I'm the only Path of Exile player here. I can confirm he faked that.
Theranos also kept interest up for investors, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
No,
they
it's
did a great job of
fine
that.
for the
$1
lactoid.
company.
Or sorry,
And-
grid. Excuse me.
Yeah, that I mean, he did that specifically, my opinion, to keep interest up and from investors. I don't know
Like
a
Theranos, like
single
to like
Like
corporate
Theranos,
That's not my
guy
opinion, by
that
the way.
doesn't do the same thing in one format or the other. I mean, they just do. They will They will make claims based on what they think will happen to bring in investor money.
So
That's
so
what they do.
to
But to actually achieve it is exceedingly special.
but he hasn't achieved it. That's
He
the
didn't.
point.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, is the
so let
supercharge
me.
not
So
exist?
you guys weren't wondering what my problem is
Does
with
the
Elon. So
cyber
I have
truck not
this story.
exist?
I can do this for.
Answer
I can.
just
Hold on,
answer the
hold on.
question.
I'm
Does the
gonna let you know
Cybertruck
what I
exist or
mean.
not?
I'm gonna let you know
Cybertruck
what I
is shit,
mean.
for
Hold
the
on. I'm
record.
just gonna know.
Piece of shit.
Yep.
I mean, I know you're going to spurg out again, but please
Holy
just
shit!
answer
Don't
the
worry.
question. Does the
Hold on.
Cybertruck exist or
Hold
not?
on.
Blue Eyes
hold on.
White Dragon.
Shut the
Activate.
fuck up. Hold on. I'm talking. Thank you.
Oh, the
Right.
Cybertruck
Got
is
it.
shit, by the way.
So, any which way, right? So I'm going to distill down because this is a very long conversation, and I can talk for I think 2 hours about this, about Elon Musk and what a fucking fraud he is, and that's the focus. He's a fucking fraud. In terms of sorry, what are you saying to me?
This is just a cost of launch in a low Earth orbit by timeline.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. We'll have to do that later. He's a fraud. What I think many people understand here, he didn't actually invent Tesla. To be very clear, right? He didn't invent it. A pair of engineers created Tesla. He came in afterwards, bought the company, pushed them out, and then also pretended he was the founder. He put that within as a fraudulent individual. He put that into the corporate the business news cycle, right? And people were just saying, "Oh, I guess he's the founder of Tesla." He's not the founder of Tesla. All the innovations.
Didn't you just buy
came
it
from
basically
those-
for the name?
Uh,
Wasn't it even like they hadn't even sold like a single electric
Part
car
of
or
part
whatever,
of
just-
part of the agreement
Yeah.
was that he was listed as a founder because of how much he did for that company.
he didn't he done well. What he's done is market, right? So the thing that I give him is that he's a fantastic marketer. He is. There's a reason why
It was
he,
not
him
just
and Trump
marketing.
get along.
And he also
Right?
secured
That's
Obama bucks for it. That was one of the.
That's
reasons.
exactly that's the other
Yeah,
thing I was
he
going to get
raises
to.
funds.
We were gonna,
He's a money guy.
From the government, yeah.
Yes, from the government. Yes, these individuals.
What better person to be in charge of government efficiency?
Yes. Okay. Again, see, there's hypocrisy because the way he did that was like straight fraud. With the
No.
government, right? Yes,
Fraud.
literally fraud.
Straight
We'll
fraud.
go through this.
How did he commit fraud against the
Straight
government?
Fraud. I know. Hold on, well, we can go through that because he said he had a business relationship that he didn't have, right, to secure funding, and then he used that like private funding. Then he used that to get government funding as well. But we can go through that some other time, right? We can go through this. So I'm just trying to give you a quick rundown because this is a long conversation, right? So he
Are you talking about the SEC?
all the innovation that's come out of Tesla has come from those original engineers, right? They've been asking him for the Tesla Roadster. Hey, when are you gonna Elon? When are you gonna provide the Tesla Roadster? I believe it was 10 or 11 years ago. He promised his Tesla Roadster, right? And he took pre-order money for the Tesla Roadster,
Down
right?
payment.
Yeah, down payment, $250,000 for this Tesla Roadster. He got that from a certain number of individuals, right? And it was like, was it 25 million or I forget how many individuals? But like it was millions of dollars came in, right, for this promise. Literally has never delivered on it. People can't even get their money back from this. This was a zero cost loan, effectively from his customers, right, for a product that he doesn't plan to deliver, and he can't deliver because he's lied on all his promises, right? If you go down, and I would be happy, Lactoid, you and me, right, to sit down and watch his presentations where he makes promises as to what is coming and what he can't deliver, and I can tell you all the lies, the established lies that he's told many times before, right? And the ones that he surely, right, for reasons I can provide later on, he surely cannot provide. I have done a deep dive into Elon Musk, and I've seen exactly the endless amount of lies that this individual has done. Right? He's a fraudster. Just
And you can
exactly
prove
the
that
reason
he is a
why
specific
he.
lie on his part as opposed to
Sure,
missing
I will absolutely do that. Yes, yes.
as opposed to
You
just
and
simply missing production targets.
we'll sit down. We'll discuss it.
That he
I can't believe.
knew that he couldn't
Yes, that
provide
he knew.
XYZ.
He absolutely knew that he's lied, and he's lied many times. But we'll go
I'll
through
look at
that.
your
We'll go through that.
sources.
We love to. We'll sit down together
And
and we'll have this
and when you're all
conversation
done, you will
because
prove that Elon Musk is like every other fucking bureaucrat,
yeah.
politician, and
So
billionaire.
he's a disgusting individual.
Which is why
Great,
we should
right?
get you ready to
Uh,
USA.
yes, whatever. I don't. Sorry, I don't care. I don't care. I don't know why you. I don't care. I don't care about that. But anyway, so that's my issue.
If we
Moving
put
on.
Mother
Like,
Teresa in charge of DOGE, would you be in favor of it then?
why would I? I've
I
already
would.
told you. Like, I'm not in favor of this agency at all. Like, why would you think that?
Why
No,
why aren't
Mother
you?
Teresa
Why
is
because
good
generally
and good,
speaking,
right?
generally
She had
speaking,
issues as well.
okay, leaving aside, okay, I also saw the Christopher Hitchens documentary. Leaving aside like the specifics, like I'm trying looking for some kind of like perfect person. Okay, if you had like this fucking choir boy, okay, why would you not want this person looking into government bloat?
Why would I not want a? I think we already have. Um, uh, I guess my problem is that we already have systems to do that, right? We have like inspector generals.
Obviously,
Um,
not a lot enough because we have USAID.
But hold on, but USA doesn't government bloat. That part I've never agreed to. It's not government bloat, right? I don't like what lots of things it gets up to. I can agree with Scott with lots of things it's gotten up to, but it's not a government bloat,
Wouldn't you
right?
want somebody to like
Hold on, hold
investigate
on.
that and potentially cut it?
No, I
You're
don't. No,
correct. It's
no,
not government bloat. It's fraud.
yeah. Well,
It's
Well,
it's
well,
our
they
government
should look into
engaged in
fraud,
fraud.
right? They should look into
I
fraud.
don't know if it's fraud, right? Like it is a tool of the State Department of statecraft, um, to either help honestly with certain projects that that might require some funding, right? Or to fund covert operations. Either way, like it's not fraud, it's not waste, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So I don't look at it in that way. Now, I can
Every
see
Wouldn't it be
time,
fraud?
Ron. Every time.
If it
it's
says
operation.
if they say, hey, if they say, for example, hey, we're funding irrigation efforts in Afghanistan in, let's say, the 2010s to help farmers maintain themselves. But what you don't realize is that they're not telling you that the United States Institute for Peace is working alongside the Taliban, and that the USAID is specifically utilizing
I don't care
irrigation
about that.
systems
I
with
don't
the
care about
Taliban to
I
make
don't care
sure
about
that the
that.
trade of heroin
I
is
care.
being moved
No,
massively,
hold on,
and the
listen, look,
American public is being told that
I
we're helping farmers
I
and irrigation systems,
hold on, I
but
get
really
you.
what we're doing is we're helping the
I'll let
Hold on,
Taliban
Doge look it
I'm
up.
fund
answering your
heroin.
question because I don't care about that, right?
How is that
And
not fraud?
hold
I,
on, listen, hold on. I'm
I
literally
need to
about
figure out how to
to
get cut of
explain.
heroin.
About to explain that when we're dealing with intelligence agencies do covert operations all the time, right? Ones we hear about, ones we don't hear about, right? The fact that an agency in and of itself is using certain funds for covert operation, right? In the supposed interest of the American people, quote unquote, right? Like that in itself doesn't bother me, right? Now the actual specifics of the operation might bother me, and I can find agreement with you there. But the very fact that yes, a covert agency is doing covert things doesn't bother me in and of itself. I
But
don't care
it's
about
not
that.
the
I
but it's
wouldn't
not
want
the
that.
Yeah, what if
CIA.
USA?
But this is the problem. This is the problem is that we're not talking about a budget that was given to the CIA. Okay, under the Ronald Reagan administration, he had to reform in the eyes of the public the CIA because the CIA had gotten a massively bad rep from the Americans public and from the world abroad, because we were engaged in regime change wars and assassinating, public elected officials, etc.
All
And
bad
so
stuff.
what we have now is a fraud to the American public, where most people hear the term U.S. aid and they think it's foreign aid, which is what they was set up to do, and then it is sold to us as if
I
we're
don't know why you're
helping
telling me this
people
all
with
the way. You're
irrigation
getting
systems and
exactly what you
schools
said
and all
before.
these other
You
things.
never already give me my answer.
That is
all right?
fraud.
Can
You're
I
not
just-
talking
doing what
about
Ali-
money
you're-
given to.
you're-
Hold
you're
on. You're
doing
not
what Ali
talking.
said. If you-
No, but you're
It
not
is
talking
fraud.
about money that is given to the CIA,
Right.
and then we're
I'm
like,
not-
hey, we're
like,
not allowed to
yeah,
know what that money is
You
doing.
asked for
You're
me
talking
what
about
my opinion
money
is.
that is
Ask me
given
what
to
my
the
opinion was.
U.S. aid.
Ask me what my opinion was, and I already given it to you. I've already answered the question.
Can I
Right?
ask you a question?
So
Ron?
there's no such thing as money laundering and fraud, so long as the government funnels that money to the CIA to do covert operations. So if we have a giant infrastructure bill and it's like $2 billion and $1.8 billion actually goes to the CIA and it's utilized to topple regimes in other places, you're like, well, maybe I don't like what the CIA did there, but that's not fraud. We voted
no,
for
I would
1.8.
say- I would
We
say-
voted for a $2 trillion infrastructure
Hold on,
bill, but
hold on.
1.8 went to the CIA.
That
Can I ask
doesn't
you a
mean
question,
I.
Prime?
Sorry, go
After
ahead.
he's done. Yeah, just real quick. Let me ask you this. This maybe I just want to bridge a gap.
Stepping
here,
on my
right?
toes, Admiral Gibbs.
I'm
Now
sorry,
he's
I
not
think-
answering the question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
'cause I think
it's
this is gonna be the
true.
worst one
Okay.
for him to answer,
Right,
right?
good.
So, Prime, you said the words I think where it's working as intended. So let me just give you a hypothetical, and I want you to tell me if you would still agree it's working as intended. Okay. So, say Gibbs is now head of the Doge. I'm head of Doge.
I don't care.
Okay, sure,
Sure.
right. You don't like Doge, but I investigate a USAID program, and I see that it's funding Colombians food. Like, right, cool, whatever. And then it turns out that it's actually a CIA front to bring cocaine to the United States, turn it into crack, and sell it to minority communities. Now, that is the stated goal of this organization. Would you of this thing on in the CIA memo? Would you agree that that is not working as intended for USAID or the American populace? It needs to be cut.
Who?
It's the stated goal.
because
Like
you're-
it
yeah,
out loud
they're-
said that that's what they
yeah.
were doing.
Yeah,
That's what,
like,
that's
you
what they're
guys
saying
don't
they're doing is to
understand where I'm
sell the
putting
crack
the-
here in America to minorities.
I'm putting the focus here, right? I'm putting the focus on our politicians. I'm saying that if that's the goal of our politicians, then like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? That's an agency that is doing something I don't like, right? Lots of agencies do things that I don't like. But like
And they're lying to you about it.
Yeah,
they lied to us
the
about it.
U.S. government lies
So
all the
it's
goddamn time.
fraud.
So it's
Agreed.
fraud.
Whatever.
Yeah,
So you
but-
agree that it's fraud.
But I don't. Sorry. Not if. It would be. I don't know. I don't know the best way.
Gibbs said that it was a stated goal, which means
Yeah,
they're
so-
saying out loud that that's
No,
what
no,
they're
no.
doing.
Within
So
the
it's not
memo-
wrong.
No.
You
That's
know
the stated goal
USAID
within internal memos.
in internal
That's not
memos,
what's
yeah.
happening.
Oh, I see.
Do you know,
Okay.
They
you
said
know
their goal is to
USAID
feed
funded the
Colombians.
Contras? Do you know that? Brian?
Yeah, that's
Yes, I know
Thank you.
that. Of course, I know that. Why wouldn't I know that? Why
I-
would you-
if
Wouldn't
if
that be
only
fraud?
if only
Yeah,
we had
please.
like a Doge in place at the time that would have investigated
No,
USAID
hold on.
giving
Well,
money
here's the
to
thing. Here's the
Contras,
thing. Because
coke
they
addicts.
they wouldn't have done that because hold on, like
Although
Scott.
they were kind of
Scott has-
anti-communist, so
for a
they're
long
kind of
time.
cool.
Scott for a long time has told us, right, has regaled us over long periods of time, over big rants about how all these tech oligarchs, right, are tools of the intelligence agencies, how they've gotten money from the intelligence agency, right? All the big ones, right? All the ones lined up behind Trump during inauguration, every single one of them has our defense contractors have gotten intelligence money, right? Well, here's what I think. Like I said before, it actually matters who's running these things. Those individuals who gets us defense contract money, right? And who are doing work for intelligence agencies directly. No, I don't think they would have actually zeroed out that, right? If
Elon has. He suggested cutting USAID.
Yeah, I think Elon Musk, right? To ensure USAID is something that Donald Trump has a problem with, right? But if Donald Trump doesn't have a specific
Elon has a
issue
problem with it.
and if Donald Trump, again, I repeat what I said because hold on, this is what you were saying previously, right? Well, Donald Trump has the final say, correct?
Yes,
Great,
correct.
right?
Yeah.
So the only targets that you can actually effectively get rid of are the ones that, according to your logic, right, are the ones that President Trump approves
Great.
of.
Then what's the
correct?
problem? Yeah. Then
Okay.
what's the problem?
I-
If you're saying you can't have your
I-
cake and you
I-
cannot
I-
have you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like what I'm setting is President Trump, vets everything and approves of everything. Great. then it doesn't matter who's doing it. Because ultimately it's up to Trump. Like, so who cares? Who cares if it's Elon? But if Elon does have some say in it, like it seems like you're concerned about because you don't want Elon to be involved in it, then
Hold on. Your contention, just what you just asked me was, hey, like during the Iran Contra scandal, if Elon Musk or Elon Musk and Doge
or
were in
Doge, yeah.
charge, would they have cut it, right? So you're saying in an operation that at least at the time the public didn't know about, right? That was serving the intelligence agencies, who Elon Musk also serves and also has contracts before. You're asking me, would Elon cut that? Would he take that action, right? That's different from whether he would
But there's different
approve
factions in these
that would
organizations, isn't there?
like whether he would not take that action or not take that action, right? That's different from
his
from
recommendation is public, though. I agree. If you had a different person leading the agency who is like maybe more pro like Reagan in this regards, like maybe they might not be as based as Elon's being, sure, and if, like investigating the right agencies, that's fine, I guess. But like either because here's the thing: if Elon is following Trump's like directives, then that's great in your mind because hey, he's following the will of the elected official. If he's not, which seems like really would be the only case you'd have a major problem. He's already demonstrated some good judgment because he's recommending cutting U.S. aid.
This was advantage, right? Like
50 minutes left,
you're
and then
showing
I'm gonna
other,
drop off
like getting rid of
and go somewhere else.
have a good one. Getting rid of other competitors to contracts that he wants. Like he could cut those contracts. Oh, this isn't inefficient.
No, he's going to be denied. No, he's going to be denied if it's a conflict of interest. He's not going to be.
Why would it be? Why would it be
if
again?
If it's another defense contractor that he's in competition with?
Again, hold on. Once he's exercised his power over Congress. This is a part that you don't seem to accept, right? He's literally shown his power over Congress. You're assuming that this must be good oversight. This body, right? This legislative body that just literally bent to his will just a few months ago. Bent to his will because he sent a tweet out.
Not those members and not the president.
Oh, not those members. Yes,
and not the president.
Hold on. Explain who these members are. These brave members of Congress who don't respond to primary challenges.
I'm glad, Prime, you discovered not trusting the government. Big fan of that.
I haven't seen any threat that he's made against those specific Congress people.
No, it's not. No, Lactwood, what you're telling me, friend, what you're telling me is that we have a special breed of politician that's been put in charge of Elon Musk. A special breed, right?
The president.
Who are above these concerns. So please name them. Who is a special breed, right?
Well, again, I don't know the specific names off the top of my head. I don't know the names. I can look it up.
Then how do you know that they didn't respond to the previous?
Because Elon Musk hasn't threatened, hey, if you don't let me do X, Y, Z, I'm going to primary you.
So you have to.
You did. But then on top of that, it's not just those congressmen. It's also the president in the United States who is not in danger of being primaried.
My claim is that all those congressmen and senators, right, are subject to the exact same pressures, right, of getting reelected and not wanting to be primary, not wanting millions upon millions of dollars to end up in the coffers of a possible opponent.
Yes, if they didn't do what Trump wanted them to do, that was the threat.
If they didn't want to do what Elon wanted them to do,
yeah, like
which happened to line up with exactly what Trump was saying.
If APEC says they're not going to fund a congressman or a politician anymore, and then they all of a sudden start bending the will, the same thing with Elon. If he stops funding them in the future elections,
like I love this,
like they fought back.
It's
wait. You guys like attribute all this business and like this shit to Elon. Look what he did with his own platform. It's supposed to be a free speech platform. Someone made fun of him for Asmongold made fun of him for the game. He removed his verification. He removed all the verification for the people who were doing the talking shit or like whatever for the H1B visas. So it's like this is the person that is like
he pulled the check marks from the Groypers. And look, I've criticized that decision. I think X is much freer now than it was before. He obviously he comes into a position and improves things.
You're giving a soft criticism.
He doesn't make things perfect. No, it's not a soft criticism. I criticize that. I criticize that publicly when that
Wait, hold on,
happened.
Lactoid.
I thought that was a
You're
very
arguing.
bad
You don't like
decision,
it.
and I thought that was hypocritical.
Hold on,
And
Lactoid.
but
So
I'm
you're
not saying
arguing
he's
your own
perfect, but
principles.
nobody's
You're
perfect.
arguing
No,
against
no,
your own
but I'm saying
principles
this is
here.
the person. This is the
This is
person
not
that
my
you want to let
principles.
be
What are
in
you talking
charge.
about, Gibbs?
This is
Yeah,
this
so
is the
you-
person
so
you're
a
okay with
private
being in charge
business
of
owner
Doge.
shouldn't be
Wait,
able to,
Gibbs, one
Yeah, and it's a
second.
private
this
This is
person.
the
I can
person you're okay
criticize
with.
them for it.
This is the person. Okay, yeah, the person
so
that
you
you
don't like that
criticize
he's
for
trying to
being
spin
that
how he
petty with
wants.
his own platform, right? Is the person you want in charge of government efficiency when he has not only the finances to fund any race at this point that he wants, but you think that like he's not going to exert that same pettiness when it comes to like people who stand against him in any way, shape, or form?
So with the amount of oversight he has right
Be
now,
fair.
it doesn't. I understand the concern. With the amount of oversight he has right now, there doesn't appear to be an ability for him to exert pettiness, especially over the president of the United States. If that proves to be incorrect in some way, then I'll eat my words. But right now,
So
what I see,
Okay.
what I see is somebody who has like been overall a net force for good on X, overall a net force for good in terms of space travel and cars, and then this fucking dude gets into like the Doge, and one of his first suggestions is cutting this
Okay.
horrible program. I'm seeing
Mhm.
nothing but good.
He really destroyed
Okay.
Twitter. But hold on, $10
He
super chat.
destroyed
God,
Twitter.
good stuff.
Alexander Wynn. They say,
Well, it's not
are
called
they?
Twitter anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
X.
Twitter literally destroyed.
Fair
And
enough. Fair enough.
are they? The super chat says, are they okay with this because it's Trump and Elon? What if it was Biden and his son, or Harris and Soros? Are they good with this precedence? Billionaires with their hands in every executive pie. And I
I
believe
would say yes.
I believe
There's
you,
the answer for them.
I believe you've answered this
Didn't he
question.
pardon his
The
son?
answer is like, yes, they are fine with this. I asked them directly, but thank you for that super chat. But I'm going to expand on what your question was, right? And Lactoid or anyone else can answer this, right? Who's supportive. Putting Elon aside, right? I have big fucking problems with Elon. Lots of problems with Elon. But we're going to put him aside for a second. Let's replace him with a generic billionaire. Who has a multinational or international company that has contracts, right, in front of governments across the world. This individual, right, who has conflicts of interest, has all kinds of priorities, completely separate from the American people. Are you saying that the functions of our government are better? I think I know what Scott's answer is, but the functions of our government are better in the hands of billionaires like the ones that I've just described. You'd rather that individual with all those conflicts of interest, even with our enemies, right? So our political rivals, you'd rather have a billionaire like that have massive power within our government rather than lowly bureaucrats who lack that. Is that really the better option to all of
It
you?
depends. It depends who they are. It depends what their history is.
Why would that matter?
It depends what they've done already. It depends on what their agenda is. There's all sorts of
So
things.
if we had the question of president, why would it matter?
In
We
terms
have
of
oversight. Why would it matter?
well, then it doesn't matter who they are. If they have oversight of the
No,
president,
that's
they could be either or.
You're saying that this person has Elon Musk has oversight, right? And he
Yeah,
has strong oversight. And so
he does.
like so compare that with because you're saying like it matters what happens in the past. Well, what does it matter if it happens in the
Yeah,
past? If
the
you're
reason why that matters, again, I'm looking for somebody with an eye for efficiency. I want somebody in this agency who can go in, look through a balance sheet and say, I identify XYZ problem. I'm going to bring XYZ problem to the attention of the president. Hey, Mr. President, here's XYZ problem. What are your thoughts on what we should do about it? I suggest we do XYZ. And the
but a
president looks at this
bureaucrat
and
doing it
says, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a bureaucrat. Doesn't matter if it's my
What about
mom.
an accountant?
Okay,
That's
it
what
doesn't.
I'm asking.
If they're
So
good at it, that's what
we're
I want them to
comparing
do. That's what
are they
Prime.
really good at
You asked me a
accounting?
question.
Okay, well, then I'm comparing. Okay, great. So you're saying that it just matters in your eye, even though there's lots of contradictions here. It just matters in your eye that it's a an individual who has an eye for cutting, right, and efficiency and all that, right?
And
So we have a
appropriate security
bureaucrat
clearances and oversight. Yeah,
who has all that good stuff, right?
right,
All the
right.
requirements that you want, right? This individual, right? Compare this individual who makes I don't know $200,000 a year, right? From the government, with no other conflicts of interest, right? Right. Compare that to a person, this generic billionaire. Which one would you like? The person without the conflict of interest, or the person who does, and they both have the same qualifications to do this particular job.
As long as the billionaire is being denied access to anything with a conflict of interest, then there wouldn't be a conflict of interest, which is what they're saying is happening.
They have loyalties to priorities to another nation, because of their business interests.
Yeah, look, if they're handling anything regarding those foreign nations, then I'd prefer the one with a I prefer the one without the
money.
conflict. I'd prefer the one without any kind of conflicts of interest if they have to look into conflict of interest. But what President Trump has said is that if there's a conflict of interest that's identified, Elon doesn't look into it. Now let me ask you something. If you have somebody with the proven, I know you hate him, but he does have proven business acumen, and he absolutely. I sent you the chart in
Elon Musk
SpaceX.
does not.
Okay, the SpaceX, that's all nothing. He's actually not like an engineer who developed shit when he was 8 years old.
No, he's not an engineer. No, he doesn't understand.
What are you talking
why.
about?
I know, because this is new to you. You've never heard this. You don't know anything about Elon Musk, right? This is what I'm saying. We actually have to have a long conversation. This isn't a soundbite.
He was lead engineer at SpaceX.
Mm.
He developed computer programs when he was like 9 years old.
Himself the title lead engineer, but he's not an engineer. He doesn't know anything about. He's bad at software development. We've had people within his companies that talked about how he's bad at software development. He doesn't know anything about rockets.
PayPal did pretty good.
Well, PayPal developed by other people.
Fantastic.
PayPal developed by other people, right? There's a whole PayPal mafia, right? Like Elon, and they tossed him out. Right? So
he sold it.
Elon Musk
he sold it to Compaq.
You don't believe it. I understand because you haven't heard this before.
Not getting thrown
I have
out.
to prove it to you, but I can't do that right now. We don't have the time.
Okay,
but
we don't have the time. We don't have the time, so I'm not convinced.
You guys are going back and forth about Elon. Let's just completely fucking take Elon out of this, right? And I know Prime, you kind of tried to do that with like a different billionaire, right? That like funded.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
Right, like what if, different scenario, there's a different billionaire with, access to the president who is then in charge of this, this committee, and then is able to presumably, view things that aren't a conflict of interest or are a conflict of interest, et cetera. My big problem with this is it seems like you guys have this weird inherent trust of government that has proven to not be worthy of your trust in so many fucking ways. The topic is about USAID. And what we are talking about is a program that is ostensibly foreign aid to help people, to do nation building, to help, build wells and farming communities, etc. And what it is a United States, led mafia to create other countries and turn them into client states, right? The Blue Dot Network was a system developed between Australia, China, and USAID to go into countries and give them loans, and then say that if contingent upon these loans, you must use companies that have 3 blue dots that have been verified by us, which basically allows for Japan, Australia, and primarily America to be able to put in American corporations and give all of the money that is used for development to these corporations, which, by the way, are corporations that lobby and purchase politicians and have their kids sit on boards of things like foreign council relations and the national, billionaires, right? Corrupt billionaires and millionaires and all of these corrupt politicians work together to fuck over these countries. And then what they do is, and this is a great book about this, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, what they do is they wait for the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates. And the moment that they do that, many of these countries, they depend upon leveraging additional debt to pay off debt that they got before because they thought they were getting this great deal, but it turns out all the money went to American corporations and there's very little return on investment because the money doesn't stay in their country. Then what the IMF does is they come in and they offer them more loans and they get them, turn them into a debt thing. Then another program, which was created in 2021, which was the G7's Build Back Better World, right? Off of the model of the Blue Dot program, right? What they do is they offer grants instead of loans. You're enslaved in debt. So what we're going to do is we're going to offer you grants so that you can get out of these loans. And we're going to use the World Economic Forum and the G7 programs and the IMF, et cetera. So now you're no longer in this debt cycle. Of course, unfortunately, if you want these grants, you're going to have to change your government the way that we like you to change your government. You're going to have to engage in privatization the way that we want you to engage in privatization. You're going to have to enrich the American empire more. So throughout all of this, what we have is an incredibly corrupt system that is utilizing and maintaining wealth of the millionaires and billionaires, that is designed for the wealthy elite, NGOs, corrupt politicians to make defense contractors, NGOs, millionaires and billionaires, all the people that you don't like, more money and more power. And so we have a different institution, a different thing, which is DOGE, coming in and saying, this is bad. And you're going, but aha, the billionaire is corrupt. Don't we hate this corrupt billionaire? The whole fucking system that he's trying to destroy is a system of corrupt millionaires and billionaires.
I can answer your question very easily. It's because I don't look at this as good guys versus bad guys. I don't look at this.
Neither do I.
Oh, okay, great. Well, then we're already on the same page because I look at this as bad guys versus monsters, or and a disaster that I can control rather than a disaster that I can't. I'd rather have individuals who are elected and somewhat accountable, right, through somewhat of a democratic process, broken as it is, with all the caveats that I already have because we've discussed this before, right? I'd rather have that than an unelected individual, a person with whose first and only goal is their profits, them being in charge of these functions. Simple as that.
Okay. Yeah, no, like I follow that. Here's my problem. When you were pressed much earlier in the conversation about DOGE and why we shouldn't have DOGE, your response was, and it seems like you're parroting this response to a certain degree, was that, well, we have the Inspector General's office. We have these institutions within the state that are designed to make sure that this money isn't wasted and that this money goes to the right places. But all of these systems were the very systems that failed to curtail this $50 billion of world-destroying, humanity-destroying systems. And now there's a new guy coming in that says, let's get rid of this shit, and you hate him off of the principle of him being a billionaire.
I know. This is why I didn't look at it as fraud, right? So in terms of lying to the American people, sure, yeah, great. Like, I agree with you that it's a lie. If you say that we're instituting some sort of program to accomplish this goal, right? You announce this to the public, right? Or don't announce it to the public, right? But the public thinks you're generally doing these types of things, right? But instead you're not. You're funneling it. You're using it for COVID operations or whatever, right? Yes, they lied to the American people, but right, for the function of that apparatus, right, of this organization, is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to do that money laundering operation within that Eastern European country, so that we can get weapons, right, to combat Russia.
Hold on, this is all new.
Let me answer the question. This is what you want to. You were confused about this. I'm letting you know. Here's my opinion, right? So yes, like this agency, it's supposed to do that. It's like under the oversight of our politicians. And it's like it's running as it's supposed to run. So I don't look at it as necessarily fraud, because like that's the goal, right? That's the goal, is to do these things. But I can say that like it's maybe morally corrupt or something that the government shouldn't be doing. But if it's running as intended to, right? Then the Inspector General looks at it and says, okay, well, you're actually doing your actual goals, not your stated goals, but your actual goals. You're accomplishing that, right? Well, then there's nothing to.
So I disagree. I think, and here's why I disagree. Right? The CIA has a budget. The State Department has a budget. Okay. Now, when you're saying, well, the USAID is doing what it's supposed to do, I agree that it's doing what it's supposed to do as far as politicians that are lying and committing fraud to us say, okay, but when you, as the American citizen, are being told that USAID is this giant program that roughly 1% of your taxes goes towards, and that your taxes are being spent on building wells, on helping universities, be able to study things in other countries, giving reading programs to Pakistani girls. They're feeding, impoverished people. And the organization is called USAID, and you're being told that it is foreign aid to help people that are in need. Instead of that money going to the CIA, that's just not true, Prime. If USAID was destroyed and all of that money went to the CIA, a lot of people would be like, hey man, the CIA has a real big fucking budget that's real secret. Maybe we should cut CIA funding. But instead, we've created this new program that is designed to look like foreign aid to help people, but is being utilized fraudulently as an arm of the CIA. You would have an argument if the CIA had the same budget and USA didn't exist, and then they were like, look, this is secret shit. You don't get to know what we do with this money. But instead, they say we're doing good things with this money when secretly they're fucking destroying the world with this money.
I can see, again, there's a person, again, and I hope you already know this about me, but maybe I have to say it again. I hate U.S. imperialism. Right? I have huge critiques of U.S. imperialism, right? Critiques that I think are similar to you, Scott. Maybe actually, I'm not sure about Lactoid so much. But at the very least, similar to you, Scott, on this, right? And the polar opposite of whatever Gibbs wants to do. But so I hear you, friend, on that. But like, if these agencies exist, right? Even though I may not want them to exist, or I may not want them to do the things that they do, right? If they do, I understand that to operate, right, to be as effective as possible, it's useful to have fronts, right? It's useful to create things, right? Like to create a like an organization, like whether a quote unquote private organization, or this charitable public organization, to accomplish missions, right? To launder money through them, right? To run drugs. I like we send a shipment of food, but like buried in there is like a shipment of AKs, right? As well. It's useful to do all that. So if we're going to have these things, which I don't think we should necessarily have these things, right? It's fine if the U.S. government does that to accomplish its missions, which I don't agree with in the first place.
Okay. Let's assume saying it's fine sounds like you're kind of okay with American.
I'm not okay.
But let's set that aside. My issue is, like, look, I understand you believe that maybe it's okay for some reason for In-Q-Tel to exist, right? Which is an investment firm that the CIA uses where they gain and funnel money from billionaires and things like that to set up things like Metabiota, when they set up the level 4 biolabs in Ukraine, and when they engaged in corruption in Ukraine for like American interests, whatever, right? In-Q-Tel exists. It's an investment firm that gains money and funding from billionaires, and then they make sure that they do what the billionaires want, like start wars in the right places, so then that those billionaires get their money back by engaging in whatever, right? My issue is that the CIA has somewhere between like 30 and 40 billion dollar budget, and USAID has somewhere between like 35 and 45 billion, right? And so what we have is we have a program that is working for the CIA that has a budget bigger than the CIA. And I just do not buy this argument that it is okay and that it is acceptable that we have a program that works towards the interests of the CIA, who knows what percentage of their budget is towards CIA goals. And they certainly work with and communicate with the CIA to make sure that whatever they're doing aligns with the State Department and CIA goals, that is bigger than the CIA itself. And the American public is being told, hey, it's only like 0.8% of your budget is going towards the CIA, when maybe it's actually 2% of your fucking budget. I think that that's fucking fraud.
Sure.
Especially when it's being used for evil purposes.
It's bad. It equals bad, right? Where I would start with this, I would start with again. Here's where I think we build a bridge. I start with the Pentagon. The Pentagon can't pass an audit, right? Where does our money go, right? This is a small ball, right? This is a tiny portion of the problem, right? Like, maybe
Yes, it's
I
a
could.
great start.
Would
getting
you
rid of
support?
USA.
Would you
It's a
support
great
Elon
fucking
cutting the
start.
Pentagon?
Well, I support.
Let's say
no,
let's say Elon investigates the Pentagon and then goes to Trump and
I
says,
support.
"Here's all these
I
problems."
support
That is
the
on
Pentagon
Elon's
being
list.
cut.
He's talked
I
about
don't
it.
support Elon having the power to cut the Pentagon.
No, hold on. He doesn't have the power, but he brings suggestions to Trump, who then cuts the
Whatever.
Pentagon.
Oh my God! Please
No,
stop.
I'm asking. No, this is
him
very
having the
important.
Not wasting
power.
my time.
That's
Not
him
wasting
having
my
the
time.
power.
I've already answered the question.
That's him having
I'm
the power,
supportive
Lactoid.
of it being cut, the Pentagon being cut. I've been talking about it for years, right? You've heard me talk about it. I'm not supportive of Elon or whoever the fuck pulls the trigger. Through the recommendations of DOGE, doing it. No.
I have a
Go ahead.
question. So the Constitution
So who do you
has.
trust? How do we fix this?
Hold on,
Because you
before
said the
that-
Inspector
hold on,
General's
before-
office would be good, right?
hold
But they
on.
didn't stop it. So
Hold
how
on,
are we
before-
stopping it?
Before I have to re-engineer the whole system. I have lots of ideas on this. I've talked about it before. But hold on, before we do that, I'm gonna get Ico.
Yeah,
Why
so
not Doge?
the Constitution gives
Why?
gives authority to the Senate, right, to advise and consent. And it sounds to me like this Doge thing is more powerful than any agency, than any secretary that would have to be confirmed. Because like if once you confirm a Secretary of State, they have authority over the State Department, right? Once you do confirm DNI, they have authority over the intelligence agencies, right? But they're in their silos. Now we have people who are over all of the silos in the same way that only the president should be, and they don't need advice and consent from the Senate. And the only step that's missing is the only difference is they talk to the president and then the president does the thing, right? But other than that, they're higher in power than any secretary, and yet they don't. Advice and consent is not necessary. So are we saying
They don't make
that
any
the
decisions.
founders? Right. So are we saying at this point there's just no theoretical basis for the concept of advice and consent anymore? Like, what's the point of it at this point, other than the fact that it's arbitrarily in the Constitution?
Because the department heads can make decisions on they can make decisions on their own. They don't have to go to Trump and say, Trump, I think you should make this specific decision, and then Trump makes the decision.
But they can. I mean, he still has the power to fire. They serve at the pleasure of the
Oh
president.
yeah, ultimately he can fire
turn it
them.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
he
he
can
could
turn
just like he
overturn
could fire
their
Elon. But again, the difference
Just
is
like he can fire Elon.
they
yeah.
have control over their departments. Those departments get funding from Congress, etc. This is entirely different. DOGE doesn't get it's not allocated funding from Congress. It's not.
Well, there's also a corrupt incentive structure. Every single department head, his job or her job, right, is dependent upon showcasing that they're doing a good job with the money that they have. Okay, like they're not incentivized personally as an individual to go to the president and say, hey, look, my department's doing a bad job. Please cut my department. Please give me less power. Please give me less, please trim the fat here. Right? Like, sure, there is an incentive to cut and trim fat within their own department and then maybe go to the president and say, look, we cut and trimmed this. Aren't I doing a good job? The DOGE is, love it or hate it, right? I understand that some people have, like many people here, have an issue with DOGE, but nevertheless, the incentive structure of DOGE is to find fraud, waste, and abuse. That is every instance of fraud, waste, and abuse that they find is a pat on the back, and that is confirmation that they're doing their job.
Wait, real quick. Why do you guys trust the objective of DOGE but not the objective of any of the other three agencies, right?
Again, you put a straw man in your question.
I didn't.
Right?
I just asked a question, man. I didn't put a straw man. It was just a question. I was just trying to understand your point.
Well,
there's no man of straw. There's no fire. You don't have to use the fire to put it out. It's okay. It's fine. I promise you. No people.
Sociologics, stop trying to. You ask what is known as a leading question, which is, when did you stop beating your wife? Right? No matter what I answer,
when did you stop beating
your wife? Right? Like, exactly. If I answer with any form of time, then it is assumed that I was beating my wife at some
I've never beat my wife.
You ask me why.
There's an answer to the question.
Right, but that's not actually an answer to the question. That's because the question that was asked is a leading question. Stop it. Okay? I'm saying that it's a leading question because the question assumes that I trust Elon Musk or that I trust Doge. What I gave you was not that I trust him. What I gave you was an assessment of what I gave you was an assessment of the incentive structure. What I'm saying is that DOGE and Elon Musk in this example, as the person in DOGE, is incentivized, right, to find fraud, waste, and abuse. And what I'm saying is that other department heads are less so incentivized to find fraud, waste, and abuse.
As an example of this.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
but just
they're incentivized fraud, waste, and abuse, but they're also incentivized to maintain their budget.
Sounds
So
like
that they
you
have
Yeah, but
trust
also-
Doge.
like,
but I
That
don't
sounds
think
like you
it's-
trust Doge because of their incentives.
But I don't think it's true that
I never
secretaries
said
can't
that.
do the
What
same
the
I know
thing.
you
fuck,
never
dude?
said that. I'm telling you, I literally said that's why I said it sounds like, if you're listening, I said it sounds like to me. I didn't say that to me.
Sounds
But
like
it sounds
isn't a
like
fucking an argument.
I never said
You're
it was
just
an argument.
you're
It was a
putting
fucking
position that I don't
question.
have.
It was framed in like a question. Like it sounds like this. Though now you get to explain yourself, and that's what the issue is. You know, it's called a conversation.
Sounds like
Okay,
you guys
just-
just really hate Elon Musk, but
Yeah,
All right,
it
let me just say
sounds
quick-
I
like
don't
it's
give
a
a
way for
fuck
you to
about
sneak
Elon
in
Musk.
accusations
like
and subvert.
I'm
I-
skeptical of
this
anyone
is
you guys
gonna
throw a
be-
cape on for, though. I think
This
it's
is kind of,
weird.
along the lines here. So let's just take a random department like the Department of Education, which hasn't been able to pass a budget or an audit, pardon me, in like
Audit,
8 years. They have something like a $8 billion unaccounted for every year, and yet nothing happens, right? So how in the world how can we accept that as a society, and how can we then how would we then be able to trust the agencies that already exist that have failed year after year after year after year to curtail it? That's why DOGE has to exist, because otherwise all you have is the same thing for the next 20 fucking years of $8 billion going unaccounted for every year of taxpayer money.
So why wouldn't Doge end up being the same thing? What if money gets funneled into
Because
Doge because they're
has an
doing all of this,
expiration date
which is how long?
until Trump's out of office, really. Like it's not a
But if
he's formed it as a task force. This is a task force. This isn't a new agency. There's not a staffing. It's not on the congressional charts. There's
Is
no.
he getting paid to- is he getting paid to do
Like,
this?
just like you
Does
said,
Doge make
yeah.
money? Does Doge
Elon
make
is
money?
actually
It is,
not
though.
getting paid to do this. He's actually
It
not.
Doge
actually
is just doing this for free?
No, so Elon,
like,
I don't know
they
about
just-
DOGE, but Elon
They
is special
repurposed
government
the
employee. whatever.
USDS, US, I think Digital Services. I think it's what it stands for, right? Like that's what Doge is. Like they have, it was an agency, and then they repurposed it. They put a new name on it. So it should be within organizational charts. But just
Elon's not
empowered.
getting paid, to be clear. He's a special government employee. Or
So
some
the
shit
Doge
like that.
has a
Only got 130 days.
Doge has a set expiration date
Per
of
year,
July
that's what.
4th, 2026.
Then I guess it reverts back to the USDS, but yeah. Like
Wait,
now
is
it's-
there
an
money in the
expiration
program?
date.
I'm
That's-
actually just trying to understand
That's why
like
it's
how this
different. It has an
works. So
expiration date.
It has a
Has a
specific
specific
expiration date.
Iko, did you
I'm
want
sure
to
there's
say something?
money, sociologist. Somebody's got to pay their fucking their like average
Iko,
Joe
did
that's
you want to
working
say
there.
something?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that it's not true that you have to like create this new department in order to get cuts from people who've been confirmed by the Senate. For instance, Betsy DeVos proposed a $7.1 billion cut to the Department of Education under Trump. Like you don't have to like circumvent the Constitution in order to get cuts to agencies. You have to be pretty darn motivated in order to get it done. Like I understand that.
Did
Well,
you
I
see
can't. Did that cut
Elon's
happen?
tweet an hour ago about the Department of Education?
I'm sorry.
As of an hour ago, Elon tweeted about the Department of Education that Doge was in the process of reviewing it.
Yeah, I know. But I'm talking about in his first term. In his first term, he had that proposal
In
from his
first term, I
own,
think
like
Trump
it
was
had
really
agency.
naive, but that's irrelevant to what's going on now. What's going on now is now, and that's what we need to deal with.
Well, hold on. Maybe not quite, but Iko, did Betsy DeVos get that cut passed?
What do you mean passed? Like she
Like,
does the proposal and then it has to be. No, I don't think Trump approved it.
It hasn't gone through yet.
It would have had to have been. It would have had to like Trump would have had to have to approve
right,
that.
so
And then
I
if
guess-
Trump were to do it, well, this happened before the decision last year. But if Trump were to do it to attempt that now, he would still need to show that he's spending all of the agency money that was authorized by Congress in ways that were intended by Congress. And my assumption is that DeVos wasn't able to do those cuts because she couldn't show that it was congressional intent.
Right.
And
So,
they would have even more of that problem now, right? Because
well, would they?
of the Supreme Court decision. Yeah.
Well, so here's my thing, right? So if you're arguing that, like,
Because the
okay,
Supreme Court now explicitly says that you have to prove congressional intent in order to get whatever cuts you want.
all right, okay, and so what do you think DOGE's goal would be when it's looking at the Department of Education?
To return all power to the states and to eliminate funding, I would assume.
Okay, and why would they be more effective than, say, Betsy DeVos just recommending this to Trump and then him passing it? What's the big difference here? All right, if you don't, or do you see one? Not see one.
I don't see one because I think now it's going to be even more difficult than it was before because we have this overturning of the.
Hold on. I'm confused by what a lot of people think here because something doesn't seem to add up. There seems to be an assumption, right, that the goal of DOGE when it cuts fraud, waste, and abuse is to then silo this money or freeze this money or return this money to the taxpayer. I don't think anyone in the Trump administration has, and correct me if I'm wrong, has made this claim that this money is then just going to be like written out as checks to the American taxpayer, frozen in some regard, right? So if you assume, let's say, for example, the Department of Education, right? So let's say DOGE investigates the Department of Education and finds 20% of its funds are spent on useless programs with no return on investment that don't help out anybody, that go towards like something that they consider to be dumb, right? The presumption here ought be, unless he wins some Supreme Court case or something, is that 20% of money is then freed up to go into things like school lunch programs or some other
block
program
grants to the states
probably, but that is in some way, shape, or form seen to be not as efficient. So there seems to be this presumption that like the goal of DOGE is to like take a hammer to the state and like turn it libertarian. I wish that's what we were doing, but it seems to me that what the goal is to go into this, find that there's a bunch of taxpayer funds that are being spent on dumb shit, and then move those over into the same program, into the same agency towards the traditional spending that builds roads, builds new schools, is welfare assistance programs, whatever the fuck those things may be in that instance. It seems like there's been
no communication that
Trump
that's
is
what
a
they want to do.
mega. Okay,
like no one in the department.
What constitutional authority do they have? And if it's assumed that the constitutional authority is that they must spend this money in some regard, right? Well then. There's that. And secondly, the other stated goal of DOGE, which we haven't even talked about, but I guess fair enough because the topic should be about US aid and everybody agrees with me that it's a giant evil program. We just don't agree on whether or not Elon Musk is more evil than the most evil government program in existence that has killed and genocided millions of people worldwide and destroyed progress and innovation throughout the world. We can't agree that like that's good enough to allow Elon Musk to say that we shouldn't do it because Elon Musk is so mega bad. But like the other thing that DOGE is supposed to do is find regulations that exist and get rid of those regulations because they are obtrusive or because there's overlap in them, right? Like when Congress writes laws, more often than not, they have this very, very vague concept of like how something will be regulated because they trust the bureaucrats that are like experts at the EPA or whatever more than they do the congressmen in terms of how it's handled. So there's a ton of regulatory power that is given to the executive branch, even though it ought to be Congress, constitutionally speaking, because they write very vague things and say, hey, just get this done. And it's DOGE's job to come in and go, well, we have overlap and we have things that are stopping business. And that's not even a money thing. So like, I guess I understand that people hate Elon Musk, but like, what are we fucking talking about when it comes to US aid and when it comes to the what DOGE is supposed to do?
I think Doge is.
I've got to go, guys. It's 11
Have a good
o'clock. I'm
one.
going to turn into a pumpkin. I'm going to go argue with some other people. I really appreciate it, Prime. Got into it with you there, and you took it like a champ. It's been an interesting night, to say the least. Anyway, really appreciate you having me on. I'm gonna run away
care, be
now.
well.
Glad to have you. Hey, did you
Peace,
change your
Grid.
camera? I wanted to say this before, but like you seem more clear. I don't know, like, or maybe just you're close to the camera. I don't
Changed
know.
the whole studio around, and actually, I
Notice the
didn't
Boba
change
Fett
the camera, but
Mandalorian
it's a
hanging by
manual
here.
focus camera, so
Okay,
I probably just focused it better.
but you look handsome. Like I haven't seen your face like
Honestly,
this.
those
in
baby
like,
Well, I
blues are
also took
looking.
my reading glasses off.
What a glow
yeah,
up.
you look good.
Keep them off.
Thank you.
Contacts. Contacts
Yeah.
always, Grid.
Have a
I
good one,
appreciate that, guys. Maybe a little less of a sausage fest next time, Prime.
If you know women who want to be involved, we'd love to have them. Right now, all dudes, all the time.
We keep running them off.
we
All
do.
dudes, all the time. All right, you gentlemen have fun, and I'll see you later.
Have a good one,
Take
friend.
care.
Peace.
Sorry, who was talking before?
It was Ike.
I think it was me, but now I forgot where we were.
You were backing
Well,
me
Scott
up.
went
so
off
we
about
can-
what are we doing here? You know, like what are we even doing? That was the last thing that was said.
Oh,
It's like,
right.
what are we even
Like,
doing
what is
here?
the perceived role of Doge? Like, what are their stated goals, right? And their stated goals, I guess, because of the limitations put on them by the Constitution, do have to be to just increase efficiency, which means that anytime they save $1, they got to spend that dollar in
Right,
some
which-
other way, right?
Right, which is the name of the fucking department, right? The Department of Government Efficiency. Like, that is the goal, is to cut unnecessary or overlapping regulations that have been instituted by the executive, not necessarily instituted by Congress,
Yeah.
and to
And I
to
see-
cut programs or define programs that are a giant fucking waste
And I
of
see
money.
and I see plenty of specificity on what they want to cut, right? But I never see specificity on where they want to turn around and spend those same dollars. Like if they're like, take for instance, what Elon wants to do is eliminate USAID entirely. Like he's made that explicit. He's actually tweeted that out multiple times, but he hasn't said where those dollars would go. And if those dollars like are ordered by Congress to be spent
where's
for
the
helping these other
efficiency?
countries, then what we've got to see is, okay, we're not spending them to create race wars in West Africa anymore, but we are going to spend those money in this other way. And what is that other way? Like nobody's saying anything.
No proposals.
I
Well,
mean,
that's not his job. Like his job is to say these areas
The
of
Department of
government
Government
are
Spending.
inefficient.
Well-
These areas of government are inefficient.
in order
It's
to
his
make them
job to go,
efficient,
"Look,
he has to spend them
USAID
efficiently. right?
USAID is corrupted and has been infiltrated by the CIA and by,
Yes.
NGOs that work for the CIA from the top to the bottom. This whole fucking thing has got to go. That's
So
his
this-
job.
I-
His
I-
job
I-
is
Then-
to
then-
in this
then
case,
what?
it's-
Then what?
government
We
waste.
take it away, but
in
then
this
what?
case-
I see the problem, but here's the thing: like, sure, they fight.
In this case, it's Gibbs's worst nightmare, right? Because what they're saying is we're not going to save any money. We're going to spend the same amount of money we did before, right? We're just not going to dominate other countries and make them pro-American.
Now they
anymore.
have an argument for
I
Congress
agree
next
with you,
time,
actually, Ike out here.
right?
Yeah.
Like, so Doge goes in and finds all these inefficiencies, and then presents them to the president, who like has a running tally and is like moving shit around. And then next time Congress meets, right?
Apparently, it's going to be the State Department determining how to spend those dollars. In the
Right,
future.
but next time Congress meets and they're deciding the funding for all these agencies, the argument is going to be made: here are all these inefficiencies that Doge was able to identify. We're requesting less money this year round, which is a good thing.
We're just requesting
it
less
won't
money,
be. There's
that's
too
it.
many neocons in the Senate. They're not going to agree. They're not going to agree to that. They're going to want to spend this money in ways that they perceive are going to compete with the Belt and Road Initiative in some way.
Well, yeah, I
I mean, that's
actually
just-
agree with you.
Maybe,
Ike.
but at least the option's given to them at that point, like to know what to cut if they actually care about efficiency and small
I
government.
mean,
mean,
literally,
yeah,
Donald Trump could fire. I mean, literally, Donald Trump could fire every single employee at USAID, have one guy that works in a fucking cubicle, and say, "Hey, all of the money goes to food, not bombs."
So hold on, fuck that. Fuck
But
that.
is he going
I was going to say Gibbs would hate that.
I mean, he could do that.
Awful.
He could
No.
fucking do that.
No, I can actually bring
Yeah,
this up
use
as a
it to
point.
buy Greenland. There you go.
Yeah,
That'll keep
sure.
kids happy.
Yeah, that would like listen. There's caveats that make me happy.
Well, that would go
No,
against what USAID presumably is for.
Right.
Well, we
But
give
not
aid.
food,
We
not
give
bombs.
aid in the form of
Right.
bribes to Greenland citizens.
No,
and then
no. This is why earlier when we were talking
Mm.
about this, right? Like I was trying to get like, all right, so Prime and very anti-Doge, right? This is what I was trying to get out of Prime, but he didn't want to play ball. So I'll just try to like lay it out how I wanted to. All right, listen. Say hypothetically, we all think that there needs to be some efficiency in the government. You know, that's a crazy concept. Okay, so how do we do that? We invent the Doge. We put it in power. All right, my argument earlier when we were talking about clearances wasn't specifically whether someone's got secret clearance or top secret, none of that shit. Doesn't matter. Someone needs to be able to look at the spreadsheet and go, all right, the stated goal of CIA agency number 776 is to sell crack to Americans because we don't want certain minority groups to be in power. And someone go, oh, hey, maybe that's a goal that's fraudulent to the American taxpayer. Let's cross that one out. Then they also need to be able to go, hey, I'm looking at goal 797, and it says it's supposed to be to get fisheries done in Nigeria. Okay, and this is not a front for a CIA operation. Well, fisheries got overrun by Boko Haram. Don't need to send money there no more. Just stop funding that, even though the money's kept going there 5 years after the thing. Okay, this one says, oh, it actually is a CIA op, and its stated goal is to cause destabilization of, I don't know, Russia. And how long has it been going? 30 years. Putin's still in power. All right, clearly this one's not been effective. Cut it out. That's what I'm saying we need. Now, as far as should we destabilize other countries? Absolutely. Chaos creates cash. It's good for America. Weaker enemies is good. Fuck those bitches. American imperialism based. American colonialism based. And I wish that we would just do this shit openly and whatever.
Can I ask, because I want to see how honest you are, right? And I should have done this with a grid here, but I have forgotten to ask. So let's see, right? The salute that Elon did previously. How would you characterize that salute?
It looks like a Sig Heil. I mean, it looks like the Roman salute.
You'd say.
I don't think that was his
you'd-
intention.
You've ignoring that attention. Well, actually, not even ignoring that. We could actually bring that in a second. Actually, we could talk about that. But you would say that it's fair to characterize that as a Nazi salute.
I think it looks like it. Yeah. I don't think that was his intention.
Can I add one thing to that just
Sure.
quickly? I actually can buy that he was just being a moron and doesn't want to and that wasn't his initial intention, but now he won't address it in a serious way afterwards because just like Trump, once he does a thing, like he wants to stand by it. But even if you do like give him all of the good faith and say, yeah, he was just being an idiot. How do we respond to all of these other people now who are imitating his Sea Kyle in order to troll the left? And they're like, there was a priest who just got defrocked over doing this. There have been several streamers who've gotten fired from their jobs for doing this. And I don't think you can't say they didn't know. Like clearly, obviously, they knew.
But they're mocking. Okay, so to defend them a little bit, right? Like, remember when that one OK symbol,
yeah. I know. That's why they're doing this, because they think it's like the OK
right,
thing.
Two people right here have just done it, right? Now, a lot of people are doing that to mock the left for how ridiculous they were being for thinking that was even like a white power symbol, even though it was used as a
and
white
it
power
worked
symbol
with
in
the
certain
OK thing.
communities.
I don't think it's working with this.
I agree with you. It's not working because it looks a lot like a fucking Roman salute. And I think there's a lot more history behind that.
It's harder to find an innocent explanation for them.
I
like
agree.
maybe for Elon, was, heart goes out to you, stupid thing. But everybody else who's then imitating him, they know what it is and they're still doing it. And also, I remember, I think you mentioned last time that the ADL came out and defended him on this, right? But now the ADL has come out and said, because he started making all of these stupid Nazi puns afterwards, laughing at it. And the ADL was like, okay, never mind. Fuck that. Obviously he's being insensitive.
So
if you said, regardless
of whether or not,
without it soothe people, because I know, for example, I get a kill streak or something. I'm like, yeah, You know, like
I
I
mean,
might make.
you accidentally do on
Yeah, I wouldn't do.
Yeah, I
accidentally do it.
stick heel
Hold on.
all the time when I
wouldn't-
win
hold
at
on,
video
I wouldn't-
games.
I wouldn't
All the
sing Halloween,
time,
but
every
say
day.
I did like Wakanda Forever or something, and everybody was
Yeah.
like, and it was
Don't you
like,
just hate it
oh
when
my
you
God.
accidentally light your
Sure, hold
cross
on.
on fire?
And
Ugh.
sure, but
You
hold
just
on.
did.
Say-
You just did. How dare
Right,
you?
so say I do like whatever, I like a symbol and I'm like gaming or something, and they film me. I would absolutely, all right. I was excited. I was trying to pound my chest. I
Yeah.
fucked up. I didn't
Okay,
mean
Okay,
it.
wait, Gibbs, you did
So,
the other
hold
two
on.
symbols. Wait.
So-
do the hand heart. Do the hand heart.
No,
I'm not gonna
don't
do
do
the
that
hand
on
heart
Twitch.
because
Don't do that on
I feel
Twitch.
like it's a
No,
dumb
no, don't do
idea.
it on Twitch. Yeah.
And it's
No,
I
so-
also get
so-
I already get too many white
Scott,
supremacists in my
It already
bag.
happened last
And
week.
well, Scott, we'll
Like,
ask
that's
you,
a
we'll
real
ask
problem
you,
I
and
deal with
then you can
regularly.
go into whatever you're about to say, Scott. Right? How would you characterize that gesture? Was it a Nazi
Yeah,
salute?
I feel the same way as Lactoid. Like I don't think I think he was. I think it's interesting that the left is constantly talking about all these isms that we have to have. But the moment that Elon Musk does some obviously autistic shit, everyone on the left is
But
is
it's
all on
kind of
board
obviously
doubled
being
down
autistic.
is
racist.
the problem.
He's
Oh,
fu-
okay.
no,
Okay,
here,
this
no,
one- Okay, go ahead.
shush, because what I was trying to say is, regardless of whether or not you think the Nazi salute or the non-Nazi salute, whatever it was, Elon Musk understands enough from his PR team and from where he sits, right? Which is anytime you presumably make a mistake like that, you double down and you do not apologize. The moment that you apologize in a place like this, the left has made it a part of their political apparatus to never let you apologize fully and to use your apology against you. If you make a mistake, you double down and you don't apologize. If I say, if a Discord call leaks of me and I'm saying the N-word a bunch, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, yeah, when I'm in Discord calls, I
The
use the
N-word.
N-word. I'm not on the platform. Go fuck yourself. Like you don't, what you
If
don't
you share
do
a
is go,
bunch of
"Oh my
pictures
God,
of
I'm
people
so
that their
sorry."
consent,
This
Right.
man.
double down. Don't
There's a
What you
third
apologize.
don't
way.
do is what you don't do is go, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. It's so bad," because they
Accountability.
pounce. They pounce and
There's-
utilize that
Right,
against you
There's a third way.
constantly.
There's a third way. He doesn't have to apologize, right? Like if he
Third
did
position?
something stupid, yeah. The third position in this case is just to say that to say that this is how I meant it. I understand that some people like misinterpreted it, but fuck you. That wasn't what I intended.
Yeah,
So it's
that's-
not an
that's what I'm saying.
apology,
Yeah.
but it is an acknowledgement that there are ways to misinterpret it.
Well,
Like
he
could have done that.
did he did
no,
sort of do
Instead, he
that.
just
No,
put
It's
a
no
bunch-
No, he said thank you guys on the ADL
em-
post that was defending him.
Embedded in his
Oh,
response.
that's not what we're talking
Embedded
about.
in,
actually.
in Scott's response is the thought that there would ever be an apology forthcoming, that this wasn't intended. That Elon Musk has a history of doing Nazi shit, of supporting blatant racism. And we can show you the evidence is out there about Elon Musk. But I guess you guys, in Lactoid, sorry, I've set
Technically,
off,
he's African American. Prime.
I set off Lactoid's trap card because I talked about someone being racist, and it's not white racism. He doesn't understand it, so I do apologize there. But for everyone else, right? Yes, Elon Musk has been doing this for an entire time, and then he goes to the AFD and talks about, hey guys, like maybe you shouldn't be ashamed of your past, right? So like, and we understand what this dog. Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
Some of us
that's
understand
not
what the dog
Nazism.
whistle is. I actually see. Not all of us understand that. Not all of us understand the dog whistle. That's okay, right? Some of us
I know what a
understand
dog
the
whistle is. It's a fucking term that leftists use to
Sure,
try
yeah,
and make
sure.
connections
I
that
get
are
it. I get it.
spurious
I get it.
so
I
they
get
can
it.
attack
No
the
one-
character of their
I get
political
it. No one-
opponents instead
like I
of
said,
utilizing
hold on,
arguments
hold on,
against them.
You're not interrupting because we
It's a
get it.
coward's
We get it. You
word.
don't understand the dog whistle. We got it, right? So
No,
not
I
everyone
understand. I
understands
just
that.
gave you a good
it's
definition
okay.
of it.
No, it's okay. It's okay, right? You don't get it. But in any case, right?
No, I
like,
get it. It's the act
hold
of
on, hold on,
cowardice.
shut up, hold on. Shut the fuck up. Don't interrupt me, thanks. So it's understood. Not everyone like understands these words, but there's evidence out there. Like, for instance, Elon Musk constantly retweeting white nationalists, white supremacists. He does that all the time. Correct? You at least know that
He
much.
banned the Groypers. What are you talking about?
No, Lactoid.
When
He
they
has
disagreed with him,
he
not
didn't
because they're
ban-
Groypers.
Yeah,
Lactoid. So that's-
disagree with him
why
about
are you
what?
sweeping?
Bringing in
Why are you
Indians.
Why are you
Ever
sweeping?
before.
You know what you're doing when you say
Disagreed with
things
him
like
over
that.
what? Bringing in
You just-
Indians.
What are they?
You just
Elon
you just
Musk
had a
wanted to bring in
whole
more brown
conversation
people.
about-
Racist.
Lactoid, you just had a whole conversation about sweeping and
Motherfucker.
terminology. Don't fuck.
He literally wanted to bring in more
yours-
brown people, and the Groypers were like, "No, we don't want more brown
no,
He
people."
wanted to
And
bring
so
them
then
in
he
cheap
banned them
labor.
for
Shut
that.
the fuck
No,
up.
it
Get the
didn't.
fuck
Lactoid,
out of
I just
here.
want-
Lactoid, hold
He
hold on.
loves the
Lactoid,
brown
Lactoid,
people. What are you
Lactoid,
talking
cheap
about?
labor or cheap
Lactoid, I have
labor.
to ask you this. Hold on.
Yes, because
Because
Nazis
Lactoid,
love Indians. Yeah,
Lactoid,
okay.
I gotta ask you this because,
That's-
like,
When they can
I
use
know
them
it-
for
I know-
work,
I
yeah.
know-
Sociologic, you got it wrong. It was for expensive labor, not cheap labor, because they were
Hold
hiring
on,
special.
Lactoid, but Lactoid,
It wasn't
you
like that. We were
understand?
hiring.
That's not
illegals
what's
to
Lactoid,
work
gonna
for
do
us.
you
happen.
understand? Lactoid, do you understand
That's just
that
not how it works. Though.
racists, right? You don't know anything about racists.
That
Let me try
rapists?
this right. Lactoid,
I'm
do
not
you
part of it,
understand
I'm socialist.
that racists, right, might
Racists.
be
Okay.
okay? No, a hypothetical racist, not
I
Elon
got you.
Musk,
I
right?
got
Because
you. Of
Elon
course.
Musk can't
Of
be
course
racist
not.
because no individual white person can be racist. I
Thank
get you.
you. Thank
But
you.
like you understand that a hypothetical racist might, right, be fine with cheap labor from brown individuals, right? Like
The
labor
cheap
that
labor
can
from
make more
HB1 people?
Maybe the cheapest
sure,
labor.
cheap
Or
per
H1B,
Man,
sorry.
I don't know who's advocating for cheap labor for brown people.
cheaper.
Could it be the
So
Democrats?
you're
Hold on,
saying you're
hold on,
saying
hold
the
on.
Democrats are racist, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
that's what you're
Because the
saying. The
Republicans
Democrats are
don't give a
racist.
fuck about deporting brown people for cheap
hold on.
labor. It's the
That's
it's the Democrats that are like, we
crazy.
need them on our
Shut
farms.
up.
That's exactly what it is.
Back to Lactoid. Cheaper, right? Labor that they have more power over, right? That have less labor protections. You would think, like, what a hypothetical racist, because real racists don't exist, I know. But what a hypothetical racist do you think would like that deal, right? When compared to a workforce, right? Maybe a more a probable white workforce that has access to labor protections, right? A brown workforce versus a brown workforce that comes in, which has less negotiating power and less labor protections. Would a racist be in favor of that hypothetical one?
A white nationalist for sure would not be.
I didn't say it was. Well, we know.
Well, you did. You said he's retweeting white nationalists. That's what you said
Well, yeah,
before.
he does, but I didn't say he was
Because
a white
he's
nationalist himself,
racist.
right?
Okay, so
Not
he's
because
a
a white nationalist.
racist.
I'm not
He's a
saying-
racist,
I'm
not a
not
white
saying he's a
nationalist,
white-
though. Okay.
Hold on,
Yeah.
there's lots of flavors. Hold on. Don't be obtuse, Lack.
Wait. No. I'm not being obtuse. I'm not being obtuse.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Because you understand there's all kinds of flavors
I'll explain. I'll explain why I'm not being
racist.
obtuse. Here's a guy who's working with an Indian guy, Vivek
Doesn't
Ramaswamy,
matter.
right? Sure, doesn't matter.
He
In
fired
order to
Ramaswamy.
oppose,
Yeah,
well,
he's
I don't
fired.
think, no, he didn't do that, right?
Will you guys
And then
stop trying to subvert and just
I
give the actual
know,
arguments?
right? Thank you. And so he's working with this Indian guy that he's like a big fan of, and he's arguing against the Groypers in favor of, as the Groypers would say, import more browns
We found
into
the
America,
token.
right? And these are H-1B visa holders. These are people who make a lot of money. They have to make a lot of money
Not
in order to
H-1A.
justify the cost of the visa. Elon Musk actually was under the impression that they were actually making more money than they actually were, because he was getting into fights with Groypers where the Groypers were saying, look, they're not actually making as much money as you think. They're just like upper middle class. And he's saying, no, they're like really, really rich. And then that's the back and forth that they're having. And is anything here indicative of a racist? No.
So
Can I
this
ask
is
a
why
question?
this is no, hold on. This is why this is why I have deep problems with you, Lactoid. Deep problems with you. Deep problems because of exactly this. Because you refuse, right? You refuse, like till the day you die, right? You refuse to have any sort of systemic analysis here. You refuse, right? Like, because what you can do is you can look at an individual and say, well, they have a friend, they have a brown friend.
You're accusing an
And if they have a
individual.
brown-
They have a token.
I know they got brown friends. They got
You're not talking
might
about a
have black-
system. You're
they might
talking
have
about a
black
person.
friend. I know. He's got a.
So this
and he
requires
didn't
an individual
assault them.
analysis.
I know,
Yeah.
and he hasn't assaulted him in public. It's amazing, right? Yes, bastion of tolerance. No, I get you, Lactoid, right? He
Having
has a
minority
brown
friends
friend.
is evidence against
He
being
has
racist.
I
Yeah.
know he's got a brown. Yeah, he's got a brown friend. No,
Wait, is
he's got a
having a
brown-
live
he's
friend's
got
evidence
he's got
against being a serial
He's
killer?
got a great colleague. He's got a great
Weak
brown
evidence, but
colleague,
kind of, yeah.
If you had systemic
okay.
analysis, right, of not just racism but actual class, if you could manage this, but you refuse to do, right? You'd say, well, hold on, Vivek is a billionaire, like our friend,
And he's
Elon
not
Musk,
white.
right? Like, oh yeah, but he's. I know he's dark.
He's one of the good
he's
ones.
brown. Yes, but again,
Is
because
your
you
argument
can't-
that
you
he's
can't-
classist
you
or
can't even hold
racist?
it in, right? Because you have to burst out with this individual analysis because that's all you're capable
Because
of.
it's
right?
Elon
That's all
Musk. We're
you
talking
allow-
about an
sorry,
individual.
excuse me, all you allow yourself to be capable of, because you specifically, with every fiber of your being, reject any systemic analysis. So again, but if you did, you'd realize, hey, Vivek Ramaswamy is a billionaire, right? And within that billionaire class, they have interests that they might have in common, and that, like, to a person like Elon Musk who wants more power, who has dedicated his life to getting richer, right? If there's another person who also will help him accomplish his political goals, regardless of the color, that hey, they might work with them. that racist, maybe. Well, sorry, racist.
What's the evidence he's racist then?
I'll have to lay it out for you, right?
Well, this isn't
No,
fair.
I know because you need me to
I provide evidence against him being personally a racist, and you name nothing.
Yeah, and I will provide that. And
name me one thing right now.
This could be a panel.
No, Lacto, because
one
trial of Elon.
No, hold on, because if I already have, right? But then you'll say, hey,
wait,
like
what was it? Retweeting the white nationalist accounts?
He's retweeted. All the times he's retweeted.
Okay, give me an example that I can take a look at.
Yes, exactly, because you're going to ask me for an example, and clearly I don't have that. So what I'm saying, Lactoid, what I said previously, Lactoid, is that we'll literally have to sit down and do this, right? From top to bottom. It'll have to be an hours-long conversation with you. I'm sure of it, right? It has to be the case.
You're going to prove that he's racist, that he's vile.
I have the source right here, because why would I have that source here, right? Why would I have that ready?
I mean, you're accusing somebody of being a racist.
I know. Why, do you think... Lactoid, don't be a dumb fuck. Can you please not pretend to be a dumb fuck? Because I know you're not a dumb fuck, right?
Why do you sound like Batman?
Do you think all the people that I think are racist? Because you know I think a lot of people are racist.
I was ableist.
Do you think the burden of proof should be that Prime should, at the ready, at any point in time, right? Like when a person comes up in conversation, be able to prove right there with screenshots or whatever the fuck, right? That they're racist. Or I guess they might not be racist, right? Because Prime didn't have the ability to prove in that very moment in time, didn't have an encyclopedic knowledge of all their conversations, right? Of all the relevant discussions. Is that what you're saying? Is that the burden of proof?
I'm not asking you to, I'm not asking you to have like an encyclopedic knowledge about all this. I asked you for one example we can look at. I think in a conversation that's lasted like what, 20, 30 minutes now, it wouldn't be too much to ask like a quick Google search to find me one example. I gave you multiple examples of the contrary.
He
gave you one example.
With no specificity at all, Aiko.
Can I ask
When
a
you
You're
went to
making the
the
claim that
AMD
he's
and
a
Dog
white
Whistle?
nationalist. That's an extreme claim, Prime.
I didn't claim he was a white nationalist.
The technical claim was that he was
never
a...
claimed white nationalist.
You said that he was. You said that he was racist. That is
That's it.
either one of two things.
Absolutely
Either
racist.
A, it's not a big deal to be racist and we shouldn't care, or B, we should care if someone's a racist. And if that's a big charge and we should care, then you need to fucking prove it.
Yes,
You need
I
to
know
provide
that.
evidence.
Hold on.
I mean, second offender's a big charge, but we can just do colloquials. We don't need
What did I
details
say at
and
the start?
laws.
What did I say at the start of this conversation? I said, like when Elon came up, previously, right at the very start, right? I said, hey, I can only give you an overview here because, like, to prove my case, it will take hours to do so. I'll have to sit down and actually show you the evidence because I know you're not going to accept anything I say, right? And it's not unfair, of course, to ask for evidence of my claims. Fair enough, right? But I said, hey, I can only give you an overview of my thoughts of Elon Musk here, but we can't go into that discussion because we can't.
Then you have to say one of two things. You have to either say, look, in my opinion, I think he's a racist, and I'd love an opportunity later to show you.
I said that before.
No, you didn't. You said he is a
Yes,
racist.
I
and made it as a factual.
Well, then you can't get
No,
pissed
I
at
don't.
me.
Wait,
you went up. No.
No.
Scott's right on
yelling,
this.
Stop yelling. You either A, say, look, that's my opinion, and I have a lot of evidence for it, but I can't.
I said
but
that.
I don't want to get into it right now. No, you didn't. You said that he is a
Hold on,
racist.
yes, I did. We can
you
rewind
didn't say in your opinion, Prime.
Hold on, Prime.
You didn't say in your opinion.
Well, ask Lactoid. Lactoid, did I
Did
not
you say
say
that it was no?
Hold
No,
on,
you're
Lactoid,
yelling over top of me over something that I heard. This is fucked up. You're making a claim about somebody, and now you're yelling and screaming over top of me to lie about it. No, you said
I'm not lying. Hold on, we're
unequivocally,
going to get the proof
I
right here.
was fucking here. Okay,
And you didn't
weren't
fucking
in a
listen.
private conversation. I was here. You
fucking
called him a
listen.
racist.
And
You said he was a
fucking-
racist.
Okay,
Then
all right,
you
I'm gonna
mocked him.
All right, I'm muting you. Anyway, Lactoid, shut the fuck up. Yeah, fuck you too, Lactoid. Well, how many times did I say, hey, we'd have to, I'm making these claims, we'd have to have a larger conversation later. Did I not say that multiple times already? Correct?
Yes, but this was after you did definitively say that he was racist. And this also was after you were saying, Lactoid, you're not this dumb. Normally you're not this dumb. Like you were insinuating that I should know that he's a racist. But like, look, I'm currently unconvinced. If you have evidence you can show me later that proves he's a racist, that's fine. But you can't take like the confident position and the non-confident position at the same time.
How
How am I taking? Sorry, I don't understand that. Could you explain that to me?
Well, don't say Lactoid, you're a dumb fuck, because you don't think that he's a racist, and he's a racist. But and I'll show you
That's not
later.
what he was saying. That's not what he
No,
was
no,
saying.
no.
You were
That's what I
no,
interpreted as he was saying.
no. To be fair,
Sorry.
he was saying that you
Oh.
don't give any systematic overview, and it's individually, and that you're doing that
Because
you're doing that
we're looking at an
intentionally,
individual.
and then you're intentionally being obtuse and or dumb in order to like.
Yeah.
obfuscate from,
So
like, the
hold
point
on,
that he's trying to
wait.
make.
So he's calling me dumb
Oh.
because I'm not looking at an individual analysis on whether
Because you
a
are.
individual is racist. By the way, on when it comes to the analysis that he wants to show me evidence for later. You can't say that I'm a dumb fuck if I haven't seen the information
Okay.
that proves his point. That's a ridiculous.
Let me just try something
Okay.
here, just for funsies. Because I don't know. Sorry, guys. I got some questions and I need some answers. So, all right, we're gonna play one of my favorite games, and it's gonna be what is more racist. All right, is it A? We have billionaire Elon arguing with Groypers, whatever the fuck their name is, argue with them over
Arguing with
allowing
Groypers.
Shh, hold on. Shh, I let everybody yell for 45 minutes here. All right, listen. So we got argue with Groypers about H-1B visas, which is for more expensive, not low-paying jobs. This is going to be for like specialists, like engineers, scientists, etc., right? This is going to be for expensive jobs.
They pay
Or,
less.
hold on. Okay, all right, we got those. They're going to be expensive jobs. They make plenty of money. Or, what's more racist, the Democrats arguing that, hey, we shouldn't deport these
I said
people
this.
because I know, thank you, but I got it. That we shouldn't deport these people because we need modern day slavery, basically, so we can pay these people less money to pick our crops. Like, what
They're
would be
both
more racist?
racist.
If we were going to look at an individual level, what's more racist? If Papa Gibbs came in and said, "Sell all my cattle tomorrow, and I'm going to open up a plantation day Gibbs, and I'm only going to hire illegal aliens that I'm going to pay 25 cents an hour." And y'all are gonna say, "Oh no,
American.
that's okay, cool, let them come work." Or Elon Musk going, "Hey, we're gonna get some Indians over here who are also brown, but they know their tech specialties, and we're gonna pay them 80K a year, which is on average with the average engineer in America." Which is more racist? Go ahead, tell me.
They're both racist. One you're being
Which
racist to
is
white people,
more?
one you're being racist to brown people. There we
No,
go.
wait,
Blacklight, I
wait,
got you,
wait,
brother.
hold on. Which one's more racist?
Solidarity.
How am I being racist to white people, or in that case?
Because you keep making the argument because like you're painting the narrative that you think that narrative that Democrats are like, oh no,
I
that
think Democrats are saying
you're deporting our cheap labor, and it's like, well, that's not the case. That's not what the
They
issue with
said that.
deportations
They've
is.
said that though. No. Have they or not? Have leaders of the Democratic Party said that? Oh no,
Yeah,
oh, they have.
they
So
have.
okay, then I'm not.
The other guy threw up a
painting
Sig
picture at
Heil.
all.
I mean, like, if you want to really compare it.
Well, the irony here is, and this is the problem. I think that he spurred out. And
Don't
did
make
that.
me defend
Sure.
anti-Semitism.
Hold on. I think he spurred out and did that. Sure, but at the same time, I've been sitting here arguing for a while that the actual Nazis are the Dems, because guess what? They actually want racist policies implemented. And it's so funny to all these righties because they're going, wow, we're not racist. We want to stop this exploitation of these people and deport them. And y'all are going, oh, but they're Nazis. And so obviously it's
You want to
so
stop the
ludicrous.
exploitation. That's why you want to deport them.
Yeah, absolutely. I've said
Yeah,
that.
I think the
I
problem with
love
your
the
strategy.
framing and the painting of the narratives that happen when you listen. You guys have the next 4 years to ball. I feel you. I see the grin. Lactoids held the grin the entire panel, which is fine. Listen. You guys get the next 4 years to ball. It's just like within the realms of this panel, a little honesty when we're having the conversations would go a long way.
Here. I've had the most honesty. If anybody would benefit most from hiring illegal aliens, I would be me. I could change out my entire ranch hand staff tomorrow and pay them half. It'd be crazy. Or more than us. Because I'm not racist.
No, I think the problem with your strategy here, Gibbs, is that you're assuming that Prime isn't willing to call Democrats racist.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
all of them though.
Yes, because the progressives are the ones. The progressives are the ones who say, "Hey." The progressives are the ones who say, "Hey, let these people stay and pay them a living wage. Let's do both of those."
Gibbs. To be fair, I see a contradiction though.
Millions of people, or allowing a small group of Indians to make a shitload of money. Which one's more racist to you?
Well, Gibbs, real quick, did you just say that you wouldn't hire illegal immigrants because out of some kind of sense of morality, you would avoid making money? out of some
What's
kind of
best
sense
for
of
Papa
morality?
Gibbs is not.
because the long term implication would be I'd be put in jail, and that's bad for Papa Gibbs.
Hold on? Would you ranchers actually get put in jail for hiring illegal immigrants?
Yeah, all the time.
You hire enough of them, yeah.
Like, how many could I hire and not go to jail?
I mean, probably 3.
Okay, do you have 3 on your payroll? Don't admit
I
that.
have,
You're right. No,
I
no.
have plenty of legal immigrants that we've helped get citizenship through the many long arduous process, and we've also helped many get the green cards for their family until they've also got citizenship. We encourage legal immigration because it's good for everybody. Now, I can't speak for all the my neighbors in the ranching industry. Some of them are not as morally upright as I am. They're also much whiter than I am, and I'm Hispanic, so I have a soft spot
I
for
have a
Hispanic
I have a
people.
different question, right? So the charge that is being levied is that he is a racist, that he is um, at the very least cozy with and dog whistling to white supremacists and white supremacy. And I just have a question now. What if that is the case? I'm going to read an Elon Musk tweet, right? Since we're talking about evidence here, and just curious if this is a dog whistle to white supremacists. The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. Is he going to war to exploit the brown people that he's also saying helped built America? That he says
black people built America.
Helped...
We had slaves. Right, white people were racist. They didn't like black people. They kept them as slaves. They used them to build to do the thing, even though it was in small portions. Not everyone was a slave owner in the 13.
And they famously gave the credit to the slaves.
The point is, racist would be the people that would own them and then use them, and then there you go. You can be racist. Wait, you can be racist and have like black people work for you. Also, you can be racist and have black friends. They're called tokens, right? They're the brown ones. There's a bunch of Arab tokens going around right now.
You missed the key thing here. Those same Democrat slaveholders became the children. Their children are now the modern Democrats who now want to enslave all the Hispanic people via.
I'm Gibbs. I'm a non-voting. I'm a non-voting American. I don't give a fuck about either side of the.
So we can. I think Biden is a huge fucking racist. Fuck him.
We can look at American history, right, and we can see the transition from slavery into an America that was against the institution of slavery, and we see this leading up to the Civil War. Okay, and in leading up to the Civil War, the main reason why people were in the South were so upset with Abraham Lincoln becoming president and being able to win based off of the votes in the North, as opposed to just the Democratic Party created by Martin Van Buren and who ran Andrew Jackson, right? That they didn't need the Southern votes in order to win an election. Okay, now the South was arguing that they needed to maintain the right to slavery in their states. Okay, now these are one form of racists. Now you have another form of racists once the institution of literal slavery goes away. And what the Republican Party was arguing for is that they wanted to ensure that slavery was not allowed in new states because it would become competitive with free white labor. The Republican racists of the North at the time in the 1800s believed that if you had a system of slavery, that white people would not be able to compete and that we need free white labor. Now, if we're talking about this concept as it applies to Elon Musk's views on labor and the utilization of labor and whether or not that person showcases a racist attitude towards other people and views that are commiserate with white supremacy, what we have is someone that does not believe in this concept that we ought not have brown people for free white labor, that regularly argues that the American education system and the white people within the American education system do not have a good enough education in order to be able to compete at the highest levels in all of these programs and in all of these corporations that he says built America and, quote, made America strong. He wants brown people to come in and compete with free white labor because they are the individuals that are making America strong. So if you're pro-slavery, you're racist. If you're pro-saving things for free white labor, you're racist. If you're pro-utilizing other people in a competitive market with H-1B visas because they cost less, you're racist. In what world, in what fucking opinion is he supposed to have on labor that you don't automatically say, well, if we take a systemic look at it, we can prove that it's racist? Because it seems to me, no matter what fucking his opinion is on labor, you use it as evidence that he's a racist to support
None of
your
it would
claim,
matter
which
if
is
he
a
wasn't so
bold fucking
tightly
claim.
none of it would matter. He can have whatever opinion if he wanted, if he wasn't so closely tied to the government. And so now we have to look at the opinions we have. We have to look at the character of the person that is standing right next to our president. We have to look at that character.
What does
We
this
have
have
to
to
judge
do with what I said? What the
because
fuck does that have to do with what I
you're
said?
saying anything. You're saying what could this person have possibly said
The
that
claim,
would
the
be
claim
okay?
is that he is racist. Okay,
Yes.
I gave you I gave you 3 different
It
examples.
seems like an
of how
unfalsifiable
they are
claim.
historically shown as
not.
racist, and then you're
never made
saying,
the claim. I'm just
but he's
saying, like-
involved. He's involved in government, so we have to look at him. That's fine. That has nothing to do with whether or not we're substantiating the claim that his opinions showcase that he's a racist.
Hold on,
Because
we could just make some general assumptions. He sounds
simply
African,
because
it's
he
not
wants
racist.
H-1B visas, that makes him not racist. Because he wants because these people are going to get
No.
paid full price as
No.
Americans. No, they're going to get paid at a lesser rate.
No,
they're
no,
going to
you're-
have
You're creating an unfalsifiable claim, as Lactoid said. The claim is he is racist. I'm saying substantiate that claim, and then I'm bringing evidence
Sure.
to the contrary, as is
Sure.
Lactoid.
My claim, right? And I will say it again. He's a fucking racist. Unless it's racist. In case you haven't caught on, he's a fucking racist, right? So I made the claim. As a counterclaim, our friend I think at least it was Lactoid, maybe not. So I'm sorry if I got this wrong, but I think you were the one who brought up the H-1Bs
As evidence against the claim that he's racist.
It's not a counterclaim. That's evidence, right? So a counterclaim would be him saying he is not racist and I can prove it. What he said is that your claim is lacking evidence, and here's some evidence to the contrary.
welcome to debate school.
Specificity.
It's almost like we're on a fucking debate panel, Sociologic.
Yeah, well, we're not in debate school. We're on debate panel, not in debate school. There's a distinction there.
Damn, he just debate bro.
Well, if you make a fucking mistake, I'm going to correct it.
I didn't make a mistake. You did.
Not everybody.
You thought we were in school. I know we're on a panel.
Never makes mistakes.
You thought we were in school. I know we're on a panel. See the mistake?
Okay. So guys, so I hear you, and excuse me, not a counterclaim, right? So then then I know what the terms are. Then maybe maybe I can tell me, right? In response, right, I tried to invalidate the evidence that Lactoid presented, right? So he says the H-1B visas is an example of him not being racist. Look, he's got brown people around him.
Because he fought with the most virulent racists on Twitter over this very topic.
I think that racists can have different priorities, which is the thing that I'm trying to get over to you. But in any case, right? So but I'm trying to like walk us through this. So the reason so when I'm countering about this, it's not that hey, anyone supportive of H-1B is racist. There's lots of reasons to support H-1B. H-1B isn't of itself evidence, right? So all my responses now have been to counter that that is valid evidence rather than it's in itself proving that he's a racist.
It doesn't definitively prove that he's not a racist.
That's fine. Like,
yeah,
this is
but
a
it is
problem with an
evidence to the
unfalsifiable
contrary.
claim, right? Like anyone can be a racist. Like the most outwardly appearing non-racist, right? Because we're talking about a feeling in your heart, right? Racism comes from the heart. As Elon showed us with the Nazi salute, as his heart goes out to everyone, that racism comes from the heart, okay? You hold it deep in your heart, and you could be the most outwardly anti-racist person in all of your, in every shape or way, and still be a racist, right? So when you make the claim that someone is racist, then what he's presenting is evidence. Now you could say, like, at the end of the day, you could say, well, that doesn't prove he's not a racist. And I think Lactoid would agree, and I think I agree that doesn't prove that he isn't a racist. What it does, though, is it showcases that he has opinions that are deeply held and against outward racists, that he went to fight against racists and claims that racism is wrong in that regard.
But friend, and I'm trying to do this. Okay, trying.
Thank you, Brother Scott.
This is because this is a difference in our worldview that's so deep that, like, we're talking different languages here, right? And I'm trying it, like, this is why I've addressed most of this to Lactoid, because I understand, Scott, right? And again, this is not me attacking you. I understand that you have this certain set of principles that make it effectively impossible for you to speak the same language, right? I think intellectually you can understand. This is not an insult. I swear, right? Like, I get
Always
that.
when it's a good sign.
Like,
Always a
I'm
good
not
sign,
saying that you're dumb at all, right? I'm not um, um, saying that your intelligence is compromised or anything like that, right? I get it.
What are
I
you
just
saying?
feel like your worldview is so set in the stone and so rigid that, like, that when we get to these moments, right, when we're grinding down to our axioms, that um we can't we can never actually meet, right? No matter how close we are, right? It's like we're trying to approach the speed of light. We just can never
I
quite
promise
get
I
there during
I
that.
can meet you there. I'm very well read on critical race theory.
I
I'm
know
super
you
well
are,
read on it.
and I
Right?
know
Like,
you are.
I promise I
know
can
you
meet
are.
you there.
Serious question. If
Lactoid,
real quick,
sorry.
let's say I said, like, let's say you said Scott was racist, and then I said, well, we first of all, there's no evidence been presented, but I have evidence. Look, he dates black women. Would you agree this is at least some evidence against him being racist? Like, isn't it a common trait amongst
Sure.
racists to not
Sure.
date black women?
Okay, yeah, I'm
Well,
glad you asked this question. No.
well,
Interesting
Yeah,
you say that.
It
exactly.
could
So,
be racist, but it's just
yeah,
evidence against the probability that he is
I hear
racist.
you. I hear you, right? And this, I'm glad you asked that, right? Because it shows that racism isn't some sort of a simple one-dimensional thing, right? That, like, there's overwhelming hatred of the other, right? That can't be controlled, and that overrides everything else. That's not how racism works, right? And I know,
It could be a
and I
contrast
believe
thing,
you,
yeah.
Lactoid, because I know you know this. I know you know this, right? That, like, and like what Scott was just alluding to. Yeah, actually, known racists have dated black people, and
Yeah, but they're less
they
likely to.
no, yeah, I would say they're less likely to, but it's not necessarily evidence against the fact. They
Well, that
also
is
fetishize black people all the time, right? And I'm not saying
prime.
this is true,
The
Scott, right?
the definition of evidence is anything that makes something more or less likely. That's all it is.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. But what the thing that I was trying to get across to you, friend, right? And this is the language, right? The language barrier between you and me is because you don't look at this as systemic. You don't tend to look at anything as systemic, as far as I can tell. You don't seem to like that sort of
Framing.
that worldview, that perspective, that lens. You don't seem to like that. But if you do, right? If you apply that, then you can see that there are other priorities to this individual that integrate, right? Like, um, even slave masters, right? First of all, slave masters fuck their slaves, to be clear, right? They rape their slaves all the time. They love them, even though they thought they were
It wasn't
a
like a
lower form
romantic
of life.
relationship, though. But sure,
No, they actually did have. I mean, Thomas Jefferson,
sure,
like,
fair enough. But on
we don't
average,
actually
on
we don't
average,
actually
though,
know definitively if Thomas Jefferson had sex with slaves.
What?
We'll have to
We
leave that
can
alone.
trace
Okay,
it back
but
to
there's
his. Oh, that's
plenty.
wrong.
Well, no,
That's
Plenty.
wrong.
it actually there's more evidence that it was his brother. But people forget that.
Oh,
he fucked his
then
brother. No, I'm kidding. I know.
No, that his
Go
brother
ahead.
was.
I know.
Well, because like
Yeah.
the genealogy evidence that they use could just as easily be used against brother. But,
Yeah, but it's
I'm
more fun
fine
the
with
fact that he's
assuming.
fucking
Right,
his
I
brother.
understand.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
No,
Like,
yeah,
yes,
no,
you can
no,
get along with brown people if they're rich because your class interests could outweigh your race interests. This could happen because that outweighs
but no,
this.
I
There's a
know. I would
complex
say
intersection of
I would
all
go
these
farther,
different
I would go
things.
farther than that. I would say you can marry the two. That you can marry your dislike of these people with your exploitation of these individuals. These two things aren't separate, that they work perfectly well together. And they always have.
They can be.
Right?
They can be. They can be. But what I'm going off of raw, like, statistics and probabilities here, right? If I'm looking
So
at, because I like Scott said, I can't see inside your head. So how do I know that you're racist against white people, Prime? Let's say I make the claim you are racist against white people. I would have to look for evidence to the idea that you're racist against white people, and evidence contrary to the idea that you're racist against white people. If you hang out with a bunch of white people, you're like, oh, I don't really care about race. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't hate you because you're white, blah, blah, blah. And like, you don't show animus, et cetera, et cetera. That's all evidence against the idea that you're racist against white people. However, let's say evidence for, I like walk into like a Nation of Islam meeting for delivering DoorDash, and I look over and there you are like ranting about the Yakubians and how like their calcified pineal glands has led them to dominate the West and how they're going to take over the whole world and we have to get rid of them now. Like if you start yelling about that shit, that's strong evidence that you hate white people, right? That's strong evidence that you're racist against white people. And so I'm looking at the evidence for and the evidence against. Now, when I look at somebody who is arguing against groypers on the internet in favor of H-1B visa holders, in favor of brown people entering the country and being here on a relatively high salary that could otherwise be in competition, that is in competition for like native-born Americans, like this is evidence. This is not definitive proof, but this is evidence against being a racist.
Within the broader racist movement, I'm not sure the best way to let's say it's called alt-right. Let's just say that.
They're overwhelmingly against H-1Bs.
No, 1 second. My point is, do you think that there are disagreements within that movement as to what their priorities should be,
Sure,
as to who their targets should be, right?
There's disagreements in every movement, but again, if you're
like Nick
Fuentes,
but
and
here's the
Myron
thing.
Gaines are boys,
right?
right?
Wait, let's say all I know about somebody. Let me give you an example. Let's say all I know about.
Fuentes isn't getting along with all the other.
Yes. This is a great example.
so we're clear.
Let's say
Myron Gaines is a
let's say
socialist?
let's say
Nick
all
Fuentes
you
is for sure a socialist.
let's say all you knew about somebody was that they were pro-life. Okay.
He literally said today, he was talking about socialism. Nick Fuentes was. So
Prime.
I don't know how you want to argue, that he's not a
You hear me?
socialist. Yeah,
He's
a Nazi.
he's a
I know.
Christian
Nazi.
nationalist.
He's a Nazi, and Nazis are socialists. And he
Oh, all right, cool.
absolutely-
Yeah. That's fine.
Let's not go down this.
That's
Okay, I just want to okay.
fine,
Let's
that's
say all
fine.
you
I'm
know
not gonna
about
go
somebody
down.
is pro-life. Okay. Now, Prime, I'm going to make you guess. Somebody's pro-life. Are they more likely a Republican or a Democrat?
Republican. No, I hear you.
Wait. Why are there Republicans? There's also pro-life Democrats.
No, they exist exactly, right? It's not definitive proof, though, right?
But it's not definitive, but it is evidence, isn't it?
Yes, and I will. Hold on.
That's all I'm saying.
So maybe this is a problem with terminology, right? Because you have a specific way, because you're a lawyer, right, of using this terminology, and I'm not using it in the same way. So maybe
You're a layman.
Maybe when I make my, it's not a counterclaim, but maybe
Good
when
claim.
I try to counter your evidence, right? It's not maybe to say that it is completely not admissible. I don't know. Fuck. Sorry, I'm having trouble here, right? What I'm trying to
I
say.
agree with you. It's not definitive proof. I agree with you. It's not
There's
definitive proof.
value. The value that you are attributing to this evidence, right? It's there. There is some level of value, but it's much smaller, narrow, than you believe.
Okay,
So that's what I'm.
No, that's fine, right? And so you think that this is like less, like this holds less weight than I'm putting on it, right? In the same way that, frankly, sharing a tweet that's not racist from somebody who happens to otherwise be racist, I think is pretty weak evidence that the person sharing the tweet is racist. I have found an occasional Stone Toss cartoon pretty funny. He does explicitly Nazi shit. I wouldn't consider myself to be a Nazi.
I wouldn't consider you to be either, right?
Right, but I like some Stone Toss comics. So
Do you
Yeah,
share them
no,
often?
I-
Do you share
Hilarious.
Nazi propaganda
This is
often?
not
So
often.
this is why- okay. all right.
occasionally.
How about this?
Stone Toss is pretty funny.
How about
Thank
this? Because
you.
We're gonna keep running into this. We're gonna keep running into this. You and I, right? Like I don't know when you might be available. Maybe over the weekend, right? Why don't we just have the conversation? Because we're gonna keep running into it. Like I don't have his all the tweets available, and I'm not gonna dig through Elon Musk's shit right now. to
Wait,
do that.
Monday? Can we all have this
No,
conversation?
No, I don't want to have it all. I want to have one person. I actually want one person because it's going to be complicated enough, right? I don't think that I can move my friend Scott, even though I love and appreciate my friend Scott. I don't think I can make any progress with Scott. The reason why I want to do this because with Lactoid, because I think I can, right, on this particular issue. Okay, right? Like we'll
Yeah,
we'll
like
have to have the
yeah,
debate. We'll actually do
we
it.
can set that up. And I just want to say, like, I know you're saying you can't move Scott. I'm not a racist. Now you can just take my word for it.
I
But
agree with you.
I would agree there is more evidence that Scott's not a racist than me, because I have not to date dated a black woman, and not out of decision. It's just out of opportunity.
Yeah, Scott says all kinds
I'm
of
in the Midwest. Okay.
awful shit though. But Scott likes because like
Black women in the Midwest?
like
In very specific
hold on.
locations.
If we were to like
Yeah, like could
Best
avoid
ones.
for random
if we were
reasons.
For safety
to,
reasons, honestly, I'm saying
to clip my streams like in a hostile manner, right? Like I could easily make a case that Scott's a racist rather than you, right? Because of how you present yourself. Not that I'm saying that my friend Scott is a racist. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if I were to like clip in a hostile manner, I could assemble
Particularly
something
because
where
Scott
So,
dates
I
black
don't
hold
think I
on.
women.
would be able to.
If he didn't
So-
date
like,
black
so-
women, I'd say he wasn't a racist.
Yeah, real quick.
Because he does.
Real quick. So what you're saying, Prime, right? I'm going to channel my inner Kathy Newman in that Jordan Peterson interview, right? So
don't know
what
who
you're
that
saying is if you were particularly biased against me, you could find clips and pieces of things to try and associate me as a racist, as
Of course.
opposed to the totality of
You
who
do
I
that with
am.
anyone, yes.
You see where he's going,
do
yeah.
you feel like maybe
No,
that's your
I don't.
do you feel like that
No,
you
I
have
don't.
that same issue with Elon Musk?
No, I don't, because I've seen a totality of evidence. No, it could be the case. Well, sorry, hold on. It could always be the case that a person could be deceived, right? That you can see a body of evidence, right? Something presented to you as evidence, but it's false or it's misleading. So that could happen of anyone, right? I could think that you're not a racist, right, because of body of evidence, but I could be wrong about that about you, Scott. But as of now, no, I don't believe that. I think I've seen more than enough from this individual.
I would say if you want to channel like your good critical race theorist position, right?
Mhm.
That what you shouldn't be doing is saying Elon Musk is a racist, because it's an unprovable claim, just like saying God is real, right? You're saying God is real. I know God exists, right? And then we can go back and forth over and over and over again, but you admit that you don't actually know what's in somebody's heart. It could all be a play one way or the other. The right way to make the claim that I think that you want to make from a critical race theory position would be that Elon Musk participates in and engages and supports both financially and politically systems that encourage white supremacy and unequitable outcomes for black people, and thus engages in racism from a praxeological position. That is
Sure.
actually the claim that I think you probably are trying to make.
It is the claim that I am trying to
Then
make.
you lose the
However, like
normies.
you both, right? The two of you, right, and probably Gibbs as well, right? Like you guys don't accept like that framing. Like I don't like Lactoid like specifically rejects systemic framing all the time. So there's no point in making that. So I
Well,
like,
yeah,
I'm
I don't
saying,
agree with critical race theory, but I mean, but that is the argument. Like the
Oh, I got
argument that
voted,
like
man.
someone is a racist is just like a back and forth on an unprovable claim.
Hold
right?
on, I'll
He
make
could
a
present a
claim.
bunch of evidence that shows that he doesn't seem racist, and then you could present jokes and or other things, and then he'll constantly be like, "Well, that joke is taken out of context, or that's clearly just a
I'll
joke."
make a claim right
etc.
now.
And you'll go back and forth, and no one will really know definitively whether or not someone is or isn't racist. The best you could do is get to a balance of probabilities whether or not it would be fair to make the claim that someone probably is or probably isn't racist, right? But if you want to actually make the claim that someone is definitively racist, and that racist is an ideology that engages via praxis, right? Then you can make all those systemic arguments. And yeah, obviously I have counters against those because I'm, because I studied it and because I'm not a fucking CRT
but Lactoid,
person.
hold on,
Nonetheless.
Lactoid, did you see the meme I
you
sent?
reject the concept of
Well, hold on, you threw me in here. I want to respond to that real quick. I probably.
just-
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so you threw me in here and said, "Hey, Gibbs
That's what I
probably
was thinking of.
probably
yeah.
would
Oh,
agree
yeah,
with this."
yeah.
Let me tell you what I think. Since you want to throw me in, I'll make it real simple. Everybody is racist sometimes. Like, have you ever eaten a
I
bad
agree.
steak? Terrible. White people need to learn what seasoning's for sometimes. Bad chicken. Same thing. You know, like
I
if
Shane
I'm
agree.
Gillis,
driving,
Shane
if
Gillis
I'm
said it best.
driving,
You're
What
not hungry.
seasoning?
You're not hungry.
yeah,
You're not hungry right now. But if a sandwich
yeah,
cuts you off
Shane-
on the
Or-
Yeah, I was
highway,
gonna say,
If a
I'm gonna be like,
cheeseburger cuts you
"Damn
off in
this,"
traffic,
and I
all
look
of a
get
over,
real
sudden,
hungry.
real
and it's
hungry,
a
huh?
little old Asian lady. I might yell something at her, right? In my car, but
Well, I mean,
same
you
thing.
would. I would.
don't
You
yell
were
at
hungry
old
all
Asian
day.
lady.
Oh yeah, like
lady
what I'm
Gibbs.
saying.
But,
you were
like-
hungry all day, were you?
Like,
But we-
listen, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Like everybody racist sometimes. But on that
leftists-
note, I am the least racist one here because the only color I care about is green. So go fuck yourselves.
Leftists are like within their ideology, like there's room for implicit racism and internalized racism. So all these things, it works perfectly in our worldview, and we can acknowledge that everyone has these things within them, right? That we
Yeah,
are.
I mean,
Within.
I think you and I had a conversation about this before when I was presenting a new sociological framework that I developed, cultural cost theory. It's been a while since we discussed it, but I have an entirely different view on sociology beyond structural functionalism or dramaturgy or things of that nature. And that, my position is obviously the entire new school of thought of sociology that I invented. So, yeah, well, I'm not going to budge that much on CRT because I have a new lens.
Prime, I got a really important question for you.
I know you gotta go.
No, I got a question for you, Prime. That's very important. But go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I was just gonna. Sorry, I was gonna just ask you quickly then. But like actually, I don't know. I need to ask you. You accept the idea that racists exist, that are racist people out there,
Sure.
but you reject a systemic analysis of racism in terms of like its class impact and its societal.
I don't reject it. I don't
Okay.
reject it. I do. One of the I think that for a lot of people, and this isn't true for everybody, but I think for a lot of people, systemic is used as a term to avoid having to provide evidence. Now, there can be genuinely if you can, we can walk through X, Y, Z, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect, and you can show like a demonstrable, this was related to that in some way. This is an example of how these policies can get out of control, et cetera.
Like redlining. Redlining is a classic example
Yeah,
of
sure.
obvious systemic racism in America's history.
But what I don't like is when systemic is used merely to avoid evidence, like as a sort of phantom thing, like XYZ happened because systemic racism. Okay, let's walk through and explain to me how that specifically that is happening here. And either I don't get an answer or just like you don't understand, you're white.
Bro, disparate impact, bro.
Yeah,
disparate impact,
it's you wouldn't understand that you're white. But
Okay,
the other thing is
that's standpoint.
I also don't like there seems to be oftentimes in people making systemic racism arguments, there are these sort of implied propositions or there's like an implied normative aspect of oh, this happened, so therefore you must agree, Lactoid, that we should do X, right? Like for example, redlining obviously was a thing, therefore we should obviously do reparations, right? Like there's the normative claim associated that I'm not going to get on board with, right? And so because I don't always go on board with the normative claims, and because I am skeptical as to the evidence segments, right? I can sometimes be accused of denying normative or systemic racism, but I understand the theory, right? That as Scott said, redlining can affect home ownership, which can affect X, Y, Z.
Okay.
And then I have an important question for you, and this is a serious question because I've been heavily considering this, and your answer and the answer of this panel might change my decision on this. Okay.
Don't get another motorcycle.
Okay. Kanye West, otherwise known as Ye, has been incredibly active on Twitter, mostly after his butt-naked wife was all over the Grammys, okay? But not only was his butt-naked wife all over the Grammys, she is incredibly fit. She's an incredibly in shape woman. Very incredible, I will say. But
incredible again.
Incredible.
Send me
almost
aspects about it. If we got to,
It lacks a lot of credibility.
Two very specific, incredible aspects, I would say. But overall, she's obviously in great shape. I mean, she obviously goes to the gym. I mean, clearly incredible. But I would say this: On top of that, Ye also posts links to a website called Yeezy, which sells clothing. If I got a bunch of Yeezy,
kind of counterintuitive.
if I got I know counterintuitive, but that I was looking at the clothing, I'm like, wow, this is pretty fly. Okay. If I got a bunch of
For a white guy.
for a
Wait,
white
is this
guy,
if you just discovered Yeezy now?
I did. Everything's $20.
Oh my
Christ.
Everything's
God.
$20. Wait,
Jesus
I knew
Christ.
about the Yeezy shoes
Jesus
back in the
Christ.
day with
No, don't
Adidas.
buy
I got,
Yeezy,
listen,
bro.
you talking about
Hold
Lactoid
on.
having FUBU? I got FUBU right here. I
Hold
don't
on.
want to just discovered
I got
Yeezy.
Yeezy
I
Gap
don't wanna hear this
Original.
shit.
Whoa,
Hold
whoa,
on,
whoa, whoa, whoa!
I got you,
I
I
know
got
the
you.
old school Yeezys. Okay, I know like
Oh
the
my
old shoes and
God.
everything. I'm talking about the new website where everything's $20, where you can get a Yeezy with Russian script on it, like a T-shirt and like a box T-shirt and like a hoodie
sure,
and everything.
gotcha.
If you saw me walking around with a bunch of Yeezy clothing on, is that racist? Since Ye is a little bit of an anti-Semite.
A little bit.
Alexa, turn the lights on.
He's
Just
a
doesn't love. Why didn't you just do the Frogan
I
love
have
Sabra thing? at this
I have
point?
the
Like, I mean,
Yeezy anti-Semite puffer jacket.
ooh.
if Gibbs eats Sabra, he's probably racist against Arabs or something. Like, why didn't you do that? Like, you might as well have just done that one.
But this is like a very specific artist who says something about Hitler and microphones, and it's not very good.
Yeah.
I got the jacket right here, baby.
Ali, do me a favor. Send me a picture of Yeezy's girl. Sorry, Kanye's girl in the Grammy thing.
Bianca
the Grammy
Sensori,
Award.
I think.
I got you.
But yeah, would that be racist, guys?
Wait,
like-
what?
If I came on stream covered like decked out in Yeezy gear,
Well, hold on. I mean, if
No,
I wore
that'd be
Hu-
anti-Semitic, not racist.
yeah, sure. That would be like if I wore all Hugo Boss clothes.
I'm
You would know I
being like dead serious.
You'd be like, he's clearly a Nazi.
well, it'd
He
be like if
fucking is
Hugo
wearing
Boss was
Hugo Boss.
alive.
Lactoid, two
Well, they're
things.
still putting
So,
Nazi imagery in Hugo Boss shit. What do you mean if he's still alive?
Number
So,
one. so
somebody over there
here
is
we go.
running that shit that's a Nazi.
So,
Let me
so,
just say.
so two things for you, Lactoid. Number one, this is why you need to schedule a time to come talk with me about cultural cost theory, right? Because there is a cultural
not very
cost
cultured.
association in these things. It's okay, right? If Yeezy had made terrible music, this would change my interpretation of whether or not you're an anti-Semite. If he was known predominantly and primarily for being an anti-Semite, as opposed to first as a recording artist that made College Dropout and then was known to everybody as an anti-Semite, it changes things a little bit. Secondly, my very non-racist opinion, as a white man, we're not good with style. All right. Well, I'm part Lebanese, but and also Lebanese are like white people for the most part, anyways.
Yeah.
Like, let's be
And
real.
we're like 30% French.
That's fake
you know?
news. White
Yeah,
people.
so-
a little bit of
so-
green.
To add
so-
context,
white people
I
don't-
own 3
white people don't
do-rags.
accept me as all white. They definitely aren't going to accept no Lebanese people as all white.
No.
Let's just get that out of
I
the
get
way.
whoa, don't you dare. I get the white pass. I have the card.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
a
do all the
joke.
white things.
Yeah,
I got the
fake
honky
news.
card.
Yeah, fake
Can you
news.
say
Right.
that?
So as a mostly
Look at my skin
white
tone.
person,
I can.
Okay, how about that? As a mostly white person, dude, just get Stitch Fix. Like, stop dressing yourself.
Stitch
just
Fix.
look. We're not black. We're not cool like that. Okay, just get Stitch Fix
Whoa.
and give them your size, give them your style, and give them a monthly payment, and just have them ship you shit in the mail and be like, oh, I guess this does look
Speak
good
for
on me.
yourself, baby.
Would they
I
send me
can dress
this
myself.
fly
Thank
Bucks
you.
jacket?
have
I don't think
style.
so.
Okay, well,
Mediterraneans
that's
have style
more
too.
evidence that Lebanese isn't white. All right, is the fact that you have style. All right, like, I'm just throwing this out here. All right, just telling you.
I want specifically the Yeezys
All
look
right,
cool.
some.
No, you
all
won't.
right,
You won't be
you know what?
racist if
All
you wear
right,
Yeezy gear.
some
You're just a little anti-Semite.
jokes
though.
land,
A little
and
bit
some
anti-Semitic
fucking
though.
don't. All right, that one didn't land. All right, I'll take that. That's okay. I'll take that L. You
It
know,
happens.
sometimes I'm not fucking funny. You know, I'm not a stand-up comedian. I'm a streamer.
That's fair. It happens so small. I don't want to get this stone tossed.
It's also 1:00 in the morning.
So
I would
the joke is that like the stone toss joke is that like the guy saying you hate black people, he's like, oh, do I? So he turns to the black girl and says, I'm racist. She's afraid at first, but then the joke is that black girls are attracted to racist guys, like racist white guys, and
On
so she's
second
blushing.
thought.
So she's blushing.
I
on
mean,
this
we
day.
do have Doja Cat as proof of that. So
and every girl Scott's dated, you know.
It's like Prime. It's like advanced
Yeah.
negging. It's like you neg the whole race, basically.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard that.
So he's
I
saying
don't know.
he's saying, am I
okay,
racist?
hold on.
Watch, wait,
As
so he gets
a
the
white
black
guy,
girl to be
hold on.
attracted to him. So
As hold on, as a white guy that loves to date black women, let me explain this to you. All right.
Yeah.
Now there is a small group of black women who are
Mhm.
willing to date white guys. Okay.
Mhm.
Right. A lot of black women predominantly prefer black
And
men.
silence.
Okay. And then there's some black women, right, that kind of like white guys, but I'm not fucking Brad Pitt. Okay, so those girls, like they would have to be really
you're not
ugly.
fucking Brad Pitt.
What
Scott's
what I'm
pretty
saying
handsome.
is
I got a
what
quick
I'm
question
saying
for
guy.
you.
what I'm saying
Let
is
Scott
there's
finish.
there's a group of black women that just date black guys. Then there's a group of black women that date white guys, and then there's an overlap where there's a good chunk of black women that will date a white guy, but he has to be like out of their league, right? They've got to be like really tall, really attractive. Then they're okay with it, right? Then there's a group of black women that are actually more into white guys than they are black guys. Now, in that group of black women, most of them are just more into white guys for cultural reasons, for maybe they grew up in a certain neighborhood, maybe they have daddy issues, whatever it is, they're dating outside of their race in some regard. But then there's another
ABE
there's
before.
there's another small group of them, okay, that are genuinely racist against black people.
Okay, where do I find
Okay?
those ones?
They
Scott?
think black people are like a problem.
You're not helping.
And
You're
they
not
like you
you're not a
as a white
racist
person.
argument.
Friend.
I don't
Well-
give a fuck. Like just like
No,
Elon
I'm talking
Musk,
about the
I'll double
lactoid.
down, baby.
Lactoid.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
there's
So
a group of
those
self-hating black,
right. So
people.
and so those self-hating black people, right? You can sometimes and very often find them dating legitimate white supremacists. Because there is a kink that is happening here where the white supremacist likes to belittle and go against the black woman, and then the black woman is like not only accepting but in many ways turned on by the racist behavior.
I understand this. Okay, so I'm gonna get that in a second.
And that's
It's just
different from race play
the
because that's just
problem
like
with
fun
this-
in the bedroom.
I guess this might work within if it's racist people who are reading this cartoon, then
It's a stone
it
toss
might
cartoon.
get
It's
them.
definitely racist.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, well, yeah, fair enough. If that's his audience, and then they get that. But for, like the vast majority of people, this isn't going to land.
Mhm.
But back to what
There's a lot of
Scott
people
said,
in the comments, by the way, just asking like, "What does this mean?" And then some people like explaining.
What if I'm into the
Exactly,
racist
yeah.
black women,
But-
but not because of like like I don't like black men, but because I want less competition? Like it's a market.
Yeah,
thing. What about
Scott.
that?
Oh my God. Oh,
Hey, don't
Scott,
put me on that.
I agree with
What?
what you said, right? And I've talked about it before. I've talked about on this platform how you've stumbled into in certain corners of the internet really fucking dark race play from people who aren't actually playing. That
Yeah.
shit really turns them on. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a real thing. And it's fucking disturbing as shit. But I leave them to it, right? If that's what you want,
It
in your
makes
life,
me super uncomfortable. Like I've engaged in race play a couple times before, and like every time I've been like, the post nut clarity after that is real strong. It's like, oh, this was weird. I'm not this person.
Where'd I find all that character?
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. But okay.
Yeah, on that note, real quick, I just want to say, as far as people holding white privilege cards, there's one real simple test, and my chat pointed out, and I want to share it with y'all because I think it's a good one. I guess you get the white privilege card if you've never gotten a random check at the TSA, and no offense, Sociologic, I know you've gotten checked every time you've gone to
Bro,
the TSA.
so have I.
I've gotten
my
checked.
beard gets a little.
And I rest
my
my
beard
case.
gets a little long.
Guess
I
who's,
get.
listen,
I get it.
and I'm saying that I know the white nationals ain't gonna accept me, and I'm Mexican, and
I
never
do
get.
prefer
I
driving.
never get checked when I go to the TSA. Just saying.
I
do
got a
prefer
random check when I
driving.
was 11.
Oh wait, did you guys? I have a question for everyone. Did you guys see that the black woman from New York in Pakistan who is refusing to leave? Like, did you guys anyone see this? There's a woman from New York. She met some guy from Pakistan online. They hit it off. They did some online dating. He said he wanted to marry her.
He was 31. He's 19.
Yeah,
he's 19 in Pakistan.
She sold everything, flew to Pakistan. He went to the airport, saw her, turned around, left. Now she refuses to leave, right? Her family's like, yo, we'll fly you out. She's like, nah, I'm good. The Pakistani government's like, hey, we will get you a ticket and fly you out of here. She's like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to stay. Reporters are going around interviewing her. She's sitting in Pakistan. She's saying, no, fuck that. I'm chilling. I'm here. Y'all gonna give me land. You're gonna give me $2,000 to $5,000 a week. I'm gonna rebuild the infrastructure of Pakistan. It's gonna be a whole reverse refugee, baby.
What?
That's brilliant.
Good
You
luck.
seriously haven't heard about this?
This person sounds
It
like a
just sounds
psycho.
like a crazy lady.
Hold
No,
on,
I mean,
she
but-
sounds pretty based. I think.
Also,
I was about to-
wouldn't you
we should
check
be
to see
trying
if
to
you
send
like
these
the way
people
someone
overseas.
looks before you flew across the world?
Is this
Exactly.
a new form of colonialism?
She-
Like
she
victim
flew across the world.
colonialism?
Hey,
He
listen,
he left
we
her.
gotta try
He-
something
he-
else.
she
No,
flew to
I
him.
know. Like, so like
Yeah.
he didn't look at her before she flew all the way to Pakistan.
What difference does it make to him?
It obviously made a huge difference because he turned around and left as soon as she landed.
Yeah, like, but
He
there's
got the
there's no
ick. He
cost.
got the
There's no
ick,
cost
bro.
to him. Yeah, there's no cost to him. He gets to just go back home. But this lady now is like talking to the Pakistani government. She's trying to sue the government for this.
Yeah, this sounds like a
She
crazy
just
lady.
sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Dog, look at the story is what's crazy, bro. She wants land. She wants government assistance. She wants.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
She
whole
sounds like a
deal.
crazy
Headline:
lady. She's a
Crazy
crazy
New
lady.
Yorker. Wow, I know.
No, she is. No, you're absolutely right, guys. She is crazy, right? Her family apparently thinks that she has mental health issues.
I know that she has mental health issues.
Look up
I
her
don't know your
video.
Family's
It's
opinion.
a
Like,
good
okay.
dive.
If you look up her picture, right, so you can see her online, right? Within the,
Onaja.
You're saying I could see her crazy eyes?
yeah, she's wearing the headdress.
Is she hot?
Scarf. No.
Yeah.
Oh, well then I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's
No,
not
she's not hot.
actually all that hot. I could imagine that in our interactions, assuming they did do video, which may not be the case, that she like used a shit ton of filters. And this kid just like, especially from Pakistan, I don't know how well he's familiar with social media, may
Mhm.
not have understood that. And then he probably never got a full view of her body, especially if like she's coming in hot as a Muslim, right? That he never got a full look at her body. So
Real quick,
she can't-
Prime. I got a super chat. Please tell Prime we hope he feels better soon. Air until the end of that's more. Wait until the end if that's more appropriate. Have fun fighting the multitudes of straw men.
multitudes of straw men. Okay. But yeah, I
You can tell from your voice you're sore.
Well, no,
so
yeah,
hopefully
yeah.
feel better.
I've been sick for the last 2 weeks. I feel better now, but I've been, it was really bad for a while.
I fought
But
whatever that
my
was
voice is
too,
still
bro.
fucked up. Yeah.
Everybody
It's
was
like-
fighting it, bro. Everybody. You know what cures it? Caldo de pollo. Ask your Hispanic maids that what's her name Osborne was telling everybody that we had.
But
'Cause
yeah,
the Democrats
Bro,
are
real
racist.
talk, another racist comment. Real talk though, like fucking I never learned so many fucking cure-alls and cheap things than when I started like working in the kitchen with Guatemalans, man.
Oh,
I
they're
remember
the
when
best. They're
I
the
burnt
best.
my arm and like this sweet old Guatemalan lady just like grabbed me and started like rubbing mustard into my burn. And I was like, what the
Yeah,
fuck are you
flour
doing?
works too.
And then I was
found
like, oh shit, like that fucking worked. And like got my scars gone, even though it was like a 600-degree oven. Like,
yeah,
Nice.
apparently flour also works. Is what the Guatemalans taught me. Whenever you fall into the grease thing,
they know
would
so
start
many
rubbing the
fucking
flour in there.
remedies because they don't have
I'm-
a choice. They don't have the medical infrastructure, so they know
I'm
all
fine
the
with the
shit that, like
Guatemalans.
kind of works.
you're fine with the Guatemalans. You'll allow them.
Yeah, they're cool. They're chill.
So long as they're not in H-1B visas.
Proof that lactoid's not racist. I think
H1A,
it's fine with the
big fan.
Guatemalans.
It's
I'm
at
a
least wait. It's
fan.
not proof. It's at least evidence.
It's evidence. It's
It's
evidence.
It's
All right, I'm
evidence.
gonna get
I
out of here,
like the
fellas.
Guatemalan. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta bounce too. It's late.
Yeah, well, then why don't we end it here? Thanks all for coming through.
Ended here.
Um,
1:15 in the morning.
oh my god, yeah. But I think we had a fun conversation. I would really actually like to have that separate conversation with you, one at one-on-one, Lactoid. But I appreciate you guys dealing with all the passion this week. You guys are great. You took it like champs. So shout out to my friend Lactoid, to my friend Scott, to Admiral Gibbs, to Corey who bounced, Aiko, Grid, and our friend Ali. It was always a real one, always trying to like send me tips to like help out the stream, like real one, and I really appreciate that. I am going to rate. I would rate out to Lactoid, but he's
I'm gonna be bouncing to bed, so
conked out. But anyway, you just head up. My thing is freezing up. But if you got to head up, go ahead.
Nah, peace
I'm
out.
gonna rate you.
I'll be
I'm
on for a
gonna rate-
while, Prime, if you want to raid me.
Oh yeah, I'll rate you. I mean,
Also, real quick shout out. Two of the people here, Scott and Ika, we're gonna be doing something tomorrow at 9 p.m. It's gonna be cool. Check it out.
That's Mountain Time. Wait a minute.
Central time. The best time. Texas time. Central time.
Okay. Yeah. It's 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, sir.
Oh, his PC crashed. That's unfortunate. Corey's PC
Whose PC crashed?
Corey's. Yeah.
Fuck him.
Yeah. It's surprising because he's usually like says something before he leaves. But yeah, I read it out. So thanks guys for being amazing. Like shout out to my friends Lagtoid and Scott who take a lot of my abuse like on a regular basis. But I do appreciate you guys. I hope
dude, you should know that like how much I respect you despite your political views based off of how many bridges I have burned. Like I could have been so much more successful as a streamer if I hadn't told basically 95% of everyone on Twitch at one point in time that they're a corrupt piece of shit and they should go fuck themselves. And while I have called you a racist and many other things because of your political views, right? I have nothing but respect for the shows that you've put on and the way that you engage with people behind the scenes, and never seen anything shifty or like fucked up about you as an individual. And even when people were like coming after you for the man who will not be named that used to do panels, right, and all that bullshit, it was like even then I was like, well, I'm supposed to hate him because fucking two people seem to be awkward in DMs. Like, what the fuck is this, right? Like, I have never seen anything fucked up from you, and I've been on a lot of people's, programs and, a lot of people over the years. So, I appreciate you. You're one of the good ones. And I mean that because you're black.
I was thinking the same thing.
I was like, I hope he doesn't say that. Oh, yeah, he said it.
Despite his great love for, dubs over subs.
Maybe it's because I have blue eyes. I don't know, and I look like Cortez, but I get a crazy amount of white supremacists in my chat that we have to ban daily. Like, it is a problem. Like,
I don't get them daily. I get a few that I have to.
I get a lot.
I get a lot. I get some, yeah.
And they gotta go. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm like, listen, y'all are trying to sit here butter me up, but I know y'all are sending me to the camps too. I don't want to go to the camps.
Well, I'm just like, dude, this is Fed behavior. Like, anytime I see a white supremacist type shit, I'm just like, this is Fed shit. And then anytime they end up in my Discord, they always do the same shit, which is Fed shit. Be like, try and find ways to attack the Discord server by like posting wild shit that's against the rules, or like, they cannot fucking behave in any way, shape, or form. They think it's based to like lie and create shit. And it's like, I don't know what percentage of white supremacists online are Feds, but I know that it's not zero. And I know that all of them, maybe not all of them, but all of the ones that I end up interacting with almost always engage in Fed
Well, those
shit.
are two groups I don't like, so I definitely don't want them in there. I don't like the Feds, and I don't like white supremacists, so fuck them. It's a quick ban around here. I don't ban many things, but it's a quick way to go bye-bye. I don't know. It's a problem. Gotta watch out for these jokes.
I'll head out.
I gotta crash the bed.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah, I got to get out of here. I'll see you guys, Admiral and Ike. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, late at night.
Fantastic.
Have a good one.
Yes, we're excited. I know I'm excited. Let's get out of this.
You think Ico's gonna leave? So I can have the camera all to myself? What do you guys think? I don't think so. Fuck, he's not leaving. Okay, I should probably just write him out before he... Oh, no, I get it. Ha ha ha. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning into today's episode of Lactoid TV. I'm going to go ahead and write on out into our good friend Gibbs. For all of you who gave bits and subs, thank you. Thank you so much. Poof, thank you so much for the sub. Feder, thank you so much for the bits. Really do appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to be doing, obviously, shows, as always. And, I think we've got a show that's playing this Thursday. With it's going to be against Pisco, regarding whether or not Trump has put America into a constitutional crisis. I'm going to be arguing the negative, that Trump has not, put America in a constitutional crisis, or at least there is insufficient evidence that he has. And Pisco is going to be making the affirmative claim that Trump has put America into a constitutional crisis. So until then, peace and love, and confirm Tulsi Gabbard.